Alright, welcome back everyone. So tonight we're doing more S ranks. Or at least making attempts at it. The our group did get pretty close last week. Got to 14.3. So we just need to get a little luckier. And of course, we'll be doing the usual since I don't have Taki, so we'll only be running air group as long as we can borrow Taki. And Vodka will have to take over afterward. I guess if air group by some miracle succeeds early, I guess we'll be swapping to Vodka, and she'll get a slightly better. Well, I guess I say slightly, but probably a fair bit better Ryan Boro over the one that I have. You're playing Pac-Man World 2's remake. I didn't even realize that was a thing. You probably still want to take flat speed for a bit here. Because a 10% multipliers or bonus is not necessarily sufficient to hit cap. It was announced this year and has a Sonic crossover DLC since it was released the day before Crossroads. Crossroads gets Pack Village, as it was in World 2. Huh. When did World 2 release? So I think I might have played the first Pac-Man World. That was like ages ago. Hey Stack, thanks for sending. Yeah, thanks for the winning energy. Another year, another race. Well, we're not quite into the actual new year for where I live, though. Sonic DLC World shows what happens when you put a more normal character without powers like Pac-Man against Eggman's mechs. Since Pac-Man doesn't have super speed, flight, strength, or chaos control, he has a lot of trouble with Eggman's original mech, the Wrecking Ball. Wait, Pac-Man doesn't have superpowers? Even when he eats like power pellets and can murder ghosts? Original was 2002. Wow, alright. Yeah, that was a while back, huh? Remember to play with the Agent Sensi before midnight for an amazing start to the year. Well, we should get that at least once before we cross over to the new year where I live. That's a stricter mechanic in the world game, so he has basic fighting skills? Huh. I guess shows you how much I remember of the world game that I played. World 1 was 1999 as it was the 20th anniversary, and World 3 was 2005. I didn't realize they were so aggressive about it. I'm reasonably sure I played World 1 and then just like never heard anything about Pac-Man after this. Mine, I wasn't trying too hard, but still. The first world also got a remake that gives you its main villain as a costume in the World 2 remake. So, like a save file bonus? You have to go into work again tomorrow after being on vacation for almost 2 weeks. You're praying the place isn't metaphorically on fire when you get there. Is that, is that usually a danger when someone goes on vacation? World 2 is the most beloved of the trilogy, so I guess that's why I got the remake. I think we probably have to try to set up a spear first. Yeah. Our Unity is currently not in the best place.
And now!
Hey, Ron. Rose Blue Shiva. Thanks for the Prime resub. Appreciate the support. Happy New Year to you too. No, we'll take the power and energy here. Max energy in junior year is a pretty big deal. Line motion's really lagging here. Okay, there's our Spirit Burst. Even though, like, E-rank team isn't a guaranteed win, but at least it gives us much better odds. Oh, things weren't good when you left. Uh-oh. Well, I guess fingers crossed then. The remake also changes the bosses and levels the flow better, like instead of doing one loop from his hometown and ending up back there at the end of the game, you travel to every individual world as a gate from the hometown. Okay, so the hometown acts as a hub then. Bosses were mostly pushovers in the original, except for Blinky. Which makes sense since he's the leader of the ghosts. Final Boss was a joke originally, but now he's actually tough. The one thing people liked of World 3 is Pac-Man's voice actor, so they got him back to voice Pac-Man in this game. Surprisingly, the yellow circle is a snarky guy in World 2 and 3. I guess apparently when your career is brawling with ghosts, maybe you become a bit of a smartass. Is that an egg?
先頭から大きく離されて2番手は西のフラワーそのうち並んでエアグルーヴ4番手11番9番続いているその外並んで18番内を回ります14番1馬身離れて15番さらに内から8番7番並んでくるそれを見るように岸アマゾンそのうち並んでゴールドシティ1馬身離れて5番6番並んできた少し離れて
The other day, the big monster hunter update came out, and the new endgame monster is mid as hell.
ここからスパート一気にレースが動きます
Like, in every way possible, or treasure, or the fight. Oh no. Faster! Before Hishi catches you. One joke in World 3 was still better than my 20th birthday as it was originally planned for the 25th. So he's joking that World 3 is a better birthday to him than World 1? Is there actually something wrong with World 1? It's been long enough that I barely remember the game. The fight isn't fun and the gear is broken as shit. Rip. It always sucks when the actual encounter is terrible to farm. No matter how good the gear is. I guess we'll do power here. New Genesis currently kind of has that problem where it released yet another upgrade to gear, and it wants us to farm like a really awful limited limited time combat quest, so it's just like a rehash of a number of enemies we've already fought. And it takes like 7 minutes even on a fast run, so it really sucks. I think a lot of people are just not doing it.
注目の一番人気1番
It's more of a joke that the plot of World 1 was rough on him. Okay. I might not remember the plot of it. I only really remember wandering around town.
さあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのは6番差がなく7番と6番序盤からやり合っています。
2人がレースを作りそうですね。
先頭集団を見てい
The plot of World 1 revolved around a robot copy of him kidnapping his wife, kids, pet, and friend.
その後ろに8番そしてその内から来たのは
It was trying to lure him into attempting to rescue them so he could kill her and replace the real Pac-Man.
互いに足を止めている展開果たして抜け出すのは誰だエアグルーヴ前を狙っているとエアグルーヴ
I really don't remember that plot at all. But that's kind of insane. Some people seem to like it, but you and your friends all dislike. Oh yeah, the fight. Which sucks because it was a monster that was fun in previous games. So what did they change that makes it worse? Alright, no problem with Unity, thankfully. Think Sonic Heroes era Metal Sonic? I'm not familiar with Sonic Heroes era Metal Sonic, but I feel like I really should remember a plot like that, but mostly I just remember wandering around town and like ending up in a sewer or something. Pac-Man World 3 in comparison was just him teaming up with the ghosts to save both the Ghost World and the Pac-Land. So when the threat is there, it's not immediate. Huh. Yeah, I think there's a lot of lore that either I didn't pick up on there or or completely forgot. Because I feel like there are a lot of assumptions going on there that I wouldn't otherwise expect from a game that, or a game series that started with a yellow dude running through a maze eating pellets. Metal Sonic in that game thought he was the real Sonic and was copying abilities of every team to become Metal Overlord and kill the fake Sonic and take over the world. Was that like purposeful programming or a screw up on Eggman's part? We don't have practice perfect, right? We sure don't. Eggman then patched that up, its programming so screw up. Huh. I guess with no other context, I would have assumed that that was done on purpose by Eggman as like a way of trying to motivate the Metal Sonic extra well and to kill the original Sonic. So it's really funny that that ended up being a glitch or whatever that he had to patch. Stats are okay, but that was a lot of hints. Question is, are they good hints? Just one for shooting for victory. Compared to past hints are good. Acceleration doesn't help us since we're making her for sprint. Shifting gears, I think it's Pace Chaser. But no, it's Mile. So we got a bunch of Mile skills that don't help us. Thanks, game. First two phases feel really scripted and get really repetitive for how often the game wants you to fight it for in-game gear. Final phase just has applies it around a lot, so you're using these objects that drops and knock it out of the air, so you're barely using your weapon. So fairly gimmicky. Yeah, I can see why that wouldn't feel fun.
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
The Genesis has a few fights like that where it wants you to use these large oversized cannons for phases of the fight. And it's kind of neat, like, cinematically for the first couple times. But after that, it gets kind of because it basically homogenizes every class, and then because they're not based on your gear at all either, if you improve your gear, it doesn't improve your performance in the fight, which feels really bad. So it becomes a bit of a loop where you're farming for this gear and you don't even get to see the fruits of your labor. The game's plot was weird. Should be said that Metal Sonic in Crossworlds is also showing autonomous signs again, and Eggman is fast to say after this race, I'm making sure that doesn't happen again. It's called back to Heroes. So what you're saying is that Eggman is a hack. Was it even interesting the first time? Rip. But she's not. Surely that's actually orange and the game just simply didn't display it. Could probably use maybe one more Spirit Burst, but I don't think we'll be able to get that before the next Unity.
相手が誰であろうと関係ない。私が目指す理想への礎にしてやる。
ここは負けられない一番人気14番。
We might still be fine. We'll have to see how the stat increase is distributed.
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。一番人気エアグルーヴマルゼンスキー会長に飛ばしていきます。
Never forget when Eggman held a race with Sonic Riders and said, "This is a special race to see who's the fastest." What?
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは2番少し後ろから9番、その後山陽マシン開いてスペシャルウィーク少し後ろから13番、一馬審査4番、その外並んで7番、外で11番エアグルーヴここにいた。そして内目をつきましては5番、その外並んで西の
I missed the comment where you said,
15番、その後山陽マシン開いて全のロブロイ内を回ります。
or you made about Metal faking being Eggman while holding the real one captive.
成田大臣最高峰からのレースになりました。第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。順位を振り返っていきます。現在1番手は2番、続いてマルゼンスキー、後ろ9番、少し後ろから13番、一馬審査11番、さらにはスペシャルウィーク外を回って7番、さらにその外からはエアグルーヴ、さらには4番、そしてその外を回って全のロブロイ、その
I mean, that still sounds like Eggman is a
5
half.
番、その外並んでアドマイヤベガ少し後ろから西のフラワー残り 1000m を通過、そしてその内を回って
Because he wouldn't have gotten kidnapped by his own creation if he hadn't screwed up in the first place.
そして最高峰成田大臣大欅を越え4コーナーへ。勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。
これが女帝の力だ。
エアグルーヴ前を狙っているぞ。エアグルーヴ外で足を止めています。まだ1馬身以上の差があるとここから捉えることができるのか。ギリギリ詰めるエアグルーヴ。
Every mainline Sonic from Sonic Adventure 1 to Generation seems to have a meme line per game. Oh boy.
聞こえるかこの歓声。これが理想というものだ。
Like imagine engineering an advanced combat android and not building in a safety measure to prevent it from turning on you. Wow, fine motion really didn't actually hit orange. That's extremely annoying.
張り切っていこう。
何事にも
We keep actually getting good, like pretty good speed turns here. So I keep not clicking her to advance that last bit of friendship.
鍛錬の成果は出て
It's fine though. Well, sure we will find some opportunities. Okay, we do have a lot of D rankers here, so surely this won't be a problem.
気を引き締めていこう。
注目の2番人気5番。
さあスタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
Thankfully, there were some new things they added to the update that were
先
good.
行争いは
Good to hear.
8番、12番、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気キングヘイローエアグルーヴ
Science demands some corners be
2番
cut.
手の位置で先頭を伺うのは2番、2馬審査
Ah,
12
yes,
番
of course.
1番並びかけてきた。5番手にはキングヘイロー内を回ります。4番、10番追走、6番内から行く、内から3番、7番並んでくる。後方2番手
Personal safety is a small price to pay for
先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか。
for defeating Sonic the Hedgehog.
一息つけるといいですが
第4コーナーカーブ
ここから からスパート、一気にレースが動きます。
栄光まで400、勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。エアグルーヴ、強い、強すぎる。
Tails that are rather infamous one in here, that's just grammar at its worst.
リードは4馬身。
Look at all those Eggman's robots.
後ろを突き放してエアグルーヴゴールイン。圧巻の走りでレースを制したか。
また一歩理想に近づいたな。
Look, Tails is too busy being a mechanic. He doesn't have time for the English language. Wow, our medium and mild team really threw there, huh?
我々の勝利だ。
That was definitely way closer than it should have been for how many D-rank teammates we had.
一日穏やかに過ごせたおかげか気分がいい。これならば集中して
They had
トレー
some
ニング
special
できたらな。
challenge quests that are fun, and they buffed a lot of the weaker armors to make them more viable, so there's a lot more wacky builds this patch. Nice. This turn sucks. I guess we'll
はしゃぐなよ。
rest and wreck here.
力が。あ、わかった。貴様の提案を。了解だ。
Let's spend energy on this because we might get 2 other turns that are useful. Or I guess it would just be the one turn here, but we might get one right after summer that doesn't suck. Yeah,
Ah,
slightly wishful thinking, I guess.
Yaru kara ni. Jitsu ni ii ki.
Guess this sets up a bunch of unity. Then we'll just have to count on it to actually pay off.
準備。
一緒に頑張ろう。
Ah. No fast learner.
相手が誰であろう
That
と。
pause at the end of the Omnistat event is always such a troll.
注目の一番人気18番エアグル。
行くぞ。
The story in Monster Hunter continues to be terrible. The Capcom keeps trying
賑やかな秋を
anyway.
彩る
That's
ス
unfortunate.
タートです。各ウマ娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはダイワスターレット11番。
So is that just like a series staple where the story has always been like a throwaway
快
thing?
調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのはダイワスカーレット。このままリードすることができるか。
You don't know I can't for
先頭はダイワスカーレット単身で飛ばしていきます。
for
2
you
番
don't
手の位置で先頭を伺うのは11番。激しい先頭争い。3番手にはエアグルーヴ。それを見るように
what Capcom or why Capcom thinks what they're cooking or that they're cooking. That's not good.
その後ろ9番、
Rep.
そしてその内を回って13番、向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ12馬身、順位を振り返っていきます。先頭は依然ダイワスターレット2馬身リード。続きました11番、1馬身離れてエアグルーヴ。4番手に3番、差がなく西のフラワー。あとは東海帝王。そのうち並んで5番、それを見るように
You don't know why they try to give Monster Hunter a story beyond kill those things before they kill
離
us.
れて13番、そしてその外を回って15番。 ウォッカ並んでくる。少し後ろから松影福来たる。1馬身離れて1番。少し後ろからグラスワンダー。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていき
Oh,
ます。
you don't know what Capcom thinks they're cooking, but it's not good.
ここで抜け出した。残り400。さあ、内から先頭を飾るのはダイワスカーレット。ダイワスカーレット食い下がる。エアグレーブ強い。強すぎる。完全に抜け出した。残り200。これは強い。エアグレーブリードは6馬身。エアグレーブスピードは衰えない。エアグレーブこれは完璧な勝利です。
I'm trying to think, which
まるで許せなかったぞ。エアグレーブついに3冠達成。史上最
which MMO or like MMO like style online, like continuous online game, even as a story people would consider good? Like, is there anything relatively modern?
今の私の実力から見てやるべきことは決まっているはず。判断を誤るなよ。
一緒に頑張ろう。
It's been better in previous games, but it's never been anything to write home about.
始めるぞ。
Because like, I would definitely not call the new Genesis story particularly good. It has some very serious problems. It's more like an exception when it has good moments.
力がみなぎっている。鍛える。
And base PSO2 that came before that had some pretty good moments, but it's like a lot of it's some really overwrought, over cheesy stuff that's like fine but not particularly good. But going back to, say, like, my World of Warcraft days, I can't think of anything in those storylines that I would consider, like, great or excellent. And, like, Diablo 3 story was pretty awful. You technically get a little bit better Unity investment here, but also there's a speed plus pushes Haru closer to a Spirit Burst compared to just halfway for Opera and Magnus Digital. Depends on the expansion. Well, I played Vanilla and Burning Crusade.
結果もおのずとついてくるだろうさ。
And I felt like there wasn't anything like super standout. It had a few like pretty okay moments, but
私が目指す理想への礎にしてやる。
And then I never played Wrath, but I did hear that Wrath was like super beloved. You spent a decade fixing the mistakes of Cataclysm? Oof.
会場の熱気に当てられ、らしくもなく高ぶってしまう。
You thought FF14's story was considered good? Oh yeah, there's like a few expansions, I think, that are considered like peak writing for FF14, but I recall being told that the more recent expansions are having problems that are not a return to form yet. I can't really speak on that though too much because I don't have a personal experience. Story for the newest update felt really bad. They somehow lost track of the 40-foot monster. I mean, look, maybe the monster hunters are just really bad at hunting monsters. Warcraft 3 was peak. Wait, are you saying that it was peak Warcraft plot, or it was peak Warcraft writing from 3 through Wrath? 1.0 even has better writing than the recent one? They somehow know how to rewire an ancient prehistoric rail cannon after looking at it once despite it being lost technology. Yeah, that does, that begs a few questions. Do we... Like, in theory, we've got enough C rankers here that this should be fine, but this is a bit of a risk. But I want to have the ability to go down in difficulty on the 4th race, so... we'll have to chance this. Because if we go down here, chances are we won't be able to take on the top race on the 4th race, and then we have problems. Unless we mega high roll, but like, or this type of run, I think asking for a mega high roll that puts us back on track after going down twice feels questionable. Oh, that 3 was the peak and Wrath was the other, okay. 1.0 did get good near the end of it, but a little too late. So are we talking like specifically Nax Rama stuff? Because I never got to experience that. I felt like the big epic stuff there was kind of so-so, like... Molten Core just generally didn't feel particularly good all around. I guess the Nixia stuff was kind of interesting. Oh, you're talking the FF14 thing. Okay. I see. That's an interesting comment, because wasn't 1.0 like a huge mess for FF14? Or am I getting the notation mixed up? Like, because wasn't 1.0 basically the thing where everything fell apart and they had to pull the game offline to revamp it? Monster Hunter lore is better than the stories of the games, although Pokemon spin-offs literally named stories have... Or the Pokemon spin-offs literally named stories have decent plots. Okay. The endgame of 14's 1.0 was baller despite the game's issues, I see. Pretty much from when that was announced, they changed directors and it showed. Yeah, like in a good way? Ooh, a little close, we got it. The game tries to have a Gloop Shido moment by bringing back a character from Monster Hunter 4 even though 90% of the player base haven't played that game. But is this character, like, actually important? Or were they just trying to be dramatic? The battles got decent and the plot got Majora's Mask levels of creepy as the world was about to end. There was nothing any warrior of light could do. To be fair, it's a beloved character from 4. Or was it 3DS exclusive? Okay. You played Monster Hunter 4, you never remembered anyone from it. RIP. She didn't even have a name? What? So is it just like a random Dark Horse moment where the fan base was like, I like that character's aesthetic and latched onto her? Pretty much. Well, fair enough then. We haven't used many Rico turns, so I guess we can get rid of some of these crappy turns. Man, this is still 39 speed. Sure. Actually, it sets up some unity too. Or rather, I guess progresses it. They're only halfway to a Spirit Burst, but it's better than nothing, I guess. We haven't gotten any of our gold skills, have we? No, I guess we did curvature. Get curvature. And then I guess it'd be nice if Speedstar shows up, but like, it's such a crapshoot that I tend to assume that we just won't get it. She was just called the Ace Gunner because she was part of the Ace Hunters team. Ah, I see. 4 was the first time they tried to a plot rather than background lore, but the main game's plots are shaky at best. The Pokemon spin-offs are better about it, hence the name on Hunt Stories. It's interesting. I definitely didn't know that about the Monster Hunter stories, like or plots in the main games before you mentioned that tonight.
先頭をかけます。7番続きました16番7番と16番2人とも花は譲りません。いいライバル関係になりそうですね。1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう7番会長
The rating increases each stories game in ESRB. From E to E10 to teen.
3馬身離れてペアグルーブ、2馬身離れて東海帝王、差がなくゴールドシチー、さらにはダイワスカーレット、少し後ろからスーパークリーク、それを見るようにメジロマッククイーン、向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ11馬身、順位を振り返っていきます。7番
Remaster of Stories 1 got re-rated to E10 as the game got away with some dark stuff for an E-rating game.
ダイワスカーレット、そしてその外から行ったのはゴールドシチー、そしてそのうちスーパークリーク、それを見るようにメジロマッククイーン、そしてそのうち1番。
I mean, honestly, I would have thought a setting like what's been described to me about Monster Hunter is not something that would ever get an E rating.
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
エアグルーブ、ここで抜け出した。さあ、いよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛
The
ける
game's backstory explains riders were hunted by hunters the same as
さあ、こ
monsters.
れから坂、2側の舞台はこれから坂
Yikes.
がある。追いすがる東海帝王。エアグルーブ、強すぎる。完全に抜け出した。200を通過、これは強い。2番手争いは東海帝王、ゴールドシティ、エアグルーブ、足の衰える。エアグルーブ、強いとしか言えないはず。
So riders live in hidden villages as
今
a
から楽
result.
しみです。エアグルーブ、春の中距離最強。
聞こえるかこの歓声。これが
Is that supposed to be an initial plot point for why no one's seen like a large group of these people in the main games? You've still never played a Stories game. Yes. Yes. Yeah, definitely felt like a bit of a telegraph point there. Ooh, more prepared to pass. Or one hint for prepared to pass. Stats were also so. I like the stamina went up by 1. Very meaningful.
実にいい気分だ。今ならどんなメニューであっても。やるからには全力だ。
The bad guys in the Stories games are laughably evil too.
今日の予定は決まったか？慌てずよく考え
That's an interesting thing to hear after also hearing that the general stories are better in Stories. Monsters are food, not friend.
何事にも近道はない。
Kill them all.
焦らず研鑽をか。
Cue Dimitri.
さあ、カシアに時間をあげるわ。
足が重い。
We're doing pretty good for speed and power here, but the wit is definitely lagging.
どうにも頭がクラクラする。
And Fine Motion is actually doing her job. Agnes and Kitaru are just like not showing up with her. Just kind of annoying. Oh, we did get the speed star, damn.
観察させてもらうよ。
実にいい。
Man, these stats are actually looking fairly good. The back half of the senior year is still gonna need to be like some level of kinda,
我ながら完璧な仕上がりだ。
especially with the wit
結果もおの
department.
ずとついてくるだろうさ。
注目の1番人気10番エアグルー
行くぞ。
表さあゲートが開いた。
Nice
各
late
馬娘
start.
揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。
The third game will change that by being more morally
サイレンス鈴鹿
gray.
快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのはサイレンス鈴鹿。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは13番、そしてその内から行ったのはグラスワンダー、エアグルーブ、ここにいます。さらには名将怒涛、エアグルーブ、上がっていきます。
スタミナを切らさないか心配です。
1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきま
Well,
す。
so we late started and
サイレンス
rushed.
鈴鹿安心で飛ばして
Fantastic.
いきます。続いてエアグルーブ、その後ろから13番、少し離れてマヤのトップガン、グラスワンダー、内から行くテイエムオペラを追走、名将怒涛、並んでくる1馬身離れて7番、4馬身差、メジロライアン、向こう上面に入って先頭はサイレンス鈴鹿。順位を振り返っていきます。サイレンス鈴鹿まだリードをキープしています。続きましたエアグルーブ、3番手にはグラスワンダー、4番手にはテイエムオペラ王、マヤのトップガン、追走、少し離れて13番、その外並んで7番、少し離れて名将怒涛、そしてメジロライアン、少し後ろから9番、外目をついて16番、その内並んで15番、外を回ります。3番、さらにゴールドシップ、少し離れて18番、それを見るように4番、後方2番手に2番、最後方1番、第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。エアグループ、ここで抜け出した。さあ内から先頭を伺うのはサイレンス鈴鹿。最後のコーナー、先陣を切ったのはエアグルーブ、追いすがるサイレンス鈴鹿。エアグルーブ、強い強すぎる、完全に抜け出した。残り200、エアグルーブ、リードは6馬身、エアグルーブ、足色は衰える。エアグルーブ、ツインとしか言えない。
Well, apparently we're too strong to even lose to late starting
超え
and
るかこの完成。
being
こ
rushed.
れが理想というものだ。相手が誰である。
Alright, how are we doing here? No B rankers. No B rankers despite 6 spirit bursts. That's surprising. I guess all the upgrades just got like evenly spread. Yeah, I'm not really sure about this. Because I normally like to have at least 2 B rank cases. So yeah, I think we
気を
take
引き
our
締めていこ
middle
う。
fight and roll with it.
注目の3番人気、
青春杯、今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気テイエムオペラ王、ライスシャワー、ペースが速い。メジロパーマー、快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭はメジロパーマー、単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは3番、第1コーナー回って第2コーナー。さあ花に立ったのはメジロパーマー、このままリードすることができるか。続きました8番、あとはライスシャワー、少し後ろから3番、5番手エアグルーブ、1馬身差、2番外で9番、2馬身3馬身開いてテイエムオペラ王、2馬身差岸アマゾン、そしてその後方には11番、後方2番手に1番、5番、最後方からという体勢であります。意気揚々と先頭を行きますメジロパーマー。どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
向こう正面に入って先頭は
I think that hit a few people, it's hard to tell.
風を肌に感じる札幌の地。現在1番手はメジロパーマー。続いてライスシャワー、3番手にエアグルーブ、それを見るように
They have an ad for Wilds that has Daisy Ridley. Yes, Ray from Star Wars. Talking about the rules hunters, or the rule hunters play and maintaining world balance or whatever.
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
これが女帝の力だ。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。残り
Outsider perspective, that kind of sounds just like self-important arrogance. Because, like, all things considered, aren't Wouldn't hunters just be yet another predator in a ecosystem full of predators?
1着でゴールしたのはエアグルーヴ。チームを奮い立たせる見事な走りで第4
The moment you knew Wild Story was truly irredeemable was when a character who had done nothing the entire plot finally had a moment to step up and make a difficult decision with far-reaching consequences.
理想に近づいたな。
Only for the player character to push them out of the way and say there's another way as an excuse to aura farm. Rendering the character's development completely pointless. Oh, the role hunters play, I see. Okay, yeah. That sounds extremely unfortunate, but also hilarious. They explained in the ad the apex predators and the smaller monsters can live carefree or some. What? So the smaller monsters are their pets now? With some quality aura farming, but also the absolute dumbest nonsense. Yeah, from an outside perspective, it just sounds comically hilarious. MMO stories versus gacha stories, which are dragged out more. I would probably say MMOs are more likely to be dragged out. I guess you do have that example one of Arknights just going on and on, right? But like, for instance, if I put up Pokemon Go or Heroes, it feels like a lot of the time they're just kind of trying to rush through it, go through the motions to get it done with. So if anything, a lot of gachas don't spend enough time on it. It's a marvel of terrible storytelling, you don't say. Arknights is drawn out in its storytelling, but the story itself isn't too drawn out. Okay.
スタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
Yeah, like, for instance, Heroes, it feels like almost without fail. They spent some time setting some stuff that could lead up to some interesting stuff. And then they get 2/3 of the way through and go, oh shit, we have to actually close this story out. And then they rush through all the chapters where it could have been interesting, and yeah.
そしてその外から行ったのはビワハヤヒデ。10番並んでくる外で13番2馬身3馬身開いて14番内から行く5番そして外目をつきましては12番少し離れてゴールドシップ後方2番手に7番
You have 20-year-old ones like WoW and FF11, but then you also have stuff like EverQuest 1 somehow still getting updates 25 years later. Really? I didn't realize that EverQuest 1 was still or it still got support for that long. Especially since there's an EverQuest 2, right? I would have thought they would have transitioned over to putting all their effort into the second game. Monster Hunter World did have some pretty neat world building stuff, the ecology angle and how the different regions interact with each other's food chains. Okay. Tell them that the world has so much going on, it'll never run out of problems to handle. Yay! Everything is terrible and everyone, or there will always be heroes needed. They keep both EverQuests alive equally. Nice. That's some dedication. The ecology angle has been the sort of thing that was in Monster Hunter basically all the way back. Just Wilds went very ham-fisted with a lot of it and tried to make an actual story that completely falls flat. Rip. The company who owns the rights as of now just does new stuff just to crank out new content for the old MMOs of yore. Yeah, that's pretty cool then. I don't know, it's happening again. The curse of the late senior year turns. Where everyone disappears and doesn't want to train. I'm actually gonna take the power here. We're desperate for stats. Like, really desperate.
注目の1番人気17番
It's also a fan server approved by the company to bring the game back to how it was in 1999, but with some modern updates to make it less of a slog. Basically, WoW Classic, but unofficial. That's neat.
さあゲートが開いた各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気エアグルーヴこれから第2コーナーへかかっていきますサイレンス鈴鹿快調に飛ばしていきます先頭はサイレンス鈴鹿単身で飛ばしていきます先頭から大きく離されて2番手は名将怒涛1馬身離れてエアグルーヴ第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入ったさあ花に立ったのはサイレンス鈴鹿このままリードすることができるか2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは名将怒涛エアグルーヴペースが速い
It's interesting to me how popular like the WoW Classic stuff is.
3番手に名将怒涛4番手にはスペシャル
Because I wasn't sure if people were really looking at it through nostalgia glasses, wanting those old style servers back. Because I remember a lot of huge problems with Vanilla and Burning Crusade. Where, if I were to go back and play WoW again, I would probably just do the modern stuff. I don't think I'd want to do WoW Classic.
この直線で勝負が決まるぞまだ差があるここから先頭を捉えることは出てくるのかまだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えることができるのか気持ちよく逃げているサイレンス鈴鹿エアブルーヴ前を狙っているぞ最終コーナーを曲がって先陣を切ったのはサイレンス鈴鹿エアブルーヴここで抜け出した4着を切りましたエアブルーヴこのまま押し切れるかエアブルーヴ突き放すエアブルーヴリードは3馬身200を通じて
WoW Classic is on Wrath right now anyway. We're the most modern Classic server, right? Because aren't there servers where they haven't progressed to the latest, or to the next expansion, so that you can still go back and play on a Burning Crusade server or a vanilla server? Kirby thinks the raid. That was the rest of the Prime 4 session. You went hard on that. Area you just cleared has been some of the most fun you've had. Yeah, I remember you saying that. That was the snow research facility. So I guess you wanted to close it out because you were having so much fun? You need to get at least some sleep before you get ready for work, so you'll probably be back before the stream ends, but good night. Alright. Have a good sleep night, and I guess good luck with work when you get there. Hopefully it's not as bad as you imagine it's gonna be. There's a certain amount of it where they're playing classic, but with modern WoW community culture as a thing. And they're just absolutely breaking the game over their knees. Ah, so it's kind of like a power trip then, right? Go back to that old stuff that you might remember, but since you've got all the knowledge and tech now, it's basically a power fantasy where you're absolutely destroying stuff even with gear that was meant for approximately that raid level or whatnot. Tomorrow is your last day off work, so you'll probably go in. At least you can sleep in. Nice. Yeah, we're risking the slow tab. Oh, and we got hit by it. Nice. So, I guess we might be losing a lot of turns on this. No, okay. Still, it just completely killed any advantage we would have had for that. Sad. Prime 4 is a game that feels like I had no vision behind it. Really? I guess I haven't seen too much of it. I've been in and out watching some different people though. I guess I'm also not super familiar with the Prime stuff, so I don't have a point of comparison. It was originally developed by Bandai Namco and then scrapped and picked up by Retro Studios. So almost like... almost seems like a Duke Nukem Forever situation where it was passed around a bunch. I can see where the developmental issues could come from. Well, that seems capable of winning. It's just a question of, do we actually win? Do we want to do anything with our skills? Because we haven't actually bought anything yet. Maybe we buy Speed Star, because... pretty sure... it would hard to be to get more meaningful hints here. So, like... I think we can take that as an advantage. But I probably want to greed to see if we can get more corner adept hints from Kita. Yeah, I guess we get shooting for victory because there's no way we can get any more discounts on that either. Well, Kazuna's optimistic. We have lost 5 double circles before those, so... it's not get complacent.
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはビターグラッセ、6番エアグルーヴ。
Took like 6 to 7 years to make something like that. Retro developed Prime 1 and 3 and Donkey Kong Country
先頭を行っ
Returns.
たのは6番。続きました。5番、5番、6番。2人の競り合いは続いている。
So why? That's interesting. Why wasn't Retro on 4 from the start then?
およそ12馬身。5番先頭に勝ちました。6番並んできた。激しい先頭争い。外を通りました。
Remember Group Times, Hyrule Field, and how boring it was? Prime 4 has that, but except worse. Yeah, I did see that when I was watching Kirby. There was a lot of desert, and driving through the desert on a motorbike.
6番どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
各馬娘一打となって団子状態の大混戦。
In fact, I want to say that was like half of the time that, like that was half the footage I was watching Kirby, or like half of the footage from the time I was watching Kirby.
ここから捉えることができるのか。エアグルーヴ花を進む。さあ外から先頭を伺うのはビターグラッセ。最終コーナー。
You did find one optional major upgrade before, or which you wish you had before Ice Belts. Well, that's good, I guess. Retro was busy trying to make a new IP that collapsed. Ah, rip. Which IP was that? Well, we won our race. So, do we get the other 2 wins? Yes? Apparently we only lost the long race, which... I mean, let's be fair here. I wasn't trading stamina, so our long team was probably doomed from the start. Oh, you don't think anyone knows what the IP is publicly? Wow, so it didn't even make it out of, like, alpha. Because when you talked about an IP that collapsed, it makes me think of something that, like, spectacularly exploded, like Concord. But that's interesting that it never even made it out into the public. Makes me very curious.
ここは負けられない1番人気18番。
行くぞ。
ジョークスタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
セイウンスカイとツインターボ、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気エアグルーヴ、セイウンスカイ快調に飛ばして行きます。第1コーナー回って第2コーナー、先頭はセイウンスカイ単身で飛ばして行きます。続きましたツインターボ、その後からライスシャワー、内から行く当選上段、その後ろから3番、少し後ろからエアグルーヴ、その内並んで7番、1馬身離れて12番、2番並んでくる少し後ろから15番、その内並んで10番、その後ろ5番、その後ウイニングチケット、少し後ろから8番、外でキングヘイロー、1馬身差ナイスネイチャー、後方2番手に4番、1番、現在シンガリダ、セイウンスカイ、先頭を進みます。
I guess it also at least shows that they have the presence of mind to put something that they realize might, or probably wouldn't work or something like that, to rest before it blew up in their face.
セイウンスカイ、続いてツインター、3番手にエアグルーヴ、その後ろライスシャワー、当選上段、続いている少し離れて7番、少し後ろから2番、そして3番、15番並んできた少し離れて8番、そしてそのうちウイニングチケット、残り 1000m を通過。
But it definitely sounds pretty unfortunate too that
ナイスネイチャー並んでくる内をついて5番、大け焼きを越え4
they were all spending all that time trying to put something together and it didn't work out.
勝負は最後の直線に持ち越されたエアグルーヴ、前を狙っているぞ。まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉えるとは出てくるのか。じりじり詰めるエアグルーヴ。
Retro released nothing between Tropical Freeze in 2014 and Prime 1 remastered in 2023. Studio hasn't had a great decade. Yikes. No kidding.
もはや独走状態。エアグルーヴ、先頭はエアグルーヴ。こ これは強い。200を通過。先頭は依然エアグルーブ。エアグルーブ。足の輪を捉えるエアグルーブ。これは完璧な勝利です。他の追随をまるで許さなかった。
聞こえるかこの歓声。これが理想というものだ。準備はできている。
This is a bigger wit turn, but it's kind of a classic problem with the senior year. We get single rainbow turns at best, and it's just like you can feel that S rank slipping away.
我ながら完璧な仕上がりだ。
注目の1番人気3番。
We get one more training turn after this. Hopefully it's a good one.
さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
サイレンス鈴鹿とミホノブルボン、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気エアグルーブ、先頭を行ったのはミホノブルボン。続きましたサイレンス鈴鹿、早くも激しい競り合い。2馬身3馬身開いてエアグルーブ、4番手にはダイワスカーレット、1馬身離れてゴールドシチー、1馬身差7番。1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かうミホノブルボン、快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭から後方まで間延びした展開です。
各自自分のペースを保っているようですね。
そしてここで先頭はサイレンス鈴鹿、続いてミホノブルボン、3馬身離れてダイワスカーレット、さらにはエアグルーブ、5番手ゴールドシチー、7番並びかけてきた。さらには16番、後から15番、向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ15馬身。順位を振り返っていきます。サイレンス鈴鹿まだリードをキープしています。1馬身差ミホノブルボン、1馬身離れてダイワスカーレット、エアグルーブ、この位置につけています。1馬身離れてゴールドシチー、それを見るように7番、外から15番、1馬身差16番、1馬身離れて4番。
Actually, on the note of that mysterious IP,
それを見るように全のロブロイ、
companies usually copyright something in advance, right? So did Retro never even get that far with their new
こ
IP?
こからスパート、一気にレースが動きます。
これが女帝の力だ。
Or they have some like super pointlessly throwaway name that told people nothing.
2側の舞台はこれから坂がある。エアグルーブ、ここで抜け出した。追いすがるサイレンス鈴鹿、エアグルーブ、強すぎる、完全に抜け出した。残り200、これは強い。エアグルーブ、足色は衰えない。エアグルーブ、強いとしか言えない走り。次のレースが今から楽しみです。
聞こえるかこの歓声。これが理想というものだ。今の私の実力から見て
Coming up short on the last turn again. Probably be the speed turn anyway, I guess. It's 25, 38. Yeah, it gets more raw stats and clicking power, and power would be adding into stamina, which is worth fewer score anyway.
いいだろう。我ながら完璧な仕上がりだ。結果もおのずとついてくるだろうさ。
Speed's gonna fall just a little short of 1200 too. Sad. Let's see.
いかんな。
And wit's
感情
low.
の熱気に当てられ。
Like, power
惜しくもなく
clearing 1000 is actually pretty good, but I think if we really wanted this to work, we'd need to be closer to 900. Or to have, like, if we had fast learner, we'd probably be able to shave off enough SP costs to make it up in skills. But the hints here were not super amazing. Basically, Speedstar is the big winner and the rest are pretty whatever. Looking forward to hearing about whatever they give away for the year that Uma. Hopefully something a little more impressive than the random SSR ticket.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは16番エアグルーブハッピーウィーク、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ビターグラッセ、16番快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭は16番単身で飛ばしていきます。さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていくウマ娘たち。さあ花に立ったのは16番、このままリードすることができるか。先頭から大きく離されて2番手はビターグラッセ。
I guess if they were feeling really generous, they could do like the 300 pulls that they did for the Rico banner with the New Year's banners.
1番少し後ろからリトルココン、外を回って4番内の方から14番外を回って松金福来てる、そのうち並んで8番第2コーナーを抜け向こう正面に入った。順位を振り返っていきます。依然先頭は16番、続きましたエアグルーブ、その後ろに13番ビターグラッセ、この位置につけています。差がなくハッピーウィーク、少し離れてスペシャルウィーク1番手は
Glass is really riding us here.
1番並んできた。シンボリルドルフ並びかけてきた。差がなく7番、そしてその外4番、そしてそのうち14番、その外並んでアドマイヤベガ、内には松金福来てる、残り数メートルを通過。少し後ろから12番内から行く8番、後方2番手に11番3番、現在しんがりだ。意気揚々と先頭行きます。エアグルーブどうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが。
大欅を越え4コーナーへ。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。まだ1馬身以上の差があると、ここから捉えることができるのか。最後のコーナー、最初に立ち上がったのは
Should probably be fine. Kokon's sort of catching up, but I don't think it's fast enough.
栄光まで400、エアグルーブ先頭はエアグルーブ、これは強い。食い下がるリトルココン。
Yeah, I guess who needs skills? Simply outstat. Realistically, it's probably just like some carrots or currencies in the SR ticket. Yeah. But it would really be nice to see free pulls on banners, so I guess fingers crossed on that. Alright. I didn't even look at who was second or third, but it's probably Bitter and... Oh god. Because I don't think Rudolph actually caught up enough. Yeah, we're dancing with Kingdom Hearts. Trying to see how this scores, but I think we're gonna end up coming up short just because the missing wit. So I think our speed supports did pretty well here, but the wit supports were not lining up too often. And we didn't have a particularly good summer turns either. On top of the senior back half of the year just kind of face planting. Alright, so this gets us. We can buy one other skill here, basically. What would it be? Actually, we can do sprint corners. This might be enough to buy sympathy too. We did get sympathy. We did get enough. Actually, if we had gotten enough hints on Lone Wolf, I would have taken that. Because normally this gets 3 for Tactician being around, but we don't have Tactician here. So I guess sympathy it is. I don't think there's anything else that's cheap enough. Actually, wait. Firm conditions. Do we have 54? Oh, we have exactly. I guess we could buy firm conditions then. Or at our post, but I think firm conditions is way more likely to happen, so. Yeah, I guess this is what we do. Perfect SP expenditure. So, yeah, we almost had 1200 speed. We're 4 points off. 1063 power, pretty good. 748 wit though, definitely falls short. And we got 5 gold skills, a green. Sprint corners I think is also, it's worth a little bit less, but also it was so discounted that it was worth taking. Yeah, so this will probably fall short of even the current groove. Yeah, 13-7, rip. It's a shame. It was looking pretty good in the early part of the run, but it just didn't have what it needed to pull through in the end. They did both Donkey Kong Returns games and helped with Mario Kart 7. And then there's a Tropical Freeze remaster in 2018. Oh, they did from 2014 to 2024 are remasters. Both Return games and Prime 1. I guess... How well received were those? 'Cause they all... I mean, those are all pretty popular games, right? So... Remasters were good? Okay. Naughty Dog style, the last of these damn ports. Need more of them? Where's Prime 2 and 3? Good question, right? Returns HD was least good at the remasters because the loading times were messy.
Air Groove.
I think this was, yeah, this was the one that I ran. Because we want... If I want to be really brazen, we could go for the full double power stat stick. And hope that the Model B doesn't kill us. It's what we might have to actually go for if we want this to work out. What are the white specs look on this Condor? We're losing out on the chance of a big Earth finale dump, but... Yeah, let's try being a bit more brazen, I guess. It otherwise had Wii FPS and 3DS content for the first Returns game, but the loading times were bad. Luckily, Switch 2 exists. Yay! Definitely a bit slow going on the friendship building here. Remaster of Tropical Freeze is like gave us the now memed on new Funky mode. As they advertised a mode where you could play as Funky Kong as if that was a selling point. It has a selling point. Was it like anything aside from just playing the same stages with Funky instead? He was everyone's favorite part of Mario Kart Wii. Oh, Funky is baby mode? Oh, it's the easy mode? So they added an easy mode and that was a selling point? I mean, I can see how that's actually marketable, considering... Like... If they're selling to the mainstream, an easy mode is actually a pretty big deal. starting to wonder if I should spend the energy for these plus 20 stats, because, like, it's technically not the worst paired.
力がみな
As long as we can get our wit cards to do their job.
知略こそ武器かいかんな会場の熱気に当てる
That's funky. Who can fly in midair with a surfboard? An extra hit point to 2 for every Kong. Extra items in the shop to alleviate pain. Yeah, so marketing for the mainstream, right?
行くぞ
美しいやスタート各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう
先行争いは1番4番8番期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気エアグルーヴ先頭を行ったのは1番
No, all of which were stepped out and returned 3S for first minus
ちょっと
funky.
前に出ましたね
1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう先頭をかけます1番続きました4番3番
Ah, so some slightly devious
8番
marketing.
5番5番手1馬身差エアグルーヴおよそ5馬身開いて9番1馬身離れて3番それを見るように6番1番先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょ
The
う
Wii U
か
Tropical
かり
3
に
is
くるかもしれないで
removed.
す一息つけるといいですが
集団が一つにまとまって混戦状態です
これだけ
Wait, so Tropical 3's had an easy mode that I got rid of?
風を肌に感じる
Am I reading that right?
順位を振り返っていきます2コーナー回って向こう正面先頭1番レースはよどみなく進んでいます続いて2番
To be fair, the returns games are hard.
5番
Okay.
それを見るように8番少し後ろからエアグルーヴそして9番その後ろに6番さらに3番意気揚々と先頭を行きます1番どうでしょうこの展開
かかってしまっているかもしれません息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが
I mean, if it had any kind of reputation for that, I could see why they would market the easy mode as a selling point.
所定の力だ
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です
2番ここで抜け出した残り400
Oh boy.
いよいよ直線だどのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのかエアグルーヴ
Hair Groove proccing her unique and then just like failing to do anything. You can tell this is off to a fantastic start. Well, we lost our debut by like a huge amount. I might add that, despite the fact that I super stacked our power, we failed the passing rolls over and
手を
over.
抜くような真似はするなよ準備はできている
Do we wanna... I guess we do the first turf, well, second turf mile here. Maybe give her a chance to build up a few more
今
stats.
日の予定は決まっ知略こそ武器か
Is that a run reset? I'm not a whale, we can't afford to do that. But if I was a whale, then it's probably something I would actually consider. Thanks for the winning energy.
8番
行くぞ
上空に
Happy East Coast New Year's.
今スタートが切られました各
Still
馬
a
娘
bit for me.
綺麗なスタートを切りました
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね
先行争いはエアグルーヴ4番2番 注目株のエアグルーブ現在トップ。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは2番外から4番9番続いている。内から3番1番並んできた。さらには5番その外並んで7番内で6番。意気揚々と先頭行きます。エアグルーブどうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。一息つけるといいですが。
先頭集団を見ていきましょう。依然先頭はエアグルーブ。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は2番、そして外目を突き出しては9番1馬審査4番。ここまでが先頭集団。エアグルーブまだリードをキープしています。続きました2番少し離れて9番4番手に4番後ろ3番。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。じりじり詰める9番。まだ差がある。ここから
Yeah, it's an hour here for me as well.
最終コーナーを曲がって先陣を切ったのはエアグルーブ。先頭はエアグルーブ。これは強い。新潟の直線はまだまだここからが正念場。エアグルーブ強すぎる。完全に抜け出した。残り400エアグルーブ。足色は衰えないエアグルーブ。リードは4馬身上がってまいりました。1番残り200食い下がる。1番先頭は変わらずエアグルーブ。1番食らいつく。先頭はエアグルーブ。お見事エアグルーブ。100歳以上の強い。
また一歩理想に近づいたな。
Well, we had to do an extra race, which sucks, but... Shui, is that enough? We need 8 more fans, god damn it. So we have to do another race. That was a really bad self-destruct, getting 5th on the debut.
準備はでき。
But I guess now we can do like the G3s and stuff if we wanted. This is so bad. I guess we'll do the KO high.
力がみなぎ
So at least we can get G2 SP out of it.
観察させてもらうね。
今の私了解だ。どうにも頭がクラクラする。今の私の実力から見てやるべきことは決まっているはず。判断を誤るな。やるからには
I know
全
Unity
力
is
だ。
in...
手を抜く。
Well, I guess... We got an amount of... fair amount of normal Unity, so... Might be alright still.
準備はできている。
Alright, I'm gonna...
何
So I think our stamina is in a bit of a suspect place, so I'm gonna grab the 777s.
体が
ここは負けられない一番人気。
行くぞ。
どんより
Hey, Coffee. Happy New Year to you too.
スタート。各馬娘
You can't stay long, you have to get up early, so we'll talk tomorrow.
レー
Alright.
スが期待できそうです。
先行争いは待機シャトルカレンちゃん11番。期待通りの結果を出
Have a
せる
good
か。
sleep then.
1番人気エアグルーブ。
To be fair, this run in general is suspect, it's true.
並んでくるミホノブルボン8番。序盤からやり合っています。
いいライバル関係になりそうですね。
先頭をかけます。8番現在1番手はミホノブルボン。ここで先頭が入れ替わった。
See if things shape up a little bit.
3番手さらに待機シャトルカレンちゃん続いている。大欅を越え4コーナーへ。まだ先頭は動かない。これは直線勝負になるか。エアグルーブまだ抑えたままだ。さあ内から先頭を飾るのは8番エアグルーブ。前を狙っているぞエアグルーブ。外で足を溜めています。さあ誰が最初に仕掛けるのか。最終コーナーを曲がって最初に立ち上がったのはミホノブルボン。飛び込んできたエアグルーブ。400を切りました。先頭は2人の一騎打ち。先頭ミホノブルボン。しかしその差はわずか。抜け出したのはミホノブルボン。 だが後続も追いすがる。残り200。エアグルーヴ。足色は衰えない。エアグルーヴ。リードは1マスピン。お見事。エアグルーヴ。100歳以上の強さを見せた。見事。
また一歩理想に近づいたな。
Ray needs some really good stuff. And inspirations, I guess. Because we're losing all these turns to having to do the 2 extra races, which it feeds back a little bit in the extra SP, but not by as much as one might assume. Yeah, we got suspect stamina here, but that's why we have the 777s.
エアグルー
行くぞ。
寒空。スタート。各ウマ娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは5番、8番エアグルーヴ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気エアグルーヴ。先頭をかけます。5番。続いて8番。激しい先頭争い。内には3番。外から11番。少し後ろから西のフラワー。その外並んで17番。少し離れて12番。さらに内エアグルーヴ。その後ろから13番。内から行く岸アマゾン。それを見るようにゴールドシチー。その後2番。1馬審査ウォッカ。そしてその後ろから行くのは9番10番。並びかけてきた。さらにその内からは6番。後方2番手に16番。そして最後方18番。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
ここからスパート。一気にレースが動きます。
先頭は見合ったまま。これは直線勝負になるか。集団が一つにまとまって混戦状態です。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
5番。ここで抜け出したエアグルーヴ。まだ抑えたままだ。エアグルーヴ。前を狙っているとエアグルーヴ。並んできた。さあこれから坂。2側の舞台はこれから坂がある。ここで行きましたエアグルーヴ。エアグルーヴ。ここで抜け出したエアグルーヴ。まくって上がってくる。200を通過エアグルーヴ。譲らないか。食い下がる西のフラワー。先頭はわずかにエアグルーヴ。
Surprisingly, we didn't get overtaken by Nishino.
師走の阪神に
So it definitely looked like she was about to.
これが理想というものだ。頭がクラクラする。体力の限界か。
I'm gonna risk a 17 to try to improve our
分かっ
teams.
た。
Okay. Barely getting that E rank.
相手が誰であろうとか気を引き締めていこ
プ注目の1番人気3番折り返しと今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
1番と8番この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気エアグルーヴ。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。先頭を行ったのは1番。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは8番。内をついてエアグルーヴ。4番手に2番6番続いている。5馬審査10番外を回ってキングヘイロー。内5番内をついて4番。そしてその外から行ったのは7番。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
勝負は最後の直線に持ち越されたエアグルーヴ。前を狙っているぞ。さあ外から先頭を伺うのはエアグルーヴ。 平行まで400エアグルーブ。ここで抜け出した。最終コーナーを曲がって最初に立ち上がったのはエアグルーブ。エアグルーブこのまま押し切れるか。残り200エアグルーブ。足色は衰えないエアグルーブ。リードは2馬身。先頭はエアグルーブ。変わらない。やりましたエアグルーブ。他の馬娘たちを
また一歩理想に近づいたな。
4 to 1.
我々の勝利だ。
We definitely knew our stamina was not in a good spot, so our Wong team was in trouble. Rico's still... It's still not great. We need to fix that. Is this the turn to do it on? I'm thinking probably not.
一緒に頑張ろう。
実にいい気。いいだろう。
Taking those extra 2 races, but developing our other teammates behind too. Wit cards still aren't really working together here, which is annoying.
Ah, わかった。
Because if we have less, if we only have 1 rainbow or less on there, the turns are kind of not panning out as much as they should. Gotta love an early snowball.
相手が誰であろうと関係ない。
Yes.
私が目指す理想への礎にしてやる。
Yeah, we got the big power up and then nothing else.
実力は引けを取りません。2番人気は13番。
行くぞ。
先。
So no skill hints, no Euro proc. And a late start on this race.
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
日本ブルボンとマルゼンスキー。この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ウォッカ。先頭は日本のブルボン。単身で飛ばして行きます。続いてマルゼンスキー。激しい先頭争い。2馬身離れて7番。それを見るようにエアグルーブ。富士奇跡。続いている。 15番並んでくる。少し離れてダイワスカーレット。そしてその外を回って12番。その内並んでアグネスタキオ。すぐに続いて5番差がなく西のフラワー。そして外目をつきましては11番。さらに外から18番。2馬身離れてウォッカ。第4コーナーカーブ。
勝負どころ最後の直線へとかけていきます。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛ける。
これが所定の力だ。
さあ、ここから先頭を伺うのは7番エアグルーブ。前を狙っているとじりじり詰めるエアグルーブ。エアグルーブ。ここで抜け出したエアグルーブ。このまま押し切れるか。最終コーナー最初に立ち上がったのはエアグルーブ。エアグルーブ。足色は衰えないエアグルーブ。リードは4馬身。エアグルーブ。速い速い。もはや独走状態。残り200。これは強い。先頭はエアグルーブ。変わらない。1着はエアグルーブ。見事な走りで。
聞こえるかこの歓声。これが理想というものだ。
We might be in trouble for Oaks though. We're like being propped up by we're being propped up by the 777s, but I don't think this is enough stamina even with 777s for Oaks. I don't want to go down. Like, I don't want to take small breather because we'd have to get a late surgery and that just like completely screws things.
足が 頭がクラクラする。体力の何事
These aren't the greatest train turns. I'm gonna take a Rico turn here. It's a tiny amount of stamina, but... Let's see if we can make it enough to at least survive.
行くぞ。
歌詞のスタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ゼンノロブロイエアグルーヴ早くも先頭に躍り出た。
It's a good initial positioning if nothing else.
西のフラワー少し後ろから三輪早秀。さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たち。長丁場のこのレースですがエアグルーヴ早くも先頭に躍り出た。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は西のフラワー外を回って三輪早秀。その内並んで11番5番続いている。8番並んできた。12番並びかけてきた。内から10番外にはエイシングフラッシュ。その外並んでゼンノロブロイ少し離れて18番それを見るようにマンハッタンカフェ。さらに6番外目をついて菱山城成田大臣内から行く。外を通りまして2番向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ11馬身。順位を振り返っていきます。先頭は相変わらずエアグルーヴ続いて12番少し後ろから西のフラワー。11番4番手すぐに続いて三輪早秀。少し離れて5番その外並んで8番1馬審査10番外には18番少し離れてゼンノロブロイ少し後ろから6番そして内目をつきましてはエイシングフラッシュ。そしてその外から行ったのは菱山ゾン。残り 1000m を通過。マンハッタンカフェ内から行く。外で2番少し後ろから成田大臣後方2番手に9番そして最後方3番大欅を越え4コーナーへ。まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。
I don't think we popped 777s there, so there's like a high chance we get overtaken.
できるのか。さあここから先頭を伺うのは三輪早秀。最終コーナーを曲がって最初に立ち上がったのはゼンノロブロイ。栄光まで400。ゼンノロブロイここから一気にちぎるか。ゼンノロブロイ足色は衰えない。ゼンノロブロイリードは2馬身。残り200。2番手争いはエアグルーヴ三輪早秀。強い先頭はゼンノロブロイ変わらない。やりましたゼンノロブロイ。他の馬
There we got fifth. Yeah, missing that stamina proc was definitely really bad for us.
実にいい気分。今の私の実力から見てやるべきこと。やるからに。
Training trains are basically dried up too. It's not feeling great.
相手が誰で気を引き締めていこう。
勝ちは十分に狙える。青春スタートです。 各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは北サンブラック、5番6番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気 AM オペラ王北サンブラック快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭は北サンブラック単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは5番1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。先頭を行ったのは北サンブラック、続きました5番北サンブラックと5番序盤からやり合っています。
2人がレースを作りそうですね。
さあ花に立ったのは5番、このままリードすることができるか。続いて北サンブラック、3番手には1番、そしてその後ろから行くのはエアグルーブ、少し離れて6番1馬身離れて4番1馬身差 AM オペラ王、その後ろウイニングチケット4馬身差7番1馬身差9番2コーナー回って向こう正面、涼やかな風を肌に感じる札幌の地。現在1番手は北サンブラック、内から2番手5番3番手に1番4番手にエアグルーブ、そして6番1馬身差4番AM オペラ王、並びかけてきた1馬身差ウイニングチケット3馬身差7番、そしてその後ろから行くのは9番後方2番手に10番11番、最後方からのレースになりました。意気揚々と先頭を行きます北サンブラック、どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。一息つけるといいですが、
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ、
ウマ娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
400を切りましたエアグルーブ、ここで抜け出した。互いに足を止めている展開、これは直線勝負になるか。200を通過エアグルーブ、苦しいけど粘っている。並びかけてきたのはウイニングチケットウイニングチケット
Check it out running us, snowing.
この結果
That puts us in a bad spot. Well, at least the rest of the team picked up the slack.
実にいいだろう。
Nice 40 wedge.
力が了解だ。
Yeah, that's a pretty good Unity turn here. Especially since it's discounted energy-wise. With Rico being present.
貴様の提案を聞く。観察させてもらうよ。力がみなぎっている。いいだろう。準備はできている。やるからには全力だ。手を抜くような真似はするなよ。
We're just getting slammed this run.
And now
観察させてもらうよ。
Thanks for the resub, MCH. Appreciate the support. Yeah, Umamusume.
勝利への道を。
Yeah, what can we even do here? We're just getting like
鍛錬
destroyed on stamina.
注目の1番人気8番エアグルーブ。
人気と実力を兼ね備えた私一押しの
I
ウ
guess I'll
マ
run
娘
late
ですね。ト
surge
リプルティアラ
to
の
conserve
3冠
stamina,
目。
but
その
I'm not willing to buy a small breather. I think this run might just be flat cooked though.
スタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはアイネス風神富士奇跡15番、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気エアグルーブアイネス風神快調に飛ばしていきます。 先頭はアイネス風神、単身で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は13番、1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう。さあ花に立ったのはアイネス風神、このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは
His last run at least helped a little bit with the stamina. The legacies there didn't really have much for stamina boost perks.
15番、そしてその内から行ったのはエアグルーブ。向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ9馬身、順位を振り返っていき
But
ます。
this run hasn't been doing anything for us at all for the most part.
5番、その外並んで
It's starting to become a particularly large problem.
追走
Especially since we've actually got pretty good wit and we keep missing the 777 proc.
少し離れてダイワスターレット、さらに13番内でウォッカ、そしてその外から行ったのは3番1馬審査、9番外を通りまして4番1馬審査、1番外には12番後方2番手にゴールドシティ。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていく。
所定の力だ。まだ先頭は動かない。これは直線勝負になるか。エアグルーブ前を狙っているぞ。400を切りました。エアグルーブここで抜け出した。最終コーナーを曲がって先陣を切ったのはエアグルーブ。エアグルーブ速い速い、もはや独走状態。残り200。エアグルーブリードは4馬身、強すぎる。エアグルーブ8色は怒らない。エアグルーブ
Well, we were still able to conserve enough with late surge.
聞こえるかこの歓声、これが理想というものだ。
So I guess that works out. We need to do another race there because we're not at 60,000. She's gonna put us further behind. I guess if we're gonna do anything, we should probably try to run the Japan Cup then. Or no, wait, let's do Mile Championship. That way we can still get a bunch of fans, but we don't have to worry as much about our stamina.
一日穏やか。観察させてもらうよ。
Yeah, for mile races, our
注目の一番人気18番
stamina is in a significantly better place.
行くぞ。
長く今
If Haru were here, things would be probably
綺麗なスタ
worse.
ートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはマルゼンスキー12番岸明は
I mean, if this was a Haru run where we're this short on, we're like significantly short on fans by this point, I'd probably be giving up on getting more fans.
さあ花に立ったのはマルゼンスキー。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を
Haru's
伺うの
career
は
is very,
11番
very
その
rough
外並ん
for
で11
trying to
番
get
4番
her
手に
unique
待機シャトル
upgrades.
内から内からダイワ
Since
スカーレッ
dirt
ト
fans
あとは
really
岸明
suck.
はその外並んでエアグルーブ内で12番1馬審査ウォッカリコーペガサス追走9番並んできた。さらに外ゴールドシチ、その内並んで6番外を回ります。16番1馬審査4番外14番後方2番手に3番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
馬娘たちがどう動くか。
She gets constantly stuck taking on Ogiri, Taiki, and Maruzinski, which are some of the worst to go against for with their uniques.
栄光まで400。最終コーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのはマルゼンスキー。エアグルーブここで抜け出したエアグルーブ待機シャトルマルゼンスキー横一線に並んだ200を通過。エアグルーブ足色は衰えない待機シャトル食いしゃがるエアグルーブ1着でゴールイン。
聞こえるかこの歓声、これが理想というものだ。
Yeah, Groove.
何事にも近道はない。
Wow, nice trash training turn. Yeah, I guess King Halo still needs a friendship boost here.
あ、わかった。
I Do we already have practice perfect? We do not.
力がみなぎっている。来た。実にいい気分だ。今ならどんなメニューであっても。
I think I need to take the spear burst here too. I think our GDD is in pretty bad shape too. Yeah, this is probably not winning against the top slot.
気を引き締めていこう。
勝ちは十分に狙える。
So this round's gonna be very on life support. You wish you had as much Riz as this announcer.
青春杯スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは7番カレンちゃん、12番期待通りの結果を出せるか、1番人気キングヘイロー、7番早くも先頭に躍り出た。先頭から大きく離されて2番手はカレンちゃん、さらにエアグルーヴ、4番手には12番、すぐに続いて1番、外で9番、その外並んでキングヘイロー、すぐに
He's
続い
very
て
good
5
at
番、
being
少し
dramatic.
離れて3番、外から行く6番、後方2番手に10番、大欅を越え4コーナーへ、まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。まだ牽制し合っているのか。互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
キングヘイロー、外で足を溜めています。最終コーナー、最初に立ち上がったのは7番、外から上がってきたのはエアグルーヴ、残り400、エアグルーヴ突っ込んでくる、追い上げてくる子はまだ2馬身後ろ。2番手争いはカレンちゃん、エアグルーヴ、エアグルーヴ並んできた。200を通過、エアグルーヴ完全に抜け出した。エアグルーヴ、足色は衰えない。先頭エアグルーヴ、しかしそれとはわ
That
ずか。
was really tight.
今1着でゴー。
また一歩。
We definitely would have been in trouble against the top team. Yeah, we even took a loss here, so we would have probably gotten completely owned.
Yaruからには
観察させてもらうね。
We are so far behind on our speed. It's not even funny. Nice tissues. Kicking a horse while she's down.
一日おだ何事にも近道はない。
His training turns are awful.
Kyouのよ
張り切っていこう。
We need like 10 more speed turns like this to make this even salvageable.
実にいい。あ、わかった。いかんな。相手。我なく。
注目の1番人気12番。
行くぞ。
早春スタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはダイワスターレット、メジロマックイーン、スーパークリーク。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気エアグルーブ、ダイワスターレット、快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。先頭はダイワスターレット、単身で飛ばしていきます。さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていくウマ娘たち。さあ花に立ったのはダイワスカーレット。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはメジロマックイーン。そのうち並んで東海帝王。4番手には16番、内から内から
Pretty far forward for
後
late
からエア
surgery.
グルーブ、あとはレーシンフラッシュ。1馬身離れてゴールドシティ。向こう正面に入って先頭はダイワスターレット。先頭は変わらずダイワスターレット。続きましたメジロマックイーン。そのうち並んで東海帝王。その後ろ16番、1馬身離れてスーパークリーク。そしてその外を回ってゴールドシティ、レーシンフラッシュ。並んでくる。そのうち並んで3番エアグルーブ、並んできた。1馬身離れてマチカネフクキサル。その後から4番、そして外目を突き出しては5番、その外並んで6番、1馬身差7番、後方2番手に8番、14番。現在しんがりだ。第4コーナーカーブ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか。
これが女帝の力だ。
東海帝王、ここで抜け出した。先頭は宮様はこのまま直線での争いになるのか。さあ内から先頭を伺うのは東海帝王。さあこれから坂、2側の舞台はこれから坂がある。エアグルーブ、完全に抜け出した。エアグルーブ、負けられない負けられないと。残り200。エアグルーブ、足色は衰えない。エアグルーブ、リードは2馬身。2番手争いはゴールドシー。東海帝王、1着はエアグルーブ。最後
聞こえるかこの歓声。これ
Yeah,
が
we still managed to
そういうも
win.
のだ。
So like, 777 still provides just enough stamina for mediums, as long as it actually procs. Which is the trick, it needs to actually proc. We have like 600 wits, so it should be procking a lot, but you know.
力が止めどなく溢れてくる。
We got hints for a long shot. I think the game's trying to tell me something about this run.
力がみなぎっている。
There's a long shot and red shift.
始めるぞ。
張り切っていこ
頭がクラクラする。実にいい気分。
うに神とてもいえ。
今日の予定は
Nice
決まったか。
speed star.
慌てず。
Shame it's probably not doing anything for us here.
あ、わかった。
Our speed is so bad, I don't know
やるからに。
what the game could possibly give us to recover it now.
張り切っていこ
いかんな。我ながら完璧。
注目の1番人気3番エアグルー
行くぞ。
表にさあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りまし
It
た。
wasn't already, let's from the get-go, I guess so.
サイレンス鈴鹿と13番、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気エアグルーヴ、サイレンス鈴鹿快調に飛ばして行きます。 さあ花に立ったのはサイレンス鈴鹿。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは13番、内には5番、さらにはマヤのトップが5番手に16番。1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう。先頭から後方まで間延びした展開です。
仕掛けどころの難しいレースになりそうですね。
依然としてサイレンス鈴鹿、続いて13番1馬身差5番2馬身離れてマヤのトップが16番内から行く。それを見るようにメジロライアン、その後4番2馬身3馬身開いてエアグルーブ、後ろゴールドシチ、向こう上面に入って先頭はサイレンス鈴鹿。順位を振り返っていきます。現在1番手はサイレンス鈴鹿、続きました13番、あとは5番、それを見るようにマヤのトップが内16番メジロライアン、並びかけてきた。外を回って4番少し後ろからエアグルーブ、2馬身3馬身開いてゴールドシチ、後ろエイシングフラッシュ、そしてその後ろから行くのは1番、そしてその外を回って18番、それを見るようにゴールドシップ、内を回って
We might actually
オペラを、それを見るように
shooting
8番
for
少し離れて
victory,
9番、後方2番手に7番、第4コーナーカーブ、
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
マヤのトップガン、
Yep,
ここで抜け出した。
guess
先頭は見合ったまま、このまま
We were in approximately the correct placement for it, but I guess we failed the wit
さあ
check.
内から先頭を伺うのはマヤのトップガン。さあこれから坂、2側の舞台はこれから坂がある。食い下がるマヤのトップガン、エアグルーブ、速い速い、もはや独走状態。残り200、エアグルーブ、足の輪を衰えないエアグルーブ、リードは6馬身、エアグルーブ、これは完璧な勝利です。
聞こえるかこの歓声。これが理想というものだ。相手が誰で
Well, we have a B ranker here. This is actually kind of pretty cracked at Learned Falcon. Suffering a bit in stamina for pretty much everyone. Chizuda seems awfully confident. You know what? This run is basically dead, so let's see what the results of this are if we take the top.
4番人折り返し、さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
Do you remember the funny tidbit from Twitch Plays Pokemon in their early days? Oh.
このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはひしあけぼの、その後8番、その外並んでカレンちゃん、そしてその内を回って9番、その後から
Back in the day when donations existed from late year 1 until year 4,
2馬身離れて2番、後方2番手に12番、3番、現在シンガリだ。
anyone that donated over 200 total would get a Waylord badge on the stream.
一息つけるといいですが。
第
Nice.
4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。栄光まで400。
これが女帝の力だ。
互いに足を止めている展開。このまま直線での争いになるのか。ひしあけぼの。
Yeah, we got the shooting for victory here.
このエアグルーブ。残り200。先頭。ひしあけぼの。しかしその差はわずか。ひしあけぼの。譲らないか。ひしあけぼの。今1着だ。
Wasn't enough though.
1着はひ
We
しあ
had to have Pishi Akabono bail us
次
out.
回に生かすとしよう。
Yeah, we were 1 1/4 behind Marizinski. Yeah, the rest of the team ripped.
どうにも当たっ
And capping it off with a bad seniors. It'd be a complete waste if we got a good senior summer anyway, but yeah.
さあカチアに時間をあげるわ。
Definitely feel the game not even really trying anymore.
我ながらか
ここは負けられない1番人気5番。
行くぞ。
晴れ渡る。 各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気エアグルーヴ、星雲スカイ、快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのは星雲スカイ。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは7番。さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていくウマ娘たち。先頭は星雲スカイ、単身で飛ばしていきます。続いて7番、そしてその後ろから行くのは6番、外から13番、さらには3番、そして8番、内からエアグルーヴ、外を回ってゴールドシティ、その後ろキングヘイロー、外から9番、そしてその外エイシンフラッシュ、内から行く4番、すぐに続いてゴールドシップ、意気揚々と先頭行きます。星雲スカイ、どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが。
2コーナー回って向こう正面、涼やかな風を肌に感じる札幌の地。現在1番手は星雲スカイ。
The donations are often used by anonymous people to be the character you see on stream.
3番、内3番、少し離れて8番、エアグルーヴ、
Like when you fought a super boss fight
ゴールド
against
シティ、内から内から
Gen 1 team in a ROM hack during
9番、内4番、そしてその
Nightmare,
外を
one
回って
person
ゴールド
donated to be
シテ
said
ィ、
character
離れてエイシンフラッシュ、
saying lines from
第4
Persona
コーナー
4.
娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
エアグルーヴ、ここで抜け出した。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。400を切りました。声優
Wait, this is sounding an awful.
エアグルーヴ、
This is sounding awfully different from like
抜け出した。残り200。
Twitch playing Pokemon.
変わらないエアグルーヴ、リードは8馬身。エアグルーヴ、強い走りだ。このレースの主役は間違いなくこの子でした。勝ったのはエアグルーヴ。
また一歩
Did people put together like custom ROM hacks or something for that? I see. 'Cause I remember looking in when it was originally running like
どうにも
the
頭が
Gen 1 stuff, and it just looked like a bunch of chaos with people jamming main character into a corner and not progressing
今
anything
の私
anywhere.
の実力から見てやるべきこと何事にも近道はない。焦らず研鑽を重ねるぞ。準備はでき
5 custom ROM hacks, including the final release of the famed Gen 2 ROM hack Pokemon Prism. I see. So you're saying it got quite a bit away from its original concept.
今日の予定は決まったか。了解だ。いかんな。相手が
Man, I might need the... I may need to actually break and take a small breather just to get through the run, depending. Because Kita's then hasn't given us any quarter recovery hints or anything.
我ながらか
This run has been a complete catastrophe.
注目の1番人気6番エアグルーヴ。
人気と実力を兼ね備え
One which was a Twitch integrated ROM hack of Yellow where you
うまむ
have a Chatot instead of a Pikachu whose moods change depending on the emotes the chat is
これは
spamming.
一番が勝負になりそうですね。
先行争いはダイワスターレット
Which was successful enough to get a sequel for
16番
Crystal.
これから第2コーナーへかかっていきます。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気エアグルーヴ、ダイワスターレット、快調に飛ばしていきます。花を奪っていたのはダイワスカーレット。続きましたサイレンス鈴鹿2コーナー回って向こう正面、
Currently doing 100th run next match, or March. Between runs, we do salty bet style fights in Battle Revolution. I see. I didn't realize that was still going.
2番、5番手、13番エアグルーヴ、ここにいた、そのうち並んで1番、そしてその外を回ってエイシンフラッシュ、内を回ります。7番、10番、外から行く、1馬身離れて AM オペラ王、全のロブロイ、並んでくる。スペシャルウィーク、並びかけてきた、内の方から9番、そのうち並んで4番、少し後ろから動くか、後方2番手に11番、大欅を越え4コーナーへ。勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。これが女帝の力だ。エアグルーヴ、まだ抑えたままだ。気持ちよく逃げている。大変進んだエアグルーヴ、前を狙っていると。
Wow, we're proccing shooting for victory shockingly often for late surging. Hey, Kakuri. Nice raid. That was the rest of Bernie Emblem. The 10th anniversary was a gauntlet like it originally was, where you played Gens 1 through 9 plus remakes, sequels, and Legends RCS back to back to back to back, much like they originally did. And it actually finished? Or was there a timer where you just moved on to the next game?
今の私の実力
I was shocked that the first game didn't get soft locked forever, given what I'd seen for the few hours I viewed. Finished every game in the list multiple times before it's child's play at that point. I see. It almost did? Like, it almost legitimately got soft locked.
Ah, わかった。何事にも近道はない。
She's flying on a Pegasus for instructions. Going for the Falcon Knight Vengeance Bomb.
実にいい気分だ。今ならどんなメニューであっても納得のいく成果を出せるだろう。
They discovered a new soft lock in Gen 1 where you get trapped behind a guy on a table in Pokemon Mansion with no way out but an escape rope or grinding until death. Well, that's not quite a soft lock though, right? Because you will probably just eventually die and go back to the med center, right? It lasted 12 hours of nothing. That's impressive. Shockingly, our sets don't look terrible, though, like, I don't know. I almost don't want to win this, because if we actually win and get S rank, I have to face the Wonder Twins in the finale with these stats. It's gonna be so bad.
1番人気は8番。伸び盛りの。さあ、ゲートが開いた。
He also barely beat the Rocket Hideout at the time. That lasted like 3 days. But the stream was thousands at the time. Now it's like 100 dedicated people. Ah, okay. Yeah, I guess with just 100 people, there's a lot less potential for sabotage. So I think when I tuned in for a bit one time, they were stuck in one of the stores in a corner, and people kept mashing to keep the character in the corner, and it was impossible to get out. So it was just like an hour of them being in the corner, barely leaving and going back into the corner. Last time sabotage was common was back in 2018, I see. So a very long time ago, fair enough. Well, we won our race, but I wasn't against the 2 scary ones. I don't know what outcome's gonna be worse, actually winning or actually losing. Well, we lost, so I guess whatever. Let's get this run out of here, I guess. I'm actually shocked we got power above 1,000. I thought we were gonna have no stat above 1,000 by the end of this, the way things were shaping up. One run infamous for sabotage was Black One. Where he beat the game with a team with a team of tier 1 mons because he had 7 teams that all got released and couldn't evolve for shit due to trolls. So did you end up with a bunch of like high level tier 1s? Evolutions were a pain in general, that anyone could press a B or 2 and cancel them. Makes sense. 待機シャトル続いている。そしてその外を回って4番内同点上段1馬審査11番エアグルーブこの位置につけています。1馬身離れて15番少し後ろから5番それを見るように全のロブロイその後からアドマイヤベガ少し後ろからウイニングチケット内で1番少し後ろから18番後方2番手に16番まもなく第4コーナーカーブこれが女帝の力だ。ここからスパート一気にレースが動きます。互いに足を止めている展開果たして抜け出すのは誰だ。エアグルーブここで抜け出した栄光まで400最終コーナーを曲がって最初に立ち上がったのはエアグルーブ強すぎる完全に抜け出した200を通過エアグルーブ足色は衰えないエアグルーブリードは8馬身エアグルーブ強いとしか言えない走り次のレースが今から楽しみですエアグルーブ聞こえるかこの歓声これが理想というものだ準備はできている我ながら完璧実力は引けを取りません2番人気は16番 Another infamously troll heavy run was a randomized platinum run 行くぞさ I feel like
馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切ります。
randomizer already has potential to just mega troll
さあ花に立ったのはセイウン
before anyone even puts any inputs in.
先頭から大きく離されて2番手はライズシャワー、すぐに続いて待ちかねタンポイズ、それを見るように18番少し後ろからメジロライアン、1コーナーからそして2コーナー
To the point where some people sabotage Evolvepedia to make sure you can look up when Pokemon evolve.
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはライズシャワー、そのうち並んで8番、そして待ちかね
There are other resources out there though, right? Like sabotaging a single site wouldn't be enough. Surely.
向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ10馬身、順位を振り返っていきます。依然としてセイウンスカイ、続きましたライズシャワー、すぐに続いて8番、少し離れて待ちかねタンホイズ、すぐに続いて18番、それを見るようにメジロライアン、外からエアグルーブ、1馬身離れて13番。
It wasn't enough, but it was still dumb. Yeah. That does sound like it's going a little too far. It got certain pages locked to admin. Yeah. That's definitely understandable.
一息つけるといいですが、
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
ここからスパート、一気にレースが動きます。
エアグルーム、ここで抜け出したこの直線で勝負が決まるぞ。栄光まで400、最後のコーナー、最初に駆け抜けてきたのはエアグルーム。エアグルーム、速い速い、もはや独走状態。残り200、エアグルーム、足色は衰えない。エアグルーム、リードは6馬身、これは強い。先頭は変わらず。エアグルーム、エアグルーム。
It was the same era where you were on staff at Bulbapedia for half a year, so you were really upset at that. Yeah, that's definitely understandable too.
理想というものだ。今の私の実力から見て
Nice random slick surgeon. Well, whatever, I guess.
我ながら完璧な仕上がりだ。
This is a weird stat spread. What a pain.
注目の1番人気12番エアグルー。
行くぞ。
あいにスタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
日本のブルボンと1番、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気エアグルーブ、日本のブルボン快調に飛ばして行きます。先頭は日本のブルボン、単身で飛ばして行きます。1コーナーから
Man, this entire run was just like
さあ花に立ったのは日本のブルボン。
condensed bad luck, all compressed into a single
2番手は1番、
single
1馬身離れ
career.
てマヤのトップが名将怒涛並んできた。1馬身離れて18番、内から4番、1馬身差オグリーキャップ、1馬身離れてエアグルーブ、後ろエイシングフラッシュ、そしてその後方には15番、その後ろにジンボリルドルフ、その外並んで
I don't know if this is even a clear A
2
rank.
番、第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。順位を振り返っていきます。依然として
I'm probably gonna be picking all tier 1 skills too, to see if we can generate decent light sparks, which will tank the score even more.
エアグルーブ、そして内目をつきましては4番、それを見るように
Just means all my bad luck for the night is used up. Yeah, surely that's how this
その後ろに
works.
ハッピーウィーク、1馬身差ジンボリルドルフ、少し後ろから15番、16番並んでくる。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
エアグルーブ、ここで抜け出したこの直線で勝負が決まるぞ。最終コーナーを曲がって最初に立ち上がったのはエアグルーブ。エアグルーブ、強すぎる、完全に抜け出したエアグルーブ。先頭はエアグルーブ、これは強い。200を通過、エアグルーブ、足色は衰えない。先頭はエアグルーブ、変わらないエアグルーブ。
I think it really says something about how bad our stamina situation was. That
こ
like
れが理想というも
I
の
ended
だ。
up swapping to late surger and just never leaving. It's When it puts us at a clear, like, awkward skill disadvantage otherwise. I guess we get to hang out with Meisho and Aishin. Don't think that's a combination we've had before. So what happens when the run-in's prematurely? Yes. You get different dancers, which is a consolation prize, I guess. Yep. And there's the funny concert burn-in. I'll just grab, like, basically every tier 1 that have any relevance here. I guess we'll grab small breather after the fact. Yeah, the hints tactically didn't go too hard here either. I think this run was just a disaster, full stop, no matter how you look at it. Never seen that before. It's been happening for like the last 2 weeks.
How long have you been standing there?
And it feels like it does it with no rhyme or reason. So I thought it maybe had to do with the Wonder Twins not showing up, but that's clearly being disproven. So we've had it happen a few times otherwise. Hey Jammin, thanks for the raid. That was Volney. Hopefully you had better luck there than I had with this last one. We got absolutely massacred by like everything RNG-wise. Thanks for the hydrate lag. And we keep getting hit by a weird concert burn-in after we finish the concert.
エアグルーヴだ。
Which necessitates me going back to the title screen. Yeah, the Bepis sprayed me. I mean, that's still hydrating of a sort, right? You're going to bed. Alright. Does that mean Volney treated you well or poorly? You should also go to bed, but you've got insomnia. Yep. Well, hopefully the soothing sound of running horses can lull you to sleep? Question mark? Actually... Yeah, that really was just like terrible luck on stamina. It's not like the other Condor was providing much for stamina, but that was just the game giving us literally no stamina turns that were worth picking. I think he was doing Volney through to the end with, was it chat selected units out of the full army? It was in post-game. Hey Sim, it's 2 hours for you until New Year. Yeah, so you've got quite a bit of time left. I guess... we had New Year in my time zone, so I guess Happy New Year for everyone as of 10 minutes ago. Who is in my time zone. Making me choose between Kita and Fine Motion. Devious. Yeah, it gets 11 minutes out. Yeah, I'm on Canadian Central Time. But it's the time zone that is on also permanent daylight savings, so we don't change clocks. That's why I use Pacific when I say anything, because telling anyone times in my time and then expecting them to translate it would be kind of silly. So I just arbitrarily picked one of the coasts and went, yeah, we'll just use this. You don't change clocks either. They change themselves and they organize everything using Discord times, or then organize everything using Discord timestamps. Yeah, I've still got some old school clocks that would require changing if I had to. Well, old school. They're modern electric appliances, but they're not like hooked up to the internet or anything, so they don't change themselves. Eastern would be closer than Pacific, because Pacific is 2 hours behind, 3 without DST. I mean, I guess either way, because it's like not like it really matters. I just needed something that was like stable. that would follow what other people would expect.
知略こそ武器か。力がみなぎ。いいだろう。
Well, our friendship turns are looking better. Nothing else. Okay, don't self-destruct this time.
9番エアグルー
実力は完全。
行くぞ。
晴れ渡るスタート。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは一度にが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは3番2番エアグルー期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気エアグルー3番快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭をかけます。3番すぐに続いて2番2番と3番序盤からやり合っています。
2人がレースを作りそうですね。
1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。花を奪っていったのは3番。ここで先頭は2番。早くも激しい競り合い。そしてその外を回って
Yeah,
8
I guess
番内を回って
it really doesn't matter the distance because it changes around me,
そ
so
してその内を回って1番
Eastern is currently 1 hour ahead, but then it becomes 2 hours ahead of me.
3番どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
2コーナー回って向こう上面涼やかな
And then
風を
Pacific shifts in the other direction
現在1番
afterward.
手は3番続きました2番2馬身3馬身開いて6番さらに8番すぐに続いてエアグルーこの辺りまでで
Wait, Pokemon Gen 2, but they have daylight saving settings built into your mom?
少し後ろから2番1馬身差6番その外並んで
I am unfamiliar with Gen 2, but that is pretty hilarious.
5番そしてその外から行ったのは4番第4コーナーカーブ
ここからスパート。一気にレースが動きます。
エアグルーここで抜け出した4着を切りました。互いに
Mountain time would probably be the best
これは直
comparison.
線勝負になるか。さあ
Yeah, I guess in
戦うのは3番エアグルーブ速い速い
if I was going for like exactly or as close to
リードは5馬身先頭は
same time as
変わらないエアグルー
possible,
強い
but
走りだ
I guess I'm kind of conditioned to think in terms of people thinking in terms of the coastline stuff, since cable TV was always basing it on Pacific and Eastern time too. I guess that like very clearly dates me too. I talk about cable TV when it was actually something that was
準
relevant.
備はできている。始め。了解だ。
It dates you too, don't worry.
知略こそ武器か。
You're a 2000 kid, cable TV was the hot shit then.
何事にも。
Yeah, I'm a bit older than that.
知略こそ武器か。
It's funny because even back in like the 90s when I was watching cable TV, it's that we never changed our clocks, but I basically had to mentally change clocks anyway because that's what the cable TV was running. It was very irritating.
知略こそ武器だ。今日の予定は決
You
ま
were
った。
born in 97, so you missed out on most of the 90s era of
待つく
cable.
らいの余裕はある。
Got the tail end of 90s, Nick. Could have caught it in reruns, I guess. Ended up being sort of what happened to me for watching TV in the 90s, except because it was Canadian television just like showing whatever it could get its hands on. There was a lot of 80s stuff that made its way onto the stations.
了解だ。
And then like some even earlier stuff, like I grew up watching cable TV in the 90s, but somehow 60s Spider-Man was still a staple.
あ、わかった。実にいい気分だ。今ならどんなメニューであっても納得
And
の。
also Adam West Batman. There were a lot of reruns of that. Somehow.
力がみなぎっている。鍛える後期。
This was more of the few 90s shows that bled into the 2000s. Fair enough. See, I had a...
には全力だ。手を抜くようなま。
Thinking on it, I had a very strange, I guess dated, Rip Speedster TV repertoire back when I was a kid.
了解だ。
Rugrats and Rocket Power for
鍛
Nick.
錬の成果が
Courage
出
the
て、
Cowardly Dog and Powerpuff
結果
Girls
は
for
決まった
Cartoon
も同
Network.
然だな。
Rugrats is something that I saw a bunch of.
注
It
目の
was
一番人気4番エアグル
like
ー
one of the few modern ones that made it onto the cable. It was like that, stuff like Doug,
誰が先頭に抜け出すか
Reboot because it was actually Canadian, Beast Wars because it was actually Canadian.
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気エアグルーヴ。花を奪っていったのは13番。続きま
But
して
otherwise, there is
6
stuff
番
like
13番。2人とも花は譲りません。
ハイペースで流れる展開もあ
old
りますね
Hanna-Barbera stuff like Tintin and whatever snuck onto some of these channels.
3番に開いて西のフラワー。さらに2番、5番手にエアグルーヴ。そしてその外を回って12番、1馬審査、1番、
Rocky and
1馬審離れて
Bullwinkle
動くか。そしてゴールド7、外を回ります。16番、5番、並びかけてきた。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
ここからスパート一気にレースが動きます。
これが所定の力だ。
この直線で勝負が決まるとまだ1馬身以上の差があるとここから捉えることができるのか。さあここから先頭を伺うのは2番エアグルーヴ。前を狙っているぞ。じりじり詰める2番エアグルーヴ。内で様子を伺う2番。ここで抜け出したゴールド7。並びかけてきた。さあこれから坂右側の向かいはこれから坂がある。ここで行きましたゴールド7。ゴールド7まくって上がってくる。
You talk to your mom at the or on the in-game phone or at home on Gen 2. Oh no! Rip my fans. Third place. She asks you if it's DSC or not to accommodate for the clock system in the game. That's pretty great. If you say yes, it sets the clock back an hour.
この結果、次回にパスとしよう。
So it's almost like manually setting your clocks in Pokemon, but your mom does it for you. That's actually kind of cute in a bizarre way.
どうにも
No early Rico either. Fantastic.
一緒に頑張ろう
So this is a no speed star run with Rico coming in late. It's pointless that there's a dev menu that's easy to access that you can use to change the clock yourself. Huh. So you can be a grown-up kid. How is it that my 2 D rankers ended up... Actually, I guess I could move Fine Motion over... Or I guess Fine Motion is a C ranker, what? I could move her over to Mile, and then leave this up to Agnes. And then put Taiki secondary there. It's kind of better to spread the aces this way, especially with how sketchy the first unity can be if you don't. Alright, we have ad sitting. I'm gonna go refill my water and then we'll see how this shakes out. So I'll be right back.
勝利への道をこの足で切り開く
Shamak. Let's see. Well, Tazina's pretty optimistic, so surely things are fine.
注目の一番人気青春杯第2レスタートです。
It's funny, while I was refilling on water, the talk of the 2000s reminded me
先行争いはエアグループ6番12番12番落ち着かない様子。12番早くも先頭に躍り出た。先頭から大きく
New Year's
2番手は
in the year 2000.
6番4番手に11番2馬身3馬身開いてキングヘイド
With all the panic over
9番
electronics not being able to handle going to the year 2000.
勝負どころ最後の直線へと
It's just like everyone shutting off their electronics as the clock, like prior to the clocks rolling over, as though like
女帝の力だ
if you don't, the stuff would somehow catch fire or start smoking or something. It was such an overly dramatic moment thinking back to it. It's just like, and having afterwards gone into computer science and getting a degree and working with actually working with stuff on networks too is just like it feels so much extra ridiculous knowing that there really wouldn't have been any serious problem.
また可能性が広がったね。
So I don't know if someone started that crap just to sell papers or what, but... Like, it was basically a panic for no real reason aside from, like, some very particular old computer systems that would have just had the record screwed up. It wouldn't have caused irreparable damage. Then there were people who tried to fix the issue. I mean, to be fair, some systems did need, like, some patches to make it so that their records wouldn't look all bizarre and have terrible, like, computation that assumed logic that wasn't true anymore, basically. You're distracted. Are we talking about the Y2K bug? Yes, well, the Y2... Basically, the bugs slash the new... More so the New Year's, where, like, everyone is in such a panic leading up to it. And as things rolled over. But it's something that... Oh man, we actually need to do another race. Damn it. If we had placed second in the Asahi, we would have been fine, but no, we had to set fire to this run too, apparently. Do this G3, I guess? Actually, we should do this G2, the Phillies review. Because if we're gonna have to do extra races, we should do something that maximizes the SP gain. If we can help it, anyway. The main thing is that a lot of people worked hard to make it just not an actual issue. A lot of people panicked about it regardless. It's because, I mean, like, the media didn't do anything to help. So, like, there's a lot of weird misinformation where we believe that non-computer electronics are gonna have problems. Yeah, media moment, for sure. The difference between then and now is that plenty of restaurants and hotels are still running infrastructure based on Windows XP or 7, which means no 2038 fix if they tried. Yeah. I mean, in that case, them trying would be them actually updating their infrastructure, which is, yeah. It's a can of worms of its own, I suppose. What are we ending up giving? Yeah, we're not giving up anything too bad turn-wise. Still annoying though, because we do lose a training turn even if it's a crappy one, and we lose energy, which also messes up the next training turn. Easier said than done at this point. Oh, I know. Like, I worked in the tech sector. There were projects that I was commissioned for where we had to deal with, like, really old stuff. Like, I'm talking even older than Windows XP in some cases. It's just like, I can't believe you haven't updated. But it's, yeah, it was bad. It was stuff like Windows NT versions that had been out of patching forever. Did I have to use Windows 3.1? Pretty close. I mean, it was basically, I think, a version of NT that was maybe a few forward from 3.1. That said, I actually used 3.1 in my childhood. As a kid, I grew up when MS-DOS was actually still, like, the operating system that was generally used. The first computer I ever used was an old XT. You think a lot of industrial equipment is just going to get an interpositional layer that adjusts the dates plus X time? Oh boy. Funny, hilarious Band-Aid fixes. We love those. Your earliest Windows was a hand-me-down 95? Yeah, I was around when 95 was new, and I was super excited to get, like, when my family got their first Pentium. Because it's like, whoa, we can actually play or do Windows 95 stuff. This is so awesome. This is so much better than 3.1 or MS-DOS. It was actually, if you can believe it, legitimately actually in awe of Windows 95. Hey Yoshi. We're talking about old computer systems because we talked about I was talking about how basically there was the widespread panic over the Y2K New Year's turnover. Because everyone thought like their electronics were gonna self-destruct basically.
足が重い。今は休息が必要か。
Like the industrial equipment would cost multiple billions to replace. Not because it would actually cost that to update the software, because they have a maintenance contract that would charge them that and then made it illegal for them to update it themselves. I mean, maybe their lawyers should have read that contract over a little bit better. Windows 95 was amazing for the time it was released. It genuinely changed computing. I mean, yeah, for sure. Like, but just like thinking about it now, thinking back to it, me as a kid being super impressed by it, it's like it definitely makes sense for the time. It's also funny in context of how it compares to modern stuff. 4 hints to prepare to pass. Damn. Okay, we had an actual inspiration jackpot. Yeah, 4 prepare to pass, 2 shooting for victory. 4 hints for long shot. Oh, game, you're so cheeky. So does that... Yeah, that maxes shooting for victory. You know, I'm gonna buy it now. Actually, I should buy prepared to pass, too, because it's also maxed. Shame about... Damn. Shame we didn't get Speedstar. Could you imagine how cheap this would be with 4 hints on prepared to pass and 3 on Speedstar? I feel ripped off, man. Or like, even prepared to pass is even good enough that it's worth taking. Because it's a final spurts skill, basically. And those are always... the timing on that is always valuable.
今スタートが切られました。
Not the late start.
揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは日本のブルボン、ダイワスターレット。
You remember having a Windows 95 machine at home and being annoyed that your grandparents had a slightly better Pentium processor than yours, which made the difference for being able to run Vodka. That's or you had to go down there whenever you wanted to play it, even though you had a nearly good enough computer at home. It's the reason the 1984 ad is so remembered. The average dumb phone these days with enough CPU power that could give a Windows 95 computer a run for its money, not even counting the smartphones. Indeed. Yeah, I distinctly remember. It wasn't quite the same situation with my, like, having a better, like, someone else having a better Pentium, but my home computer ended up not being quite good enough, or like my family's Pentium, when they released, what was it? Sim Town. I really wanted to play Sim Town, because I saw a demo of it in, like, Staples or something, and played it there. And it was technically good enough computing-wise, but it didn't have enough RAM. And the game wouldn't run. So we had to buy more RAM. At a time when, like... Now imagine... that... You're not buying 8 gigabytes so you can play this game. You need to buy an 8 megabyte stick That's the difference between being able to play SimTown and not. I needed an 8 megabyte stick. By an amount of RAM, you could potentially count every bit of in person. I know, right? SimTown was so garbage. I mean, it had good presentation. At least as a kid, I was pretty impressed by the presentation. You're trying to remember what CPU was in your first laptop. You don't know if it was a Pentium, but it was definitely predated Core 2. Yeah, I don't even remember what was in my first laptop, but it was... Actually, I would have bought that for university, so it was probably like actually something decently advanced at the time. Hello, Hype King Boogie, thanks for the raid. What were you up to tonight? Were you doing Uma as well? Hopefully things were going well for you. SimTown had great presentation, but also didn't actually have any gameplay. I mean, that was kind of just all the Sim games, right? Because I played... Prior to that, I'd played Sim... Like, the original Sim City and, like, Sim Farm. And you don't really do very much in those either. Sim Ant was better. It's funny how the ants can take over the world if you succeed. I don't think I played Sim Ant. Although, I think my favorite of all of those, in the end, was Sim Tower. Something about Sim Tower just, like, really clicked with me. And I played it more than probably all the other Sim games I played put together. You went through grade school the years where all the kids and teachers flexed on each other by comparing whose flash drive was bigger. Nice. First time playing. Okay, so you're playing Uma for the first time? Hopefully that career went well for you. You firmly disagree because SimCity at least had to manage money versus taxes and placement of things to make sure your city doesn't burn down. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I never really did any of that as a kid. And my town didn't burn down, but I never really got to, like, Metropolis population or whatever. I was definitely playing it quite badly, I guess, so maybe that's why I don't remember it having very much stuff to do. In SimTown, the gameplay was essentially you have unlimited resources, you can place unlimited stuff, and your reward is sometimes you see animations. SimTower got a larger Japanese version of the game. Oh, really? Maybe I'll have to try to hunt that down for nostalgia's sake. SimCity, but with Umas. I mean, I'm sure they could make a parody game for it. Like, we got Party Dash, which is basically like weird, almost Mario Party-ish Uma game. Your 512 megabyte drive felt so cool until the teacher rolled in one day with a big grin on his face and a 2 gigabyte drive on his keychain. Nice. I think I had a 1 gigabyte drive that I think I had a 512. It was either a 512 or a 1 gigabyte that I took with me because I was really into In the Groove, and one of the local arcades actually had a machine that was set up where you could put the USB in for records. So I specifically bought a drive so I could have it record my my scores. I was pretty much that much into DDR at that point. You had a Metropolis named Poop City because you were like 7. I mean, fair enough. Yeah, now you can casually buy terabyte micro SD cards. How times have changed. Oh, there's a N64 version of SimCity, but it's Japanese only. Huh. I probably should actually improve our stamina a bit. Well, yeah, I'm on the 5%. SD cards still break your brain will, at least. NVMe drives are large enough that you can mentally model through them as storage, but SD cards are like, here's the thing that size of your fingernail. You can hold more music than you can listen to in your entire lifetime. Which is pretty wild to think about. Remember when having that kind of, even like a tenth of that kind of music required having a MP3 player that was almost as big as a modern smartphone? I think I've still got like that old iPod from that era too. I somehow doubt it would even boot up if I charged it, but I've still got it. Game is like not completely apocalyptic about our stamina. I should probably buy the straightaway recovery as a safety measure.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはツインターボ、エアグルーブ、マチカネタンホイザ、ツインターボ、快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ、花に立ったのはツインターボ。このままリードすることができるか。
We're saying was shopping for college laptops during the phase where SSDs existed. Net clear benefits over mechanical hard drives. But buying more than 64 gigabytes was prohibitively expensive, and everyone was freaking out about write cycles. Yeah, I guess at least I'm happy I didn't have to deal with that. I basically bought a laptop. I had a friend who I can't remember exactly how this happened, but he was basically, through his uncle, he got access to a bunch of old like government hardware. So like he would sell, basically as a representative for his uncle, he would sell that old hardware. So I got like someone's old work laptop basically, which for like a teenager who just wanted to use it for college, it was more than serviceable. So basically managed to get that for relatively cheap. You had an iPod Classic with 256 gigs and an LCD screen in 2007. So you got the real fancy updated stuff. I'm pretty sure the one that I have in my drawer somewhere is like the old 2 or 4 gigabyte model. Like that was old enough where I actually had to rotate which of my CDs I had on as music, because I couldn't put all of them on. So I had a fairly, I guess technically still do have a fairly like decent sized collection of game OST CDs, and I put all of those on my iTunes, and I had to choose which of those CDs would be on my my iPod because only like 4 of them could fit. Yeah, the quick wheel iPod. That's like that's what my 2 or 4 gigabyte, whichever it was. You could never go back to spinning discs again. All your computers from then onwards are 100% flash storage. Right? Isn't that just like anyone who buys modern stuff at this point? Like, computers these days don't even come with DVD drives anymore. The only reason you still have spinning Rust is because you got 32 terabytes of enterprise drives on the server, but you'd 100% switch all that to flash if it was prohibitively expensive. Fair. Your server is just sitting at 2 terabytes, so you got it on SSD just fine, but if you needed that much room, you'd probably just consider using mechanical drives again. I think I've actually still got a few old mechanical drives too, but like, I haven't connected or booted them up in forever. But it's stuff from old computers from when I upgraded. So I guess they basically act as backups to a degree. But I think they're so old that most of the stuff is things I wouldn't care about anymore anymore. Oh my god, our Mile team is... Why is our Mile team still just 2 E-rank? What happened to our Unity? What is going on? So we hit a number of Spirit Bursts. This is... I don't think anyone else here can do turf miling for me, can they? Nope. This is... Alright, well... I mean, we got 4 other sets that should be solid against this D-ranker, so... It should be fine. But... I can't believe we still have E-rankers as our only viable mile runners with a C-rank team. Like, game?
さあ今スタートが切られました 各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは10番
The whole CD drive disappeared for the computer was wild. You bought a CD drive for your last computer and then realized in the entire multiple years of owning it, you never used that drive. It's funny. I have a DVD drive, external one, that I've used a couple times. Because I had that really old capture card. For like my PS2 and stuff way back. It came with a CD for its software. And I don't think I was able to find any copies online of it, like to re-download it. It was kind of that old, so I ended up buying a DVD drive just so I could run that software. I'm pretty sure I've used it to play. I'm pretty sure I've used it to play a couple of my like DVDs from shows, but also I could have just used my PS3 for that too. But I guess I think I figured, well, I bought this for my capture card. I might as well use it and view it on my my actual computer screen instead of my consoles. Because that PS3 is hooked up to like an old LCD. Really funny thing about those rides that's appearing is you're actually trying to find them now, because every once in a while you want to rewire your dad's clunky media center, and his DVD collection is an abomination that he refuses to transfer to proper drives. I mean, I can respect people wanting physical. I'm one of those people who actually doesn't want physical at this point, because I look at my shelves and go, if I owned everything on my Steam library as a physical, I would have no room to move in this apartment. I would just be buried in cases. So I kind of prefer digital just because like, I don't have room to store all this crap. Yes, it was a Dazzle. Alright, Kita got rocked, but oh well. I mean, it was the Mile team. We knew that Mile team was possibly gonna have issues. It doesn't matter, we won 4-1. You're a retro collector, you love physical. Yeah, I mean, I'm somewhat torn, because I do enjoy the, like, the old games, like my old PS1 and PS2 games that I've still got. As physical. Like, I've got nostalgia for those, but I'm at a point where I simply can't store more stuff. So, from a practical standpoint, I prefer digital. Back in 2019, you were like, it's Black Friday, I'm gonna do my family a solid and buy them a nice media PC to replace this cursed setup. Then you sat there staring proudly at the completed thing and it hit you. You had not given the thing a DVD drive and you even built it in case I had no room for one. So now that computer lives on your bedroom shelf looking cool and awaiting a purpose in life. I mean, could that case have at least taken an external DVD drive? But surely it had a USB port, right? You'll be real, also digital lasts longer with good backup strategy, because all digital is physical somewhere down the line. Yeah, that's true, it's on someone's server, you know, often, wherever. And I guess technically download it to my hard drive, which is physical in a way, but massively compressed, because My several terabyte drive can fit how many games compared to every single game being a DVD? So much easier to migrate an old drive's contents to a new drive than it is to burn an old DVD to a new DVD. True. You could, or it could manage an external one, but your dad's real old. You'd be worried about asking him to deal with an external peripheral. You'd be worried about asking him to deal with a PC too, which is why you didn't go back and build another one? Oh my. I mean, I guess we take the winter, and this feels... Wow. Summer is not helping us out here. I mean, I guess, does it surprise anyone? Probably not.
一日穏やかに過ごせたおかげか気分がいい。これならば集中してトレーニングに打ち込めるな。
Alright, the runs tonight. The first one was... Holy crap. That's a lot of spirit bursts, but we don't... I mean, actually, do we want to stamina? It's almost tempting, because we kind of do need a little more stamina, but also this is a 3-stack wit turn, so we're taking that. But the first run was pretty good, but petered out in the end of senior year. It just lost momentum. It had pretty good stats and skills, I just couldn't... It couldn't get close to the current Air Groove. It was like 600 points short, never mind actually S ranking. Because we just simply didn't have the wit turns. It was kind of annoying. Then the last one was just bad luck incarnate. It failed the debut, and then it failed the debut hard enough that we needed 2 extra races to get the fans to move onward with just the career goals. And then it failed to really get good, like, usable stats in most ways, so that run was just floundering the entire way through. It was almost comical. So comparatively, this run is like somewhere in the middle between both of those. In part because we keep getting single rainbow turns here, so like I think this is gonna be behind compared to the stats of the first run come senior year. Also, have we gotten... no, we had not gotten Rico yet, damn. Late to the party, Rico, huh? Yeah, these single rainbow turns are killing me here. Single or less. That's kind of the problem, is that we have to get some level of high roll. Which, we've got a lot of high specialty priority cards, so like, they should be lining up more often than they are, but it's just... RNG be RNG, as they say. Well, okay, our stamina isn't completely hopeless. For comparison, last run we got to the Shuka show here, and I had an X assessment of stamina, and I ended up going to late surgery in order to conserve stamina and not die.
貫禄すら
行くぞ。
And we still had like 300 stamina for most of the rest of the career.
各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け
After
出す
that
か注
even,
目しましょう
so
先
like
行争いは12番西のフラワー。
Tazuna was definitely feeling pretty grim about our stamina for the entirety of senior year.
12番会長に飛ばして行きます。さあ花に立てのは12番。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは8番。第1コーナー回って第2コーナー。花を奪っていったのは12番。続きました8番3番手アグネス・ターキオ3番4番手外から行く西のフラワー。それを見るようにゴールドシチ9番。
It was actually one of those runs where our stats were so bad that I wanted to lose the Zenith so that I didn't get owned in the finals.
向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ12馬身。順位を振り返っていきます。現在1番手は12番。さらに8番2馬身離れてアグネス・ターキオ1馬身差3
Because I
番
wanted to at least finish the run.
内を回りますゴールドシチ外には9番それを見るように18番そして
Get all the
その
stuff
外を回って
sorted,
ダイヤ
which,
スカーレットエアグルーブ内から行くそれを見るように動く
Wouldn't have really happened if
5番それを見るように7番少し後ろから
we
4
had
番
all of our
エミロロ
clocks
追
and
走
retries each
それを見るよう
map
に
on the
13番
finals.
1馬身離れて14番まもなく第4コーナーカーブ
ここからスパート一気に
これが女帝の力だ。
まだ差がここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか
To one of the well, Japanese Twitter was debating why the save icon in Microsoft Excel was a vending machine with a bottle left in it. And you were like, there's no way I'm this old. I mean, let's be honest here. When was the last time you saw a 3.5 inch? Ew, of course. So now we have to do another X-rays. These are the runs that just keep on giving, I guess.
Hurry,
2015, actually.
実にいい。
I mean, that's so quite a while ago, right?
今日の予定は
I actually technically saw floppies more recently, but only because I've got a few that are stuck in boxes in my back.
8番エアグルーブ
I can't remember the last time I actually put one of those floppies into a computer, though.
演技屈指のスピードで最強
行くぞ。
長く
Your high school homeroom had
ウ
some?
マ娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな集中してましたね
You don't know when the last time you saw one was, but you could find one in 10 minutes if you went and dug around in your parents' garage. Yeah, so basically like the same with my my side room. Where I've got some packed away, but like, I've got no means to use it. And anything that was on those floppies would be pointlessly useless to me anyway at this point.
リコーペガサス内でエルコンドルパター少し後ろからゴールドシチーその外並んで17番そのうち並んで12番1馬身離れて
She kept a whole box of unused blank
それを見るように
ones.
11
For
番
collection purposes?
2番グラスワンダー最高峰からという体勢であります7番先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか
7番彼女の客室には合っていますね
第4コーナーカーブ
ここからスパート一気にレースが動きます
エアグルーブここで抜け出した互いに足を止めている展開このまま直線での争いになるのかエアグルーブ花を進め
What if one had Oregon Trail?
コーナー先陣を切ったのはエアグルーブエアグルーブ
Well, you'd better check every one of those discs, I guess.
残り200エアグルーブ
I know for a fact that none of the floppies I have would have Oregon Trail.
熾烈なデッドヒートエアグルーブ今ゴールインエアグルーブ並みいるライン
聞こえるかこの歓声。これが理想というものだ。
Actually, the ones I might care about are the ones that would be like either completely gone or buried in some corner of my parents' garage that I'd have no idea where to find them. Because that old XT I was talking about, which I should mention that the internal hard drive on that XT was so small that you could back up the entire thing to a 3.5-inch floppy. And still have room on the 3.5-inch left. But that old XT, I used to play a version of Double Dragon with my dad that was on a set of 5.25-inch floppies, I think. It's basically that, and I think we had a 3.5-inch with Pac-Man on it. Like, those two discs are the ones that I would care about. I have no idea where they are. Sometimes you need blank floppy disks in case you run out of storage and need one. Possibly. Oh, you think she just forgot and she was retiring that year, so she was cleaning out her homeroom as a result? Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. If vinyl collecting still exists, CD collecting will. Yeah, there will probably be a point at which CDs will be like the cool in retro thing. Even a Blu-ray can't fit a modern game. That's true. At least some modern games. Some like older indie or some smaller indie games would probably fit on Blu-rays, but like there are definitely massive games that are like 20, 30 gigabytes that they would never fit on physical media these days. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5 infamously only has a tutorial level on disc. That's pretty incredible. I don't think we've done much for Unity, have we? We activated maybe like one spirit. No, we activated two. How's our team looking? Extremely suspect stamina. So like, our long team is probably just losing. If only I could put fine motion on the long team. She's got 500 stamina. Alas. She's long C, so that would ruin her speed and she would probably never win. Yeah, this is probably a fight the middle team moment. I can't imagine this assessment is that good. Wow, Tizuna is extremely optimistic. I definitely don't believe her on long. There's no way that this stamina is enough. Well, it might be okay on Tama, since she's an end closer. Are we placing everything on Tama? What's Tana's running? Yeah, she's a late surger. You know what? Kita's probably just gonna explode, but... this might be fine if Tama or Tannhauser pick up the slack. So, let's see, we're maybe okay on medium. Technically, Air Groove's stamina is not that good. Actually, you know what I should probably do is swap roles. So Air Groove is doing Mile and Fine Motion is doing Medium. Do we flip? Actually, maybe we flip with Bamboo Memory too. It's like she probably does better on Mile than us. And this is the Air Groove spec for Sprint, so. Alright, well, I don't know. This is technically a relatively favorable assessment, but I'm not sure how much Tizuna's gaslighting us. I guess we'll find out.
勝ちは十分に狙える3番人気11番
Imagine fitting FF14 on a disc. How big is the actual installation for that? Oh, it's all 115 gigabytes. Yeah, easy, right? You just gotta release like a 20 Blu-ray set.
各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはエアグルーヴ、待機シャトル、カレンちゃん上がっていきます。花を奪っていったのは2番、続きましたカレンちゃん、早くも激しい競り合い、外を通りましてエアグルーヴ、内を回って
Switch 2 cards can actually hold enough data for games like Cyberpunk with the DLC. That's impressive.
8番さらに7番、さらにその内からは5番、まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
I didn't realize that the Switch actually had decent capacity.
集団が一つにまとまって混戦状態です。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
I mean, I guess they're technically doing SD cards with it, so they should have great capacity, but you never know with Nintendo.
エアグルーヴ、突っ込んでくる、上がってまいりました。エアグルーヴ。一気に上がってくるエアグルーヴ200を通過待機シャトル苦しいけど粘っているエアグルーヴ完全に抜け出した
Wow, we destroyed the sprint race.
1着でゴールしたのはエアグルーヴ
This is pretending to be Microsoft and never removing old content from your regularly updated MMO causes a lot of content accumulation.
3着に入ったのは8番
Yeah, I mean, I can't...
理想に近づいたな
I can't fault them too much. I feel like a lot of other companies do that too. Like if I look at... Yeah, if I look at my PSO2 installation, that's 150 gigabytes. Mind, that includes new Genesis and base PSO2, but still. That also, I think, proves a point, too, because base PSO2 stuff is technically old content at this point. You'd be very curious to see a breakdown of all the 14 data. Probably roughly even split between voice lines and models/textures. Been surprised. Oh, clean sweep! I can't believe our long team actually won. And not only that, but Kita got first. What? Like, this Seiyun has 600 stamina. How did Kita out front run someone with 200 more stamina than her? Some of it might be pre-rendered cutscenes too. There aren't a lot of them, but the game does include all the release trailers in the cinematic they use to shut down 1.0 or 1.x. Wow, so really never removing any old content. That's kind of funny.
準備はできている。始めるぞ。
Weirdly enough, a lot of data issues can be caused by the fact that people still want to play on hard drives. It causes the need to duplicate a lot of data when you can't read fast non-sequentially.
慌てずよく考えろ。待つくらいの余裕はある。
Yeah, I guess that's fair enough.
張り切っていこう。
Yeah, quarter recovery being real late to the party here. We already used straightaway recovery as our safety net.
焦らず研鑽を重ねるぞ。
You get to rewatch that cinematic as a reward for beating the ARR 8-player raids. Ooh. What a reward.
張り切っていこ
At least it isn't FF11, which is stuck on an early turn of the century launcher that feels like this is the age of the inch.
力がみなぎっている。
う。後期だ。
I still remember the old, like,
準備はできている。始めるぞ。
online stuff where you needed to use external stuff for online multiplayer. Like, the old Westwood Command and Conquer games and stuff where it's like, this is an external app. You have to use GameSpy.
何事にも近道はない。焦らず研鑽を
And then it was like super revolutionary that Blizzard was like, yes, we wanted VNet. And it integrates all of our games into it, so you don't need to tab out to another window.
判断を誤るなよ。
And it took other companies a while to catch up too, because I still remember Red Alert 2 being like, hey, you still need to launch
今ならどんな
GameSpy.
メニューであっても納得のいく成果を出せるだろう。
14 is in the same boat. A lot of the core infra still dates back to 1.x and is catastrophically incompetent leadership 13x or 13 plus years ago. I remember you talking about that. And it's like stuff with what was the wardrobe programming that
始めるぞ。
it was what considered such a chore to do that they never wanted to update it again.
何事にも近道はない。焦らず研鑽を重ねるぞ。
VNet started with Warcraft 2 and Diablo 1 for a reason. True. Wait, was it Warcraft 2? I thought it was Diablo 1 and StarCraft, and then like Warcraft 2 was retroactively updated to be usable with it. Because I seem to remember Warcraft 2 not being compatible until they did like that big battle chest re-release or
納得のいく
something.
成果を出せるだろう。
に神の気を入れ
体が軽い。
Oh, Warcraft 2 got its update after D1 but before StarCraft. I see. Fair. So I guess maybe that Warcraft 2 update was testing the waters for StarCraft then?
今の私の実力から見て。 やるからには全力。
Modern Games team has made some pretty heroic efforts to secure more physical hardware to expand their data centers, but everyone knows the servers are held together with string under the hood. They're way more vulnerable to DDoSes than they should be, and the server tick rate is low enough that you have to
慌てずよく考えろ。
acclimate to hitbox snapshots before you can do pretty much anything. Huh. That's, sounds like an adventure. boy, the Osaka High doesn't like our stamina.
私が目指す理想への礎にしてやる。
I mean, we should be okay fan-wise, even if we have to place top 3 here. Actually, what was our... No, wait, we don't get our second inspiration till after this. Okay, well... Good luck, Air Groove. Use the power of prepared to pass and shooting for victory.
そうし今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはエアグルーヴ15番メジロマックイーン。
There was an incident back in 2023 where a newly released Ultimate Raid broke the world race because the fight designers didn't realize the game had a hard-coded buff cap. Yikes.
このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはダイワスカーレット。そしてその後方には
Racing teams said to adjust their strats on the fly to avoid giving each other too many buffs during a mechanic that handed out a lot of player debuffs, because otherwise some of the mechanic debuffs would get overwritten. Or not properly applied, it would become unsolvable. Wait, the debuffs were required? Why are the debuffs required? そしてエイシングフラッシュ、そのうち並んで5番、少し離れて6番、そしてナイスネイチャー、それを見るように12番、その後ろに8番、後方2番手にスーパークリーク3番、現在シンガリラ、第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。 They gave you the plot of the world ending because there was no saving it? It's in need of another reboot. They've got some deeply ingrained problems that they take a full rebuild to fix. Now the question is, would the higher-ups fund flash greenlight that? Because that sounds like a very expensive and involved engine rebuild. Because they affected how other debuffs propagated and how you interacted with other players. That sounds like a very band-aided raid encounter. Things that were contagious when you were close to someone unless you already had something else? What? It's not the most popular raid. I wonder why. Hello, Straw Slime. FF11 is growing in popularity again? That's impressive. I guess nostalgia, similar like with WoW Classic. Oof. Didn't really get much help on that inspiration. Like, we got the big power base, but otherwise it's like... Ooh, Summer Runner. So amazing. It's fairly common for raids to give effects that are both a buff and a debuff at the same time. Like, you take damage over time while you have this effect, but are immune to a certain attack. They classify as debuffs because you can remove buffs from yourself whenever you want. You need to be able to, or you need to be unable to self-cleanse these, or else the mechanics won't work. I see. Oh, most of the people going to 11 are actually 14 players looking for more content? That's kind of a funny thought, considering how much I see,
あ、わかった。
how much I see, like, you and Brad and Shattered Ice talking about, working on current content in, damn, sucks to lose this turn, but, like, this, damn, 66%, or 30% failure for a 66 gain. It's risky. I read that as a coin flip initially. I was like, crap, that's a really bad chance. This is still a really bad chance, but it's a little more reasonable. But considering how much I see you guys talking about progressing the current stuff, it surprises me that you could run out of content. The actual reason nobody likes this particular raid is that its mechanics are very role agnostic, so it feels the same no matter what job you're doing on. Its mechanics solutions are very static, so there's no room for flexibility, covering for mistakes or player expression. Yeah, I could definitely see why people don't like that. A lot of the content Brad does is old stuff. I see. You haven't seen Brad that often? I think he just exists in FF14 to fish now. Alright, I think we're gambling this because it's technically within the ratio I normally accept, and if we don't go for this, I think we like very clearly miss any chance at the benchmarks anyway. Wow, a 30% didn't blow up in my face. It's a Christmas miracle. Hi JKC, welcome to the stream. You came to see if you can learn anything for Unity Cup. Well, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Brad takes the goldest, grindiest, and least rewarding stuff to do for some reason. I mean, he's probably conditioned to do that because of the fishing grind, right? He's got to pick what's closest to the fishing grind so he feels at home. The people who are complaining either have been playing for like 10 years and have impossible expectations, or we're looking at a somewhat narrow slice of FF14's content. Okay. The New Year's Miracle, true. If you've been playing for 10 plus years, it's a lot more reasonable to run out of things, or at least to run out of kinds of things you're interested in. Fair enough, I guess. See, you don't grind the big fish. I think most people who are playing that game don't do the fish, right? Right? That's like not the main draw. Brad does achievement hunting, which is sicko behavior. Well, that is his trademark, right? Sicko Dimitri. So it suddenly makes much more sense. But, okay, it makes more sense now that it's 10-year-old accounts plus getting into that situation. I was wondering if it was people ending up in a same situation as New Genesis, where it's like they release like one grindy thing to do for the next 2 weeks, and half the people don't want to do this grind because it sucks, so they technically have no content to do. You've done a bit of the big fishing, it's comfy and fun, very social. Really, now? Because, you know, the way Brad describes it, it sounds miserable. You're just gonna watch and learn? Okay, fair enough. Ooh, nice. Big wit turn.
観察させてもらうよ
So yeah, we're not... This run is not completely out of it.
鍛錬の成果は
As much as Air Groove is trying to sabotage it with her mood
同然だな
dance.
注目の一番人気15番エアグルーブ
Imagine you play the game for a challenge raids and you get one new raid every tier every 8 months and you clear it in 2 to 4 weeks and then get bored of recording it for loot 8 to 10 weeks later.
行くぞ
Yeah, that makes sense. That's way more content than I'm used to getting a new Genesis.
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう
We get it at a faster rate, but it reuses assets and the grind kinda sucks.
1番人気エアグルーブ
And they keep introducing new upgrades when there's not a new boss to fight, which is also very irritating.
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは12番そしてエアグルーブ5番4番手外からマヤのトップが
So it turns into just upgrading equipment for the sake of upgrading equipment, so that I guess you can bully the old content more or something. I don't know.
12番エアグルーブここにいたその後ろ5番
You're half convinced Brad plays 14 for the sake of being miserable?
7番名称怒涛
He picks the most cursed things to do.
オペラを2馬身3馬身開いて16番2馬身差11番向こう上面に入って
That's the achievement hunting things, right?
順位を振り返って
Is
依然先頭は
it maybe just that all the achievements are the most cursed things to do?
4番手には5番1馬身差マヤのトップが1馬身離れて9番外からテイエムオペラを内から行く名称怒涛
Some are people who have been playing since Heaven Sword and are jaded. Others joined during... What's SHB? Further a huge amount of the content backlog the game is available, and then once caught up, realize they no longer have said backlog of content. It's really of interest to them. Fishing isn't half of it, the man spends absurd amounts of time running hunt trains. Wait, so what's so bad about hunt trains? And how does that differ from, like... How does that differ from the raids, I guess? Like, is this...
夢を叶えた2着はサイレンス鈴鹿3着はゴールドシップ
Is it like not instant stuff?
超えるかこの
Or...
これが理想というものだ
You think the people who are saltiest about 14's content speed are the ones who look at Square Enix's financial reports and their sub costs and wonder why they're bankrolling 7 Remake and not getting that much polish and love in their game too? I mean, isn't the answer for that the engine is, like, held together by duct tape and hopes? Kind of hard to make that much polish when your engine could fall apart at any moment. SHP is Shadowbringers? Okay. You play other games and Xenoblade or Xeno Chronicles 2 RNG Gacha Pull and Breath of the Wild doing 900 core exceeds, so I got you depression and angry, which is unfathomably less curse than what Brad does. So, do we need to stage an intervention for Brad? Should we be worried? You only played vanilla PSO2, but you sunk a lot into PSU growing up. Vanilla PSO2, like, it's got a lot of stuff that's, like, dumb, dead, failed content, like the tower defense stuff, but... I mean, at least it's got a lot to do. The new Genesis pacing has been awful. I'll say that much. Even though, like, I think, objectively, the engine is so much better in New Genesis, but they just fail to do anything interesting with it half the time. Because, like, base PSO2 has problems with its engine being pretty janky for the kind of things they tried to do for episode 5 and 6 content. It very clearly shows its age. And somehow, like, I still prefer the raids from episode 5 and 6 in base PSO2 to a lot of the stuff they put out in New Genesis. To put it in perspective, somehow the base PSO2 endgame content just feels better put together, despite the jankier engine. Individual hunt trains are fine, he just does so many of them. Like, he just wants to kill every last one of them. He's channeling his Sicko Dimitri by doing Sicko achievements. The achievements for them involve killing 1,000 A and S rank hunt mobs? What? Oh my god. That's like the Pokemon Go badges that I refuse to do for their raids. There's an achievement for doing 1,000 raids, or there's like a medal, platinum medal for doing 1,000 raids in Pokemon Go. It is separate from doing the 5-star raids, which they also want you to do 1,000 of. It is quite possibly one of the stupidest things I have seen asked of a player. Particularly since you only get one free raid pass a day, so if you want to farm that, you're probably whaling. Most sane players will do 1 or 2 a week outside of Super Grinding Week where you can sell the loot for a ton of gil, or else not do them at all. You think Brad has said he does like a dozen per day? No wonder he doesn't exist. He is stuck in raid trains continuously. Best ranks run on real-life timers of like 2 to 3 day respawns. Oh! So that's what attracts him. It's like the fishing timers, right? Where it's real-time tracking. So he feels at home, because it's like fishing. All you know is that Dark Falls is somehow back despite the profound darkness of defeat in vanilla PSO2. But actually, that's a fake out. Dark Falls is not back. And, like, part of the hint of that is in that, like, the Dark Falls that shows up in the start of New Genesis is, like, very clearly mechanical. It's a replication. And the story gets weird and complicated from there. But basically, there's a new extraterrestrial threat that Sega has yet to fully explain. And initially, the way they were doing the story is I just assumed that it was a bunch of Luther's toys that he forgot about running wild, but it's seeming less and less like that. So I have no idea what's going on with the story anymore. Time trains are also really boring. The fights themselves last for less than 10 seconds in Modern Gear. And that 1k kills is for a subset of boss mobs that spawn in roughly a 2 to 3 day timer. Flying to and from the hunt marks takes twice that. Teleporting between instances takes even longer because the trains stop to give everyone a chance to arrive. Yikes. I mean, that sounds as cursed as the old raid trains in Pokemon Go before they added remote passes, which are technically extra expensive, so you're wailing for those too, so most people don't do that. But when people used to do car drive chains between gyms, do mass raiding during like 3-hour raid outs. It was super cursed. It still is super cursed. Some people still do that. I've stopped doing that because it's not worth. At least when an expansion is new, the hunt marks last long enough before you do a mechanic or two, or so you get to do a mechanic or two before they die. The only thing to do now is make sure you arrive fast enough to land a hit on them so you get credit for the kill before they die. kind players play tanks, so they do less damage to the marks, so they last longer, so more people can hit them to get credit. Oh no, that sounds super awful. Who would replicate Dark Falls? Someone who is apparently worse than Dark Falls. Like, okay, consider that Dark Falls was trying to... Well, I guess the Profound Darkness was trying to just turn, like, all photons into dark photons, right? The guy behind this is apparently some alien thing who eats photons. And his plan is, because arcs are so weak at this point that they're not even worth eating for their photons, is to force them to fight Dark Falls replicas so they get stronger so that they're worth eating. Yeah, no, bra indeed. Bullet trains your beloved. Hey, Itsy. Happy New Year to you too. Can we actually win this against the A ranks? Our stamina is kind of suspect again. And unlike the last time, I don't have like the B rank aces that would make me comfortable. Oh! And our roll saturation is in such a weird place that Special Week got shoved onto Mile with her C Mile aptitude. I'm so sorry, Spay. The game is doing strange things to our team. Yeah, you know what, since we won the top rank of the last one, I'm gonna play this safer. Because we are definitely not in a place where it's... Like, the Gamba in the previous one was significantly more likely than winning the Gamba here, so I think we go against the middle. Which is why I usually like to do top fight in the first 3 unities, because that allows us some leeway to do middle race with the 4th one and not lose the 50 attributes on the Zenith fight. Because, especially if I do top middle, then I'm probably stuck doing middle on the 4th one too, and I lose chances of winning against Zenith, basically. Because like, if we have to go middle on the 3rd one, then what are the chances we actually build up to be strong enough to win the top on the 4th? Pretty much nothing. Galactus makes the planet more lush, so it's better when he consumes it. Yeah, that pretty much sums up Vile. Vile and his companions. They weakened over the money, so I'll train them up again. Yeah, that pretty much is it. So yeah, the other extraterrestrials are called the Starless, and actually, once they actually showed up, I've kind of wondered if they've got some relation to I can't remember what they're called. Whatever Shiva's minions were, because the large bulk of the Starless are actually weak to dark attacks, which is the only other enemies in base PSO2 that were basically like that were the Hirokuten guys and Shiva's minions. So I wonder if it's like some mutation of Shiva's minions at this point. Portable 2 Infinity was weird as it took until the literal last game in the universe timeline to finally fight Dark Falls. Despite the seed being implied to be Dark Falls based on the PSU. Ah, okay. I unfortunately didn't really have a chance to play any of the stuff like the portable games or PSU. The only game I played after the original PSO1 was Phantasy Star Zero. And then I didn't play another Phantasy Star game until New Genesis, which, because of its horrible lack of content, I went back and played like the entirety of Base before we even got to Kavaris, the snow area. So it's like, they were that drip-feedy on content. I basically did all the endgame content almost before the desert area was finished. It was not Sega's finest moment. Compare the classic timeline or PSO1 timeline where Dark Falls is fun a lot. Yeah, I think they start to move away from, like, fighting it repeatedly, too, right? Because, like, at least, I guess, once you get into the timeline that your main character is following, you fight, like, mostly decisive battles against the Falls in base PSO2. Oof. Yeah, going against the top would have been bad, because we went against the middle and we lost one, which is usually a sign that our stats were we're not going to be good enough for the top match. It's only when we clean sweep where I wonder if maybe we could have pushed our luck. Portable continues off of Phantasy Star Universe. Yeah, so I missed Phantasy Star Universe and both portable games, so a big hole in the story for me. I see you. Any New Year's winners so far? Oh, no, the air grooves have not done terribly well, although this one is maybe shaping up to make something happen. Our wit's kind of low, though. I don't know. And we keep getting single rainbows, which is not going to be enough scoring-wise. Or even like functional stat-wise, because we do want our speed to be high here. Man, yeah, like this is not it. There's also Nova, which is a Japanese-only Vita game that is the only Phantasy Star game to be 100% offline since the first floor. Huh. Never even heard of that one.
ここは負けられない一番人気11番行くぞ波乱の香りスタート各ウマ娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
名称怒涛ペースが速い期待通りの結果を出せるか一番人気エアグルーヴ星雲スカイ快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭は星雲スカイ単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは
Stamina's kind of low. Yeah, I mean, this is a sprinter, so the stamina is not gonna matter. Like, 400 stamina is plenty for a sprinter. Especially since we've got a recovery skill. The catch is that we do have to survive the mediums long enough to actually get to the point of our sprinting. 星雲スカイ先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか。
星雲スカイ彼女の客室には合っていますね。
第2コーナーを抜け向こう正面に入った涼やかな風を肌に感じる札幌の地。依然として星雲スカイ続いてエアグルーヴ待ちかねたんほい座3番手少し後ろから9番名称怒涛追走そしてその内からいたのはメジロマックイーンその外並んで8番内から5番少し後ろからゴールドシップあとは6番そして外目をつきましては 12番7番内から行く少し離れて4番第4コーナーカーブ
ここからスパート一気にレースが動きます。
さあいよいよ直線だどのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか
Wait, so they updated like an old mechanic that was miserable to farm, so now that people want to farm it for what is it, accessories? Yeah, Happy New Year to Happy New Year to Pacific Time.
また一歩理想に近づいたな。
It has no online mode like PSO1 episode 3. PS0 on the portable games, and no offline mode like PSO1 or Universe. Wait. So what mode does it have? Then, if it's lacking both of those? I'm a little confused. There's a gacha that's since shut down that was played like, or was played with the original 4 games, gameplay-wise. They had characters from every timeline. It was made for the 30th anniversary. Yeah. That, I assume that was Japan only, because, like, it took a gargantuan effort to just get base PSO2 over here, right? So... It's just pure offline? Okay. It's now the year of the Uma. Aha. Surely Psy Games will dole out some pretty cool horse stuff for us, right? It wasn't so much miserable to farm as not worth it to farm because there was no loot, but they gave it new loot and now it's just miserable to farm. Ah! Well, that makes it totally better? Question mark. Oh, it did get a localization and just lasted 2 years in the West. Wow, I'm shocked. I would have never expected Sega to actually do that after how hard it was to get base PSO2 over here. You don't know, you did it 3 times when you last went in there. So we got your pot friend 3 out of 3 times, easy. Yeah, that's how it works every time, right? I think this run might be cooked. This back half of the senior year has been pretty bad for training. Like, I have no doubt I'll finish the career. These stats are pretty capable of that, but there's very, very little chance that we S rank.
綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。一番人気エアグルーヴ、これから第2コーナーへかかっていきます。The
Japanese version connected to PSO2, so they just ditched that in the Western version. Okay.
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは
Wait a second.
3番手11番向こう正面に入って先頭は
Actually, I think I might have heard of the stuff from it. Was like one of the characters like Gene, G-E-N-E? Stuff like that.
並んでくるその後ろ6番その外並んでスペシャルウィーク
Because I think they've done like cosmetic releases for them in New Genesis.
2番外には天元モンフェラ王、その後ろゼンノロブロイ、7番並んでくる、そのうち並んで4番、その後ろ1番、後方2番手に
Okay, yeah. They've done releases for cosmetic releases for that in New Genesis, and I was just like, who the hell are these? I don't recognize these from anywhere.
先頭は依然
And there's no explanation given by Sega. It's just like, ah, yes, here's a banner. I'm like, what? Who? What?
さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。さあ外から先頭を伺うのはエアグルーヴ。エアグルーヴ、ここで抜け出した。最後のコーナー、先陣を切ったのはエアグルーヴ。エアグルーヴ、先頭はエアグルーヴ。これは強い。残り400、食い下がるサイレンス静か。エアグルーヴ、速い速い、もはや独走状態。200
You've run a little bit dry on Uma. Last 15 runs or so have been one-star inheritance marks. Yeah, I mean the odds of getting like a truly good spark in there is pretty bad. Like, I say this as someone who ran how many operas, how many goal shies for the Haru sparks. The odds are, quite frankly, kind of miserable. Because I would basically do full days of runs from like between the Thursday and the Wednesday to try to make new parents. So like I would easily go 3 or 4 weeks between getting something better. Like there's a reason we were stuck with like 1-star guts, 3-star long opera parents for a while. I'm pretty sure we finished the Haru run that won. We had a 2-star guts, 3-star long opera with like appropriate chain attached. Because I for the life of me could not make a good power, stamina, or speed spark with the opera like actually getting a 3-star long or a 3-star turf. It just was not happening. Months and months on end was not happening. RNG make happy. Ignore Uma and come to 14, where there's no RNG, and whether you get snapshot by a server hit by an attack you should have dodged. Not at all. It's truly. I totally believe you. Ooh, actually, that's a pretty good speed turn. Where does this put us? Because, like... do I want to start, like, taking the energy down for this? I don't know if I do. But we're kind of desperate for... Like, this power is actually looking quite high, but then we have to rest. But, like, 20 is pretty attractive. Alright, let's do this. See, now I put myself in an awkward spot. Oh, Gamba Gamba. I mean, I guess if we want to try to push for this here, we have to be greedy. We either be greedy or we're just not gonna hit it. I still don't think we're gonna hit it, even if we get to 1200 speed and power somehow. This is probably a miss, considering the wits are looking a bit low. And we have 3 whole training turns after this, one of which has to be used for Rico. I guess it doesn't have to be used, but we're definitely losing a lot of guts and stamina if we don't. Well, I guess speaking of speed and power, a lot of our runners have that. Our stamina's all over the place, so the game is... The game is playing like most of our lower stamina characters. Well, no, I guess Kita has 540 plus recoveries. But like, then we end up with 538 stamina on Mile over here. I mean, I guess we can't reasonably put her on medium. Okay. Well, he ain't making this slightly awkward, I guess. The stacking RNG in Uma is kind of bumming you out, feeling like progression is kind of non-existent for you. Yeah, unfortunately, kind of the gacha way. Because you recently started Heroes too, right? And that has slightly less layers of RNG, but only because of the extreme power creep at this point. That's definitely one where you can feel like you're getting stalled too, depending. So it's just kind of the nature of gacha. They want you to open your wallet. You never touched Heroes and never will. So what was that screenshot then that you posted in Asuma? Did you just get it from somewhere else? Extremes are a highlight of the patch cycles for you because they're where you mess around with the jobs you're not playing in the Savage tier. Is it because you... Is it because you get to be stronger? Or is it the stuff that you're fighting weaker? Oh, is the a screenshot you stole from somewhere? Okay. So I guess I got the wrong impression. Heroes is quasi RNG. Its combat is supposedly deterministic, but in practice you just have to guess who wins in a matchup. Yeah, that's true, because it's almost impossible to compute now. So it's just like, this should probably win, right? Man, our skills are gonna be so scuffed here, too. Alright, you know what, we're gonna bank on the skills we currently learn being good enough to win this and try to greed the SP. Surely nothing wrong will go with, or nothing bad will come of that. Actually, what? Where did it place our groove? Okay, we are in sprint. So game thinks Miles dubious, huh? Well, surely we just simply win sprint, medium, and dirt. It's not like we can turn down the race anyway. Alright, extremes are generally lower difficulty content than the savages. They're like the gateway into harder content. Okay. Extremes are the easiest thing you would want to watch a guide for and couldn't expect to clear in the first few tries. 10番並んできた外を回ります11番後方2番手に1番大欅を越え4コーナーへまだ先頭は動かないこれは直線勝負になるかカレンちゃん内で様子を伺うさあ外から先頭を伺うのは4番エアグルーヴ前を狙っていると shooting for victory.
まだ抑えたままだエアグルーヴ2番手につき様子を見守る
still so sad about that speed star.
400を切りましたエアグルーヴ
Because we got the speed star in the last run, and that last run was just so dead. And it's like, this is a completely wasted speed star.
リードは2馬身食い下がる7番先頭は依然エアグルーヴこれは強さを見せつけて
Every single extreme trial has a very rare mount drop, which you either need to run it over and over to see, and then fight 7 other people for, or buy from a shop for 99 fight clear tokens.
2着は7番3着に入ったのはカレンちゃん
And I assume, it's specific to extreme? Is it not something you can also get for doing the savage mode? There we pull through. We lost the medium and the mile. So yeah, long team actually pulled through. Nice. Key to actually pulling through and outrunning Kogon. It's EX only. That's interesting. Savage Rays have their own mood. Kita-san winning, bugged, or rigged. She's actually won a couple times in this run.
やるからには全力だ。手を抜くような真似は。
Okay, this is kind of a crappy turn, so we're gonna use Rico here.
いかんな。
注目の1番人気9番エアグルーヴ
パドックでも注目を集める
Collecting all the mounts for each of an expansion extremes also gets a final version of it too.
上空に
They all share a theme.
さあ
Huh.
ゲートが開いた各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな集中してましたね好レースが期待できそうです
期待通りの結果を出せるか一番
I guess
人気エアグルー
it's
ヴ
that is kind of neat that they give an incentive to do the stuff
さあ
that's not the top difficulty, but also it strikes me a little bit strange that it's exclusive to below the top difficulty when they're likely that desired.
ゴールドスチー追走そしてその外11番その外並んで16番内を回って待ちかねさんホイザ
If you want it, you either grind it out with other players and fight them for it, wait 2 expansions until you can solo the fight, and then grind it out without having to fight for it. Wait even longer, and maybe I'll show up as an optional reward in the patch promo then.
先頭からしんがりまでおよそ10馬身順位を振り返っていきます犠牲としてツインターボ続いて6番3番手にはアグネスタキオンそれを見る
I mean, I guess it's part of
エアグルーヴ続いている
an MMO development cycle that seems to make sense.
内から18番その後からシアマゾン4番並んできたそしてその後方には5番
The themes are pretty cool. ARR Extremes gave horses, Heavensward gave birds, Stormblood ones gave wolves, Shadowbringer gave dragons, and Endwalker gave lynxes, and Dawntrail gave wings. Wait, what are wings?
6番どうでしょうこの展開
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです
所定の力だ
Oh, Savage Sheet raids are entirely different fights, not a higher difficulty level of the same fight. Okay, I guess I misunderstood. I thought this was like all difficulty level talk.
最終コーナーを曲がって先頭を切ったのは待ちかねたホイザフィシアマゾンかわして先頭に立った栄光
Now it makes a lot more sense to me.
並びかけてきたエアグルーヴ完全に抜け出した
Extreme Trials are harder versions with the story bosses. Savage Raids are harder versions with side story
エアグル
content.
ーヴリードは1馬身3番
Oh, your character just grows wings. Okay.
お見事エアグルーヴ100歳以上の強さ
I thought I read wings as like a name of a species. That was maybe slightly confused.
これが理想
Savage Raids are harder than extremes for sure. Right, so more difficult content, but not like strictly difficulty levels. Ultimate Raids are harder than either. And those are like completely different content as well. No. the getting trolled by the final appearance. A classic. So we technically get more power here, but like the stamina serves us less, so I guess we just click speed. Feels bad.
了解だ
We're still gonna get pretty high on power and speed, but like...
結果もおのずとついてくるだろうさ
Yeah, I don't see how this could get S rank. This is too far out.
実力は引けを取りません
Even if we got the god turns of god turns on speed on the next
行くぞ
last training turn coming up, I don't see how it could possibly be enough.
綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
サイレンス鈴鹿会長に飛ばして行きます。さあ花に立たの
Ultimates are usually souped up versions of either the main story arcs of each expansion or their savage raid tiers. Their mashups and remixes of old content that have had their difficulty extremely jacked. Have you two 5 to 6 phases in a row with no breaks? I see. They only exist to give the sweatiest raiders something to do. Fair enough.
ゴールドシップ並んでくる向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ10馬身依然としてサイレンス鈴鹿続いてスーパークリークさらにはエアグルーヴ後ろ11番5番手4番少し離れてマヤのトップガンその内並んで5番1馬身離れて15番ウイニングチケット外から行くここは第3コーナー桶狭間ポイントさあここで目覚めるかゴールドシップこのまま一気に刺しに行くのか集団が一つにまとまって混戦状態です前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです
Straightaway recovery puts a good spot because we're ahead of the runaway frontrunner
この直線で勝負が決まるとまだ差があるここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのかエアブルーで花を進むさあここから先頭を伺うのはサイレンス鈴鹿4着を切りました最後のコーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのはエアブルーブ食い下がるゴールドシップ200を通過エアブルーブリードは7馬身先頭は変わらずエアブルーブこれはすごいエアブルーブ強い走りだ
Things you can get away on mediums by having a singular recovery skill plus like 400 stuff. It's worthless to actually do PvP in mediums with that, but since we're building a sprinter, we just skirt by. No! Our rainbow is on wit instead. So if we take this, it still helps speed a little bit and can push us up to... Because we'll get 28 more to all stats. Well, except Guts and Stamina will get a little bit more because of Rico, but for speed, power, and wit, we get 28 more from winning the final, plus the carrot juice, or supplements, plus good ending. So this would allow us to push up to 800 wit, which should be A tier scoring. And this is only 8 less speed than we would get by clicking speed. And 9 less power, but like 9 power is so pathetic. I don't think 9 power is worth really considering. At least, because after the 28, this gets over 1100 for power. So like 9 more power is not going to push us to 1150. That's just not happening. So yeah, I think the correct choice here is wit. Like Guts could also increase speed and power, but this is definitely not going to help us as much as clicking wit. This is classic. We reached the senior year back half, and just the training is abysmal.
我ながら完璧な仕上がりだ。結果も
This was so good too. Like
相手が誰で
we probably only needed like 2 or 3 more actual high roll turns to maybe push this into a possibility.
いか
Alright, I guess before we do this final sequence, we do have ads hitting, so I'm gonna let those run, refill my water, and then we'll race the Wonder Twins and see how this shapes up for scoring. Let's see, we're back.
相手が誰であろうと関係ない。私が目指す理想への礎にしてやる。いかんな。会場の熱気に当てられ、らしくもなく高ぶってしまう。我ながら完璧な仕上がりだ。結果もおのずとついてくるだろうさ。相手が誰であろうと関係ない。私が目指す理想への礎にしてやる。会場の熱気に当てられ、らしくもなく高ぶってしまう。我ながら完璧な仕上がりだ。結果もおのずとついてくるだろうさ。相手が誰であろうと関係ない。私が目指す理想への礎にしてやる。いかんな。会場の熱気に当てられ、らしくもなく高ぶってしまう。我ながら完璧な仕上がりだ。結果もおのずとついてくるだろうさ。相手が誰であろうと関係ない。私が目指す理想への礎にしてやる。会場の熱気に当てられ、らしくもなく高ぶってしまう。我ながら完璧な仕上がりだ。
Alright, we're back. So I'm gonna also buy. So it's not like we're gonna get more hints here. I'm gonna grab Professor of Curvature and probably Rushing Gale. We want to leave room for no stopping me now. So grab those. They're functional, and because they're gold skills, they'll score well.
注目の3番人気、13番エアブルー。
3番人気ではあり。
行くぞ。
どんより。さあ、ゲートが開いた。
Great, late start.
スタートを切りました。
これは一度にが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは9番ガイワスターレット当選ジョーダン。先頭は9番単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはエアグルーヴ。3番手にはビターグラッセ。すぐに続いてガイワスターレット。第1コーナー回って第2コーナー。9番快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ、花に立ったのは9番。このままリードすることができるか。
This is actually a weird opening camera angle.
1馬審査ガイワスターレット ト少し離れて
Quite
5
low
番
to the
少し
ground.
後ろから6番少し離れて18番それを見るようにエアグルーヴ少し後ろから当選上段少し離れて12番さらにリトルココンそれを見るようにエルコンドルパサーさらにその内からはハッピーミーク外目をつい
The
て
game usually, if it does a big panning shot like that, it usually does it more from the air, so that's kind of weird.
続いてダイワスターレットそしてその内を回ってビターグラッセそしてその外から行ったのはエアグルーヴ18番続いている少し後ろから5番それを見るようにリトルココン内で当選上段それを見るようにハッピーミーク少し後ろからエルコンドルパターそのうち並んで6番少し離れて8番1馬身差14番1馬身離れて12番第4コーナーカーブ
ウマ娘たちがどう動くか目
This
が
might be a
離
little bit of a
処刑の
struggle.
力だ勝負は最後の直線に持ち越されたエアグルー
The
ヴ
late start might have
最終コーナー
done bad things to our stamina.
エアグルーヴここで抜け出したエアグルーヴこのまま押し切れるか200を通過エアグルーヴ足色は衰えないエアグルーヴリードは3馬身先頭は依然エアグルーヴ一角はエアグルーヴ
Shooting for victory and prepared to pass it up, though.
栄冠を手にしました
Damn, still, that makes me extra sad that we missed the speed star.
聞こえるかこの歓声これが理想というものだ
Alright. Well, another concert with Kingdom Hearts. Get out of here, twins! Unfortunately, they're here to stay. I might pull up a spreadsheet for this too, just to see. Although I don't, since we'll be mostly taking gold skills, would we even be really micromanaging too much for SP? The side games patch are silly game. It is kind of weird that they outstat some of the named Dumas as much as they do. Just the nature of the power creep of scenarios, though, I suppose. So now that it's no longer her scenario to be the rival, and Happy Meat gets to take a back seat to the Wonder Twins. Hooray, we avoided getting the concert glitch. I still don't know what causes that. They could just buff the NPCs in the scenarios. Yes, they could make the other named Dumas stronger. It would spice things up a little bit more to have like, say, Rudolph showing up actually be a little bit more of a threat to them, but it is what it is. So we got 1189 speed, 1128 power, 821 wit. So this is definitely higher than the first run, but we're also missing Speed Star. So we grab no stopping me and it's on. There's only 210 points. And like United Speed, it's got awkward proc places, or like places where it procs, but it scores well. That only leaves us with like 70 SP. Unless there's something that's more convincing. Because I guess we could grab like Case Chaser straightaways and Shrewd Step. What is Shrewd Step again? Is this an Excel skill? It is an acceleration skill, and this happens. We're changing lanes. So we might want to take that, because like Pace Chaser straightaways are a little bit whatever, but if we get 2 skills, it might also score better and be more functional. What other options do we have? Stop right there. I don't think we'll be taking a debuff. Meticulous Measures? Actually, what if we do Shrewd Step and Meticulous Measures? Because we are building a Sprinter. This also gives lane movement speed and acceleration. So yeah, I think we may do meticulous measures with Shrewd Step. Focus is also an option, but I kind of have a personal vendetta against Focus. Got our 4 hints on Long Shot too, but I don't think... Like, we could grab Long Shot and say... No, I guess we didn't even get Sympathy. If we had gone Sympathy, like a play could be to do Shrewd Step, Sympathy, and Long Shot. But Long Shot and Sympathy could be considered like semi-self-sabotage. And we are trying to make something that's actually functional in addition to scoring well, which is part of what creates the problem for me here. So I think this probably is Shrewd Step and Meticulous Measures. And where to go? There's. So I'd rather have Meticulous Measures over Pace Chasers straightaways. If it was Pace Chaser corners, there would probably be more of an argument for it. You're losing motivation for this game again. You still got 22 Kiseki rewards left, which is 5.5 runs if you do ×4 difficulty. Yeah, it can be a bit rough to grind that. You still have some days, so if you want, you might want to spread out the runs a little more, I guess, to keep yourself from burning out. Yeah, this game can get fairly time-consuming if you try to maximize everything. Because even skipping through most of the stuff, a Unity Cup run generally still takes about 35 minutes, 35 to 40 minutes. See, Gap Closer is towards the back, so we wouldn't want that over Meticulous. And technically, Corner Recovery would score like a little bit better than a Tier 1 acceleration, but We don't need more than... We have almost 500 stamina and straightaway recovery. We don't need more than that for a sprinter. Alright, well, we're walking this in. This is probably gonna be like an almost 14k and just come up a bit short. Or I guess quite a bit short since we'd need 500 more. Yeah, 14k. Called it. With a little bit better luck. A little bit better luck, this could have... Because if we got in Speed Star to put it instead of one of the acceleration skills we picked up, that would have been a couple hundred more points, while still being functional, and then high rolling wit a couple more times. If we had pushed that to 900, this could have been an S rank. Sad times. Still, I mean, it's a 14k run, still actually pretty good. Just not quite where we were wanting it. You need the rewards to feel your gambling addiction. You have like 1,500 carats and consecutive rewards and 2 rainbow shards. Yeah, that's what I would recommend, trying to spread it out a little bit more. Because the Fuji mode is still around for 4 more days after this, I think, right? So... if you break that up, 6 runs over that, you can do like 2, 2, 1, and 1, so that you're not super hard farming. Alright, see you later, Yoshi. Thanks for stopping by. If you don't make it back, have a good night. You missed it. How did my power get so high without 8 power cards? You've been struggling. Part of it is that Air Groove has a 20% bonus to power, so like grabbing a bunch of speed turns means that hitting the secondary power is going to push it up quite high. Besides that, I also ran double plus 63 powers inspirations. So 126 starting power, and then both inspirations gave around 100 extra power on top of that. And it also, like, the wit turns, as long as the wit cards are cooperating, which they were only kind of halfway cooperating for this run, but it allows you to push speed there as well, so that you can afford to look for opportunities to hit Spirit Bursts on power on top of that. And it provides the extra energy where you can get away with that as well. You'd be doing 2 speed, 2 power, 1 wit to get enough power for a weight surger. Yeah, basically it boils down to a cross of having a bunch of power sparks or power inspiration on top of being able to mash speed a lot for the power secondary on someone who has a power growth bonus. Is it just for scoring or for strong horse? I'm trying to make an intersection of both, which is why I'm having a bit of trouble with the scoring. But it's for... if you go all in on it, you can score really high and just end up with like an unusable horse. Because the score chasing runs, what they'll do is they'll push for like 1200, 1100, 1100 or higher, and then they'll just pick skills that are heavily discounted for as high an SP or like a skill score as possible, regardless of whether it's useful or not. So it's just like, if you get 4 hints on something that's outside of your running type, it doesn't matter, pick it. So I'm trying to pick stuff that actually functions, because I want to put these runners on my team trials team and have them actually win. But yeah, this setup generally works way better for sprint and mile than trying to do it for something that actually requires stamina. It barely functions for medium, and that's only if your horse has an inherent gold recovery skill. You can sort of get away from it with long if you're doing like Super Creek, because her unique recovery is really stupid. But it's something I wouldn't recommend trying with long unless you've got like a whale deck. Because there's a very big limit to how much a free-to-play account like this, or like, I would assume yours, can do. Because even with maxed out SRs here, unless I mega high roll, it's pretty tough to score high. And even borrowing this fine motion helps a lot. Borrowing the whale, maxed out whale fine motion, but I can only do 1 borrow. So meanwhile, the decks that are truly scoring higher, having like max Biko Pegasus in place of Halo. They have their max Rico. Agnes and Kitaru are probably replaced by Max Marvelous Sunday and Nice Nature. That kind of thing. Hey, Happy New Year to you too, Crimson Lucky Moon. But I get 2 flames or a single rainbow in Classic here. I mean, it depends. Because it depends on how much else is stacked up. Because the single rainbow plus 4 people might be worth more than the 2 flames, like proportionally to how much energy you're spending. Because the thing about Spirit Burst is it increases your energy expenditure a lot. So it would depend on what numbers I'm looking for more, especially if the flames aren't on, like, say, power or speed. I guess if the Spirit Bursts are on wit too, there's extra incentive to click them because then they suddenly convert into giving you more energy back. But it would also depend on what my Unity looks like. Because I'm usually hitting Spirit Burst because I'm worried about how my team's going to perform in Unity. And if it happens to line up with the good stat turns, then sometimes I'll go for it. Or if I think my speed and wit are in a good enough place where I can hit a Spirit Burst on the power. It's a lot of touch and go type of judgment.
貴様にしてはよくやった。褒めてやる。
It's too bad. Yeah, too bad that run wasn't a little bit luckier. Because it didn't even match up to the current air groove. It was short by about 300 points there, never mind actually S ranking. Just give me a second to clear. I'm gonna clear these so they don't overflow. But we are out of Boros to keep doing air grooves, since I don't have a Taiki of my own. Maybe that'll change once we go for Ogiri down the line. It's hard to say. Gacha be gacha. So we'll see if Vodka will have a bit better luck here. Where are we at? Okay, that should be enough RP cleared out.
支流のラジ
エアグループだ。何か用？
Because at least Ryan is not a premium, so I could get her and actually generate Byron's Baron Sparks for late surgeries, even though this is going to be weaker than if I could borrow Ryan, but that's just how it'd be, I guess. It's better than nothing at all, and I prefer to use the Taikis on Air Groove. So what were we doing? I actually forget. Alright, I need to look at my current vodka. I forget who I was actually running as the second affinity, or second parent. I was apparently running the power nature. Okay. So, is it this one? Yeah, that's definitely a different one. Alright, let's filter down here. Oh, it's probably this nature. Yeah, this is the one. Alright, well, time to see if Vodka has better luck. She's had a fairly rough time, or had a fairly rough time last week, so surely her luck turns around this week, right? So Natty or Kita or the other two with cards. I mean, this gives us energy back. Although, we could probably use a little bit of a bump on stamina. Speed or stamina more here. I guess we do stamina.
最近も勉強かよし来た
Yeah, we should probably rest. We'll be in an awkward situation energy-wise if we get a really good turn. Oh, speaking of awkward. Well, this does nothing for us because we can't get any higher mood. I think we're full on energy. I guess we'll see if there's any, like, small amount here. No, we didn't even have. Sometimes the bar looks full and there's like 3 energy we can get, but nope. So unfortunately, a wasted Tannhauser. I think we're at a point where we probably still want a little more stamina, so we'll grab the flat stam. We're getting some decent friendship turns, but the unity is not really aligning with it. Hope that doesn't become a problem.
注目の1番人気6番ウオッカ。
実力は完全に
スタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは4番ウオッカ、7番4番先頭に立ちました。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはウオッカ、3番手に7番、その後3、4馬身開いて9番、少し後ろから2番、8番追走、内を回って5番、さらに内3番、4番上がっていきます。4番早くも先頭に躍り出た。先頭から大きく離されて2番手はウオッカ、7番並んでくる。その後3、4馬身開いて9番、5番手に2番、そしてその後方には5番、その外並んで8番、内には3番、1馬身差1番、意気揚々と先頭を行きます。4番どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
先頭4番レースはよどみなく進んでいます。第4コーナーカーブ。
Debut is at least looking fairly
目が離せません。
さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。
It's always a little bit sad when I have to say that, but like Air Groove's second run, she definitely like completely self-destructed in the debut.
最終コーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのは4番ウオッカ。完全に抜け出した200を通過。ウオッカ足色は衰えない。ウオッカリードは1馬身追いすがる4番ウオッカ。これは強い。ウオッカ1着でゴールイン。実力
俺の勝ちだな。
We beat Gorgeous Parfait. We're just gonna take the energy here. That pushes Nay to Spirit Burst. Now we just need to be able to actually activate it, and then that should put our team on track for the first Unity. Rika's kind of isolating herself. So I'd like to be able to push her to green and just let her stew until she joins, but I'm not gonna chase after her if she's just hanging out solo. She keeps doing. Rico plays.
最近ぼーっとすんだよな。なんだってか。
Kita into temping, and it pushes her to orange. This gets Rice to a Spirit Burst. I think the power turn is the play here. As much as I'd like to see a Kita hint. And what of Rice or Nature? Please let me click your Spirit Burst. I guess we're hitting natties on stamina. It does the one with Rico too. Magnus, so it's a pretty good turn. Wow, we actually... We're not an E-rank team yet. I have questions. I guess we'll click Rigo here, just because I don't want to spend energy on any of those turns. Dodging danger, of course. Where are we the hints we wanted? Thanks, Kita. There we go. There's the E rank.
注目の1番人気16番3さあゲートが開いた各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね
先行争いはウォッカ14番
Definitely haven't been able to do too much work on Wing yet.
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは17番内から西のフラワー2馬身3馬身開いて14番5番手に15番2馬身離れてエアグルーヴ少し離れて18番9番水槽さらには13番少し離れてゴールド
We're gonna need the wet cards to play a little nicer here too. Which I guess might be a problem. Considering that even with fine motion, Air Groove was struggling a bit. The Nice Nature SSR isn't quite as good, but we really want to on your left when we're building late surgers.
誰が最初に仕掛けるのか西のフラワー2番手につけ様子を見守るウォッカリードは2馬身
Basically just fingers crossed on Tachyon, Kitaru, Nice Nature coming together on those midterms.
足色は衰えない残り200追いすがるエアグルーヴ先頭はカラブウォッカエアグルーヴ追いすがる2番手争いはエアグルーヴ西のフラワー
I'm actually kind of shocked that Vodka let Nishino chase her for so long and didn't get past.
生半可任せろ
Well, we got Rico to Green, but we're definitely not getting the New Year's event. Sadly. And this is a fairly balanced set of aces. I think Rice just barely qualifying for E here. Let's see you're running along with us. How about some sprint skills?
スタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。
I mean,
好レースが期待できそうです。
we're building vodka as a miler.
9番期待通りの結果を
The
出せ
sprint
るか
skills are still
一番人気
completely the wrong
3
type.
番快調に飛ばして行きます。先頭は3番単身で飛ばして行きます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は9番ウォッカ、ここにいた。およそ5馬身開いて5番7番追走、内で1番外から行く2番、それを見るように10番2番
That's just an
ま
example
だ転生し合
there.
っているのか互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね。
依然先頭は3番、続きました9番ウォッカ、ここにいます。7番4番手外で10番、さらには8番外から12番内を回って2番、その後ろから1番1馬身離れて5番後方2番手に6番、第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
互いに足を溜めている展開。このまま直線での争いになるのか。さあ外から先頭を伺うのは9番、400を切りました9番、ここで抜け出した。さあ内から先頭を伺うのは3番、最後のコーナー最初に駆け抜けてからはウォッカまくって上がってくる。残り200、ウォッカ足色は衰えない。ウォッカリードは2馬身、先頭相手にウォッカ1着でゴールイン。実力を遺憾なく発揮。
俺の勝ちだな
Vodka's at least, I know your race is a little better than Air Groove for the most part. You got a fish compass and it led you to useful treasures. This roguelite is not trying to destroy you. A fish compass. Did a weird girl with green twin tails happen to hand it to you? Alright, I guess we... None of these are amazing. We just click the wit turn, I think.
勉強か
Although I guess Rico gives us stamina for clicking her, so there's that. Kill the big sandworm for it. What was the sandworm doing with a fish compass? Yeah, I guess I click speed training. Vodka's friends appear to be maybe a bit out to lunch. Yeah, I guess we'll worry about extra races if we come up short and then when we get the Japan Cup. I guess we'll hit stamina here.
観察させてもらう。
Yeah, these turns are all over the place. I can't get anyone to align.
ビシッと挑戦。注目の1番人気13番ウオッカ。いくぜ美しい。
So we're having better race luck and
誰が先頭に抜け出すか
questionable training
先
luck.
行争いは6番14番4番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ウオッカサイレンススズカ先頭に立ちました。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは6番3馬身離れてウオッカ内を回って西のフラワーガイワスターレット5番手1馬身離れて4番その外並んで10番14番続いている1馬身離れてエアグルーブ外9番そして内目をつきましては8番それを見るように12番内から行く2番それを見るように11番さらにグラスワンダー6番先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか。
6番彼女の客室には合っていますね。
第4コーナーカーブ
勝負どころ最後の直線へとかけていきます。
6番ここで抜け出した互いに足を溜めている展開。これは直線勝負になるか。さあ内から先頭を伺うのは6番各馬娘1段となって団子状態の大混戦。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
ウオッカ花を進むウオッカ一旦一気に上がってくるウオッカ。さあこれから坂2側の舞台はこれから坂があるウオッカ先頭はウオッカこれは強いウオッカリードは2馬身残り200
Always Nishino, isn't it?
スピードは衰えない先頭は依然ウオッカ2番手争いはダイワスターレット西のフラワー
Sitting there, hanging over our shoulder.
の強さを見せ俺の勝ちだな。
She's not even supposed to be our rival, but she just shows up and shoves her face into things. My mood! Game, please. At least give me Rika so we can start fixing shit. Actually, I just need to start thinking about our Unity for next race. Alright, I'm gonna click Rice here just because it also pushes Kitaru to Spirit Burst, and we need to actually get our Unity up so we don't crater on the next race. That's extremely mediocre inspiration.
注目の1番人気9番いくぜ
咲き誇る。さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
ツインターン快調に飛ばして行きます。さあ花に立ったのはツインターン。このままリードすることができるか。先頭から大きく離され
Race starts, Twin Turbo immediately destroys herself with running
少し
idle.
離れてダイワスカーレット西のフラワー続いている。少し離れて富士奇跡内から1番10番
I guess that Bakushin must be doing pace. Yeah, both Daiwa and Bakushin must be doing
そして内目をつ
pace.
きましては13番内で7番それを
Otherwise, they might have stuck close enough to Twin Turbo to not have her trigger running idle.
後方2番手に10番最後方14番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。まだ牽制し合っているのか。互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
動くか。ここで抜け出した動くか。花を進む。さあ外から先頭を伺うのはティンターボ。さあこれから坂2側の舞台はこれから坂がある。動くか。足色は衰えない。動くか。リードは3馬身西のフラワー食い下がる。200を通過。先頭は変わる。
Daiwa really getting stranded back there,
西
huh?
のフラワー富士奇跡リコペガサス追走やりました。動くか。見事な走りで勝利をし
Yeah, stranded enough to be 5th. Sad times for Daiwa.
最近
Alright. Come on, Kita, something useful. Extra. That's not useful. Alright, well, I guess that sets our unity up. Yay, Rico actually showing up. And it's early classic here, so it's not quite the game thumbing its nose at us. It always really feels bad when Rico doesn't decide to show up until late classic or later. Especially if she shows up in late senior instead. It's just really, really bad.
先頭はミホノブルボン単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはアイネス風神。さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていくウマ娘たち。長丁場のこのレースですがミホノブルボン早くも先頭に躍り出た。続きましたアイネス風神。少し後ろから17番4番手にメジロライアン4番内から行くその外並んで5番さらにウォッカ5番
That can't be all
12番
front
そ
runners,
の後ろ
can
から
it?
2番外を回って全のロブロイそれを見るように10番内をついてレーシンフラッシュその外並んでゴールドシップ
Yeah, I think we just got stuck at the back of the Pacers. Either that or Morbid and Ines Fujin are really destroying these generics.
17番4番手には4番その後からウォッカ差がなく5番そして内目をつきましてはメジロライアン少し離れて12番内を回って全のロブロイ外にはゴールドシップ2番並んでくるそして外目をつきましてはウイニングチケットそしてそのうちレーシンフラッシュ内から10番残り 1000m を通過外には18番そしてその外13番後方2番手に1番14番最後方からという体勢でありますミホノブルボン先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか
ミホノブルボン彼女の客室には合っていますね
大欅を越え4コーナーへこの直線で勝負が決まるとまだ1馬身以上の差があるとここから捉えることができるのかウォッカー外で足を止めていますウォッカー前を狙っていると最後のコーナー最初に立ち上がったのはミホノブルボン全のロブロイ並びかけてきた400を切りました並んだ全のロブロイ内をつくすごい足だ全のロブロイ先端を目指して
Having a tough time with our acceleration here for some reason. Cut and drive might clinch us. Nope, not quite. Zeno Rob Roy got us good. Apparently she was actually the number 2. Surprise, I would have thought Inez or Corbin would have been number 2. Let's see. Pace, wait. Okay, there was one generic doing front. Okay. Yeah. We unfortunately got stuck behind the initial pace pack, and I think that really screwed our positioning. So if we take the Shuka show, then I think we're good on... Actually, would that be enough fans? We might need to do one more race. Because the Makinen, well, I mean, if we're super statted, we do have... No, wait, we have long E. Never mind, we're not gonna... Right, we would have had, I think, long C if we had gone with the first parent I was picking. So yeah, Rima's not gonna generate much fans, so we probably have to do, like, Mile Championship or something, I guess. Unless we wanted to do the J Cup. We'll see, I suppose. We're quickening stamina an awful lot here, but like... It's kind of the best for development turns.
よし来た。飯も。
Yeah, it's a little awkward.
勉強か。
So hopefully Classic Summer does something for us, because the training turns leading up to it have not been particularly good. Yeah, we got a team full of D-rank aces, plus some surplus, so
足が。
I wouldn't expect this to be a tough match.
実力は引けを取りません。
青春スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは動くか。6番待機シャトル、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ゴールドシチー動くか。先頭に立ちました。続いて待機シャトル、ゴールドシチー落ち着かない様子。1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。先頭行ったのは動くか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは11番、3番手には12番、4番手2番、5番手に6番、さらに外待機シャトル、内をついて7番、それを見るようにゴールドシチー1馬身離れて1番、その後から3番、後方2番手に9番、5番、最後方だ。向こう上面に入って先頭は動くか。集団が一つにまとまって混戦状態です。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
さあ荒れる福島、ここからどうなるか。先頭動くか。レースはよどみなく進んでいます。続きました11番、その後2番、12番、4番手待機シャトル追走。すぐに続いて6番ゴールドシチー、ここにいた。内から内から1番、それを見るように7番、3番並んでくる。さらには9番、5番、
I guess we're fake front running.
動くか。先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
See if that gives us enough of
一息つけるといいですが。
400を切りました。
lead here, because Gold City tends to catch up and be annoying.
動くか。速い速い、もはや独走状態。残り200、動くか。リードは5馬身、先頭は動くか。変わらない、動くか。
Yeah, alright, nowhere close this
強
time.
さを見せつけて動くか。ゴール板をか。
俺の勝ちだな。
Clean sweep, there we go.
大金星。
That's what we're talking about.
気合い。 じゃあやりましょうか。
Summer, you can do better than this, right? I guess it's a little better.
張り切っていこ
Still not a double rainbow
う。気
though.
合い十分。
It's kind of tempting to click this just because it's 2 to Spirit Burst. Yeah, I guess that speed turn's not that impressive. Let's see this. Ah, come on, we couldn't even get 2 rainbows on the wit. Alright, I'm gonna do that.
潮風浴びてくるか。
A better use of our turn. And of course she would have gotten the
もう絶好。
she would have gotten the mood up anyway, but no way of knowing that. And of course we didn't get Fast Learner because the Fast Learner from the Omni event is a scam.
無に神の領域。
Serious. We need some help with this speed, and the game's not like giving much to us. Okay. That's good. More of that, please. I said more, not less. Game, are you even listening?
各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは4番名将怒涛ダイワスカーレット、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ウォッカ、4番会長に飛ばして行きます。先頭は4番単身で飛ばして行きます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は名将怒涛、1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かって行きます。さあ花に立ったのは4番、このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは名将怒涛、そして外目をつきましては7番、その内並んで5番、そしてその外を回ってウォッカ、外14番、それを見るように西のフラワー、そしてその外ダイワスカーレット、その後エアグルーヴ、2コーナー回って
Everyone kind of zoomed past us even though we had the inner rail.
4番続いて名将怒涛、1馬審査5番、その外並んで7番、内からウォッカ、外西のフラワー。
So I don't know if that was because they were overcommitting stamina, or maybe they just got lucky on their rolls.
13番並んできた、その外並んでテイエムオペラ王、あとは17番内を回ってタマモクロス、少し離れて1番、それを見るように6番、さらに18番、後方2番手に8番成田大臣、最後方からのレースになりました。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ、
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。4着を切りました。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。抜け出したのは名将怒涛だが後続も追いすがる。残り200、ウォッカ追いすがるウォッカ、並びかけてきた熾烈なデッドヒート。ウォッカここで上がってくる。
Oh, we barely overtook Ditto, so maybe she did overcommit stamina. We're 300 short. It's 306. That's so sad. But with our aptitudes as they are, I don't think we even get 300 out of Arima. It's like, it's long E. We're just gonna get wrecked. Although, we could do something in the early senior year. Instead, we could see if it happens, and then if it doesn't, then we can do something in the early senior year. Of course. Use the recreation, immediately lose mood. That makes total sense. Why is everyone putting their spirit first in guts? Oh, good luck getting the 306 fans, Vodka.
ちょっと厳しいメンバーですが、 健闘を期待したいですね。この子にとっては
年末のスタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
マヤのトップガンと12番、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ダイワスター
So
レット
she should do okay for initial positioning, because it's not like she has a bad turf
さあ、花に立ったの
aptitude,
はマヤ
but
のトップガン。このままリードすることができるか。
once we get to the
2番
spurt,
人気で先頭を伺うのは12番、さらに
she probably gets outrun by almost everyone here.
まずは1周目、正面スタンド前に入った差がなく5番ダイワスターレット。ペースが速い。先頭から後方まで間延びした展開です。
各自自分のペースを保っているようですね。
マヤのトップガンまだ
The
リードをしています。続きました
The
12
E
番
we're taking
3馬身開いてダイワスターレット。4番手には5
50%?
番さらには
Yeah, I think it's a
1
50%
コーナーから
speed
2コーナーへ向かう
penalty.
順位を振り返っていきます。現在1番手はマヤのトップガン。続いて12
So
番ダイ
our
ワスター
speed
レ
is
ッ
going to
ト。
be barely better
5
than
番
the
4番
generics
手
here.
1馬身差10番さらにはオグリキャップ1馬身離れて7番動くか並んできた。少し後ろから8番、そしてその内を回って4番、その後3、4馬身開いてシンボリルドルフ。それを見るようにグラスワンダー、さらにはマンハッタンカフェ1馬身離れて11番、後方2番手に6番、向こう正面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ14馬身。先頭マヤのトップガン、レースはよどみなく進んでいます。残り1000メートルを通過。2馬身離れてダイワスターレット、そのうち並んで12番、それを見るように5番手オグリキャップ、さらには10番、その後ろから7番、1馬身離れて4番、差がなく動くか。そして外目を突き出しては8番、シンボリルドルフ。外から行く後ろ11番、2馬身離れてグラスワンダー。外でマンハッタンカフェ第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
互いに足を止めている展開。これは直線勝負になるか。最終コーナーを曲がって先頭を切るのはマヤのトップガン。
Even the generics are leaving her behind at this point.
マヤのトップガン逃げる。残り200、マヤのトップガン突き放す。マヤのトップガン足色は衰えない。マヤのトップガン譲らない。どっちも一歩も譲らない。熾烈なデッドヒート。マヤのトップガンとシンボリルドルフ。もつれさすぎだろう俺。
No, it is actually okay. 16th is apparently worth 500. Okay. Please don't give me a purple skill. Okay, good. Yes, the vodka Rimakinen ran. Yep. But it was still enough to get us the fans we needed. So good enough. This is probably capable of winning, but this is like almost entirely on singular aces. I guess our medium and long have additional C rankers. So yeah, we should be able to get this. Like usually when I put 5 spirit bursts in, this should be reasonable to just win. Not to say it's without risk, but there are very few things that are guaranteed in these races.
揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。
So join the long words run. But you're sprinting. Don't worry, it's I'll finish
10番
far out
単
of
身で飛ばしていきま
stamina.
す。先頭は10番単身で飛ばしていきます。さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たち。さあ花に立ったのは10番、このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは3番、第2コーナーの丘を越え直線へ。3馬身差動くか。2馬身離れて待機シャトル、さらに2番、外には8番、2馬身3馬身開いて西のフラワー。そのうち並んでメジ
I mean, if you think about it, Bakushin really did basically run a long race.
現在1番手は10番。さあ先頭に
It's
立ちま
pure
した。
math.
3番、3馬身差動くか。1馬身離れて待機シャトル、少し離れて2番、さらには8番、そしてその後方にはメジロドーベル。1馬身差西のフラワー。それを見るように4番、さらには11番、後方2番手に5番、最後方9番、意気揚々と先頭を行きます。3番、どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが、
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
10番、ここで抜け出した。400を切りました。この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。うおっか前を狙っているぞ。2番手争いはウォッカ。3番、並びかけてたのはウォッカ。残り200、うおっか足色は衰えない。うおっかリードは1馬身、メジロドーベル。
Damn, we actually were just barely at it over
1
there.
着はウォッカ素晴らしい走りでチームに勝利をもたらしました。2着
Who
は
are you to question Bakushin? Exactly.
勝ちだな。
It's your job to make her dream come true. That's it. That's a simple task. Oof. Yeah, that was a little close, a little uncomfortable. Bakushin is as sweet and as a Numa. She must be protected at all costs. Clearly. Why did the game have to download there? That was weird. It's like, we just did vodka last week. Her stuff should be cached.
さあ、カズヤに時間をあげるわ。
Hot spring ticket. I see. Does that mean you're going to give us much better training turns, game? Because, you know, our wit's looking pretty sketchy. Actually, technically, speed's not in the best place either.
張り切っていこ
Long corners, of course. Single rainbows all the way down. Yeah, these training turns, they're looking pretty bad. Oh, finally one double rainbow on win. Well, that's surely max pump iron hints. Because the game hit it twice. Yeah, 3 hints for pump iron. Core recovery, kind of whatever. Slightly better than mediocre stacking. I guess curvature hasn't shown up either. So that's another thing that the game hasn't given us yet. Oh, we're starting to get hit her wood turns, but this might be too little too late. Oh, there's curvature. Singular hint, though. turn, but I think we hold off on everything else.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。一番人気ウォッカミホノブ
Hey,
ル
it's
ボン
twin turbo
単
again.
調に飛ばしていきます。先頭はミホノブルボン単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはツインターボ、そしてそのうち2番10番並んできた。1番内から行く、少し後ろから18番、そのうち並んで西のフラワー、内からアグネスタキオン、それを見るように5番4馬身差リコーペガサス、そのうち並んでウォッカ2馬身3馬身開いてキングヘイロー、内からピシアマゾン1馬身離れて8番少し離れて3番、さらには9番後方2番手に13番、大欅を越え4コーナーへ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。勝負は最後の直線に持ち越されたウォッカ、内で4区を伺うウォッカ、前を狙っているぞウォッカ、外で足を止めていますウォッカ、まだ抑えたままだ。最終コーナー先陣を切ったのはミホノブルボン、外を回っていったのはウォッカ、400を切りましたウォッカ、先端を目指して加速する、一気に上がってくるウォッカ、飛び込んできたウォッカ、先頭は変わらずミホノブルボン、残り200
I guess those gut spear first turns coming in handy. We zooming. しのぎを削る熱い戦いを制し、見事女王の体感を受けたのはウォッカ。2着にはミホノブルボン。 They should make twin turbo a meme at this point. Give her 1200 speed but only 100 stamina. I mean, that's effectively what running idle does to her. But I guess she doesn't have the 1200 speed. That's high enough. I think it's like in the 600s, so it seems like it should be fairly high, and then she hits running idle, and that speed works against her. Yeah, the stats are moving way too slowly here. Like, I think it's still technically possible, but we'd have to get a really crazy sequence of events in this last half of senior year.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは桜爆心王、大気シャトル、菱谷ケボの注目のウォッカ、少し後方に位置取りましたね。
Like just four straight turns of triple rainbow whip would actually put in the summer would put the whip back on track, but who's gonna actually see anything like that?
集団が一つにまとまって混戦状態です。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
依然先頭は7番、続きましたグラスワンダー、菱谷ケボ
It would still leave the question of what we do at speed.
大欅を越え4コーナーへ。この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。ウォッカ、ここから仕掛けるのか。ウォッカ、まだ抑えたままだった。外から先頭を伺うのはグラス
So why are you not procking? There we go. Okay, they spun fire.
最初に駆け抜けてきたのは7番。
So we were definitely far enough back that should have been a given.
次の1着はこの俺だ。
Does that wreck our fans here? I'm trying to show. I don't think that's enough. We might have to do another race.
なんだってかかってこいや。俺にできねえことなんてねえ。
Actually, what is our fan blast? It might barely be enough. $65%. Yeah, I guess first in it does actually get us there. Hey, Hitakiri Risu. Wow, we didn't get any further Spirit Bursts. This is almost certainly going to the middle. Yeah, we don't even have any B rankers. Although, this Rice Shower is terrifying. I don't know how she's not B rank.
1番人気は7番ウオッカ。いよいよ今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
大宅ヘリオスと雪の美人、この2人が競り合っているぞ。1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ウオッカ、大宅ヘリオス、快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。先頭は大宅ヘリオス、単身で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は6番、さらには9番、4番手雪の美人、10番続いている2馬身3馬身開いて目白ドーベル、そしてその後方にはウオッカ、それを見るように西のフラワー、1馬身差2番、その外並んで5番、第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。先頭大宅ヘリオス、レースはよどみなく進んでいます。続きました9番6番並びかけてきた。その後から10番雪の美人続いている。それを見るようにウオッカ、そしてその内から行ったのは目白ドーベル、それを見るように西のフラワー、少し離れて2番、少し後ろから5番、後方2番手に12番11番、現在シンガリラ意気揚々と先頭を行きます。大宅ヘリオス、どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。栄光まで400。ウオッカ、ここで抜け出した。この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。ウオッカ、花を進むウオッカ、ここから一気にちぎるか。残り200。ウオッカ、足色は衰えない。ウオッカ、リードは3馬身、先頭は変わらず。ウオッカ、やりました。ウオッカ、
Nancy constantly talking about his vodka.
俺の勝ちだな。
We had a loss, so definitely would have gotten completely trashed going against the A-rank team. Really? This game, man.
よし来た。
What is a useful summer? Certainly not one in this run.
じゃやりましょうか。ビーチバしたの。よし来た。
That was really pathetic. I almost wish I could have used my Rico chains.
じゃやりましょうか。なんだ。
Yeah, this is really bad.
張り切っていこ
barely getting 1 rainbows, and when we don't get those, we get no rainbows, or like, nothing at all. It's weird. It's weird though. That was only 6 spirit bursts. Probably S rank. What? I mean, I guess we have 70 white unity, but still. Question mark? You back for getting S ranks yet? Nope. The last air group hit 14k, so it was a pretty good run, just not S rank material. This vodka has had terrible training too. Her friends have abandoned her constantly. But she's had pretty good race luck, for as much as that's worth by itself. 先頭はツインターボ単身で飛ばしていきます。続いてマヤのトップガン4マシン差ガイワスターレット内をついてスーパークリーク5番手に9番外を回ります。16番そのうち並んで AM オペラ王少し離れて14番動くかここにいます。さらには8番1馬身離れて全のロブロイそれを見るようにスペシャルウィーク少し後ろから11番内から10番その外並んで18番それを見るように2番後方2番手に13番12番現在しんがりだ意気揚々と先頭行きます。ツインターボどうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
Turbo is all by herself only. Look, Mayano is really short. Sometimes it's hard to realize she's there. Exactly, they might just not see her. We somehow got the S rank team, but with only 6 spirit bursts, so we got stuck with a single hint on ignited spirit power. What is this run? I'm actually not sure where our team state is gonna be. Well, we did... That's promotion to S rank, apparently. Well, no, I guess we got 2 spirit bursts. So yeah, between all that, I guess we did push some runners to B rank. Also, Bakushin is A rank. What? That's a jump scare. I don't normally get A ranks with this few spirit bursts. This is truly a bizarre run. Bakushin's just built different, I guess so. We imported my S-rank Bakushin from my Team Trials team.
今スタートが切られました。各ウマ娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ウォッカ、2番早く
Diana is rarely the payroll position, so they probably don't bother to even commentate on it.
8番さらにメジロドーベル外12番ウォッカここにいます。あとは5番そしてその
Actually, on the topic of Diana, I've been trying to improve the one I've got on my Team Trials team. Or the non-stream runs. She just has the worst luck for like the last 5 days before this. Almost every run is just like looked like vodkas here, where their friends just abandon them. She's on strike. More like her friends are on strike. Support cards are just like not showing up. She won't roll well unless I stream. Maybe. No guarantee she'll roll well. I do stream it either, but she definitely won't if I don't. Ain't that the truth? 4-1. Yeah, this is kind of expected considering how loaded we were on B rank Umas all of a sudden. Very bizarre. Actually, who lost? Apparently Shinko Windy and... Alright, so it was our dirt team. Barely lost too, only lost by a nose. You got a random Ayano and tried her career. It was not something to write home about. Yes, Ayano is very good at making things uncomfortable. Hey Mozart, Happy New Year to you too.
勝利の女神とタンデムして
注目の1番人気15番
Yeah, and you can even kind of see the run that should have been here too, since we're still over 900 in speed and power, but like without any kind of high rolling, we're just stuck.
期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気ウォッカツインター会長に飛ばして行きます先頭はツインター単身で飛ばして行きます2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは桜爆心号ウォッカ
Could have been some more rolls and be for someone like Ekru. But Bayana has a wedding ult? I mean, so does Air Group. I actually have the Air Group wedding ult, but I don't run it because the stat distribution is worse than her normal.
続いている第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう
ここからスパート一気にレースが動きます
この直線で勝負が決まるぞ動くか前を狙っているぞまだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えることができるのか
This normal air group has 10% speed growth boost and 20% power growth boost. For some reason, her wedding version decided to shift 10% of that power to guts.
こで抜け出した。まくって上がってくる。動くか動くか、このまま押し切れるか。残り200。動くか、足色は衰えない。動くか。
That's true. Mayano does have a wedding ult that's more situationally aware than her
ゴール
base.
板を駆け抜けた。これは見事な走り。動くか。 URA ファイナルズ予選を制しました。
Or rather, I guess the event Mayano leading up to getting the dress. But boy, we love seasonals that are worse than the normal version. Yes. Oh man. See now, if we could add actually like several of these high roll turns on speed instead of just like one at the end of a career, this would have actually been a vodka to write home about, but like our wit cards completely failed to line up for the most part.
これ以上ない仕上がりです。
They've actually been the pain point the entire night. They've been doing this to air group too.
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか
Thanks
注
for
目
love,
しましょう。
Blizzard.
これから第2コーナーへかかっていきます。アイネス風神とダイワスカーレット、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。一番人気動くか。アイネス風神会長に飛ばしていきます。花を奪っていたのはアイネス風神。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは
Time for the New Year's resolution.
早くも激しい競り合い。外目をついて13番1馬身離れてメジロマックイーン。5番手に待機シャトル、その後ろから7番外目をついて動くか。岸明ボの追走。2馬身3馬身開いてオグリキャップ内でレーシンフラッシュ。1馬身差10番、そしてその内からいったのは4番。それを見るように5番外目をついて15番後方2番手に1番16番並びかけてきた。意気揚々と先頭を行きます。アイネス風神、どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが、
第4コーナーカーブ
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
まだ先頭は動かない。これは直線勝負になるか。中山の直線は短いぞ。後ろの子たちは間に合うか。動くか。すごい足だ。並んでくる。動くか動くか。抜け出した200を通過。強い強い。動くか。足色は衰えない。動くか。リードの3馬身、先頭は変わらず。動くか。大楽勝だ。動くか。ゴール板を駆け抜けた。
And then out with a whimper, I guess.
観察させてもらうよ。
力がみなぎる。ゴールまで最速アタックかましてくるぜ。
Man, these stats are technically impressive for how hard it low rolled most of the I'm actually kind of shocked we got as high as we did. It's a shame, because, like...
仕上がり最
Aside from the chronic low rolling, technically this wasn't, like, a terrible run or anything. It's just...
注目の3番人気5
It
番
didn't have the luck.
いくぜ。
どんよりスタート。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
日本のブルボンと13番、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ビターグラッセ、日本のブルボン会長に
Magical Girl Anime and
さあ
Mech Anime have a
日本のブ
surprising
ルボン
amount in
このま
common.
まリードすることができるか。続きました13番2馬身離れてグラスワンダー、その内並んでビターグラッセ。5番手ハッピーミーク、その外並んで16番2馬身差14番、その後から
Because they're often power fantasies where the main characters get lots of power, except then they suffer from PTSD from all their combat.
その外並んで4番少し離れて9番大欅を越え4コーナーへ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。動くか。前を狙っているぞ。ビターグラッセ、まだ抑えたままだ。ビターグラッセ、内で様子を伺う。 最終コーナー先陣を決めたのは日本のブルーボングラスワンだ先頭に変わった4着を切りました
I was like, are we getting stuck? Please don't get stuck,
動
Vodka.
ここで抜け出した残り200動くか足色は衰えない動くかリードは2馬身先頭は動くか変わらない動くか
Oh, and Glass lost to Grass Wonder. There we go. Different lineup. Have I seen the number of magical girl anime that dress the girl in costumes that look like mecha? I have not. I've mostly just seen the ones that love the Sailor Fukus and stuff. It's one of those animes where seasons have names like GX, AXZ, and what? What are they even trying to represent there? Wow, yeah, Glass got wrecked, 6th place? That's pretty uncommon for her. Because usually it's Glass takes 2nd or 3rd and then Kokon gets wrecked. So that's, it's curious. At least, if the Kingdom Hearts twins don't end up in the concert together anyway. Watching genre crossovers is what it takes to get Sim to watch something new that's worth it. Clearly. Where do we even end up? I wasn't keeping track of the stats enough. I guess definitely not S rank, but... Oh yeah, I guess we got the hot spring ticket. I keep forgetting when we get it. Wow, power actually got over 1,000 as well. Huh. A little shy of 1100 speed. Yeah, this actually... I mean, this sequence, if her friends didn't completely abandon her, some decent high rolling would have actually Well, we would have needed a little more than that. It would have put us in a good position. But I guess the actual S rank, we would have definitely needed, like, at least, yeah, like, a good 6 high roll turns, probably. Maybe more. Still, it's not too hard to imagine that this could have gone better and just actually ended up there with a decent amount more luck. It's not like the second Air Groove run where it was just an actual complete catastrophe. Alright, gold skills, gold skills, gold skills. Well, literally the only thing we can afford with 50s points is the Hakodate race course. So how close did this come? $12.6. Yeah, we're close. Yeah, I guess we didn't get too much for skill hints either. It's like basically we max discounted pump iron and then everything else was very close to full price. So that probably didn't help us too much. Well, we have time for one more. So let's see if maybe Vodka's friends don't completely abandon her this time. You just end up watching weird fantasy Chinese historical drama shows and liking them, like Apothecary Diaries and Raven of the Inner Courts. Never heard of those. Mao Mao is a cute little gremlin. I see. She's an unreliable narrator. Oh boy, unreliable narrator gremlin. Truly the combination of all time. It's technically worth a little more unity here, but I also want the stamina a bit more, so we'll give up one unity in order to do that. So 2 friends, 4 unity, or 1 unity, 3 friends. I think power actually slightly wins us.
生半可な。よし来た。
Alright, good speed turn there. Warmly recommend Apothecary Diaries. Alright, I'll keep it in mind.
任せろ。なんだってかかってこいや。俺にできねえことなんて。よし来た。最近ぼーっとすんだよな。ギャラランギャララン。よし来た。よっし
ここは負けられない一番人気8番ウオッカ。
実力は完全に上位ですね。貫禄すら感じてしまいます。
Who names their kid Cat Cat anyway?
曇り空のスタート。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはウオッカ1番3番1番人気ウォッカ早くも先頭。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは1番、その後ろから2番、そしてその外から行ったのは3番。ここまでが先頭集団。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。ウォッカ早くも先頭に躍り出た。続きました1番、
Oh, wow.
少し後ろから2
You're right.
番、少し離れて3番、5馬身差6番上が
Thank
っていき
you,
ます。ウォッカ先頭に立
Toki
つのは
Tomo for the raid.
1番、
Were you
少
also
し後ろ
playing
から
Uma?
2番、その後3番、3馬身離れて6番、外から9番、内を回ります。4番、それを見るように7番、5番、内から行く。ウォッカ先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。
Where did she die? I don't know who died.
ウォッカまだリードをキープしています。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
Who died and can you resurrect
一気に
her?
レースが動きます。
まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。この直線で勝負が決まると残り400。追いすがる1番ウォッカ花を進む。最終コーナーを曲がって先陣を切ったのはウォッカ。ウォッカ強い、強すぎる。完全に抜け出した。残り200。ウォッカ足色は衰えない。ウォッカリードは7番。
She got a D in the last run.
ウォッカ強い。
Yikes. Was it a run that got torpedoed by the Kiseki level 5?
1番、3着に入ったのは2番。
俺の勝ちだな。
Sure, let's go with that. Sayun died. Are you sure Sayun's just not like faking her death? She is like a master tactician after all, right? What if she just faked her death so she could get out of having to do work?
なんだってかかってこいや。俺にできねえことなん
You're
て。
gonna go drink your sorrows away. Well, try not to overdo it.
絶好調。
Thanks again for the raid, though.
よし来た。
Thanks for the well wishes, too. Yes, I'm hoping this vodka will, turn out well. I guess... things will be in a pretty fun ride tonight regardless, anyway. We'd have some fairly wild RNG. Okay, maybe we don't click that. Let's take the full energy this time.
飯も食ったし、
I guess stamina is maybe our best turn.
任せろ。待ちくたびれたぜ。ほら。
Could use a little bit of unity help here. Alright, well I guess we're immediately spending that spirit burst on guts.
行くぜ。
I mean, it's a pretty good setup turn for a lot of other characters, so sure, why not? It's so tempting, but no, 25%. So it's worth a little more speed. I usually like my payouts to be worth twice as much as whatever the risk is. So if I had been plus 50 speed, I probably would have clicked. Stamina versus Witch here. I'm gonna make the Wit turn a little bit more. I guess either way, we need to improve both of those friends, so... Same difference, except we have an energy profit for picking Wit.
スタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはウォッカ、ゴールドシチー、18番注目株のウォッカ、現在トップ。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは13番、5番並んできた、16番並んでくる。この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。ウォッカ先頭に立つのか。続いて16番、5番並んできた。その外並んで13番、1馬身離れてゴールドシチー、10番並んできた。そしてその外を回って西のフラワー、
Fake front running.
そしてその外から行ったのは17番、さらにエアグルーヴ、さらに外18番、第4コーナーカーブ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。ウォッカ花を進む。さあ誰が最初に仕掛けるのか。5番2番。
Looks like Gold City is trying to snipe first from us.
ウォッカこのまま押し切れるか。ウォッカ足色は衰えない。最終コーナー先陣を切ったのはウォッカ。ウォッカリードは2馬身。
Would normally be more worried about Yoshino, but she seems to be throwing.
先頭は依然ウォッカ。先頭はウォッカ。ウォッカ突き放す。先頭はウォッカ。ダイレクションだ。ウォッカゴールイン。圧巻の走りでレースを制。
That's a pretty good start. Do we take the Kita Spirit Burst on which? We already have 2 Spirit Bursts, so... I think I'd rather wait and see if it pops up on speed, because I mean... Kita will surely appear on speed. I guess it'll be a question of... will the Unity be active at the same time? I like the Unity on the power turn, but I think it's probably better if we focus Kitaru. And pick stamina here. Gold City dropping hints that I should go summon her. Look, if she wants to show up when I'm going for Ogiri later, I'll gladly welcome her to the team.
各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは3番、6番、1番。
Actually, I think her banner was over a long time ago.
さあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのは6番。1コーナー。
Spin, 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 so I can buy.
快調に飛ばして行きます。6番先頭に立ちました。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは3番。早くも激しい競り合い。そしてその
You can't actually try to get Gold City yourself right now. At least not target her.
少し離れて5番。
If I wanted to spin, 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 I could spin, spin, spin for Major Dober.
オグリキャップここにいます。2コーナー回って向こう正面。現在1番手は6番、続いて3番、外でウォッカ、1馬身離れて5番、差がなく1番、さらには12番、さらに待機シャトル、そしてその外を回って4番。
She's in the general pool. Yeah, she should be. Chances of actually looking into it are pretty low.
意気揚々と先頭を行きます。6番、どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが。
さらに6番、ウォッカ追走。1馬身離れて3番。
So like I said, if she wants to show up when I'm pulling on Ogiri later, she can feel free.
この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。ウォッカ、花を進む。まだ差が。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。オグリキャップ、食らいついてゆく。200を通過。ウォッカ、足色は。
Speaking of Ogiri, trying to run us down over here. What's a piddly 0.05% to a whale? Well, yes, but I'm also not a whale. I'm not even a spender. It should be relatively soon. There's been no official announcement, but I think it was it like the 9th or the 10th that timeline predictor said? So we're probably looking at like this upcoming week or so is probably when she's gonna show up, maybe? Alright. Kita got taken out by Tama. Because it's been, let's see, it's been over a week since the archery event ended. So yeah, we should be due for the Christmas event fairly soon, which will bring Ogiri with it. Jam dropping hints that I should go summon for her. Yeah, that won't be for a bit. Because her banner... Her banner would drop after the Christmas event ends, or like towards the end of it, if I remember correctly. Man, we're clicking stamina an awful lot here. Unless I wanted to do guts for Agnes. But this sets up a spirit burst for Rice, so I think I would prefer to click here. It's a great time to spend. But I don't need to spend. I have a stockpile. The whole reason I've been sitting on these carrots for so long is because I need to do the gauntlet of Ogiri, Tam Tam, and Haru. It's like a used car salesman selling me the insurance before I buy the car. Policy expires when I change vehicles. Alright, we're going in on this. Don't screw me on the 11. Thank you. Man, I guess Rico. Where is Rico? Surely she's at green by now, right? Yeah, we failed the 16 on that, but I'm okay with the wit turn failing. Well, I'd prefer it to have not failed, but if there's a turn that fails, the wit turn is the one to have failed. It was definitely juicy enough community-wise that I was willing to take the risk.
スタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
ツインターボと桜爆信号、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ウォッカ、ツインター快調に飛ばしていきます。ウォッカ落ち着かない様子。
スタミナを切らさないか心配です。
さあ花に立ったのはツインター。このままリードすることができるか。続きました桜爆信号、3番手には3番ダイワスカーレット並んでくる。それを見るように12番、さらにはウォッカ、その外並んで9番、少し後ろから5番、差がなく7番、外18番、そしてその内を回って16番、内をついて西のフラワー、第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。ウォッカ前を狙っているぞ。さあ外から先頭を伺うのはダイワスカーレット。ウォッカまだ抑えたままだ。じりじり詰めるダイワスカーレット。ダイワスカーレット抜け出した。最終コーナーを曲がって最初に立ち上がったのはダイワスカーレット。ウォッカ食らいついてゆくダイワスカーレット。強い強すぎる。
Apparently she doesn't feel like cutting and driving, but I guess she'll still beat Scarlet anyway, maybe? Possibly? No, never mind, we're losing to Scarlet.
1着でゴールイン。実力を遺憾なく発揮しレースを
Hey, here. Happy New Year to you too.
見事に完勝。チューリップ賞。
次の1着はこの俺だ。
Not sure what happened there. It was just a G2. And our set should have been more than good enough for it. That's weird. Well, I guess sometimes side games comes around with a baseball bat and starts capping knees. Camera angle made it look like we were in the lead, even though I think Dai was winning all along. Yeah, it's a bit trolly that way. Alright, well that was... Let's see... About 100 stats and late surgery aptitude. No skill hints, though. So, I mean, it was alright. That definitely could have been a better inspiration, though. Especially since I would like to see more pump iron hints. Actually, we really haven't been getting many hints at all, have we? This list is looking a little lethargic. I guess we got Slick Surge hints. That'll be good when we get, I guess, hopefully, fingers crossed, when we get On Your Left. It's technically possible that the game just says, nah, Nice Nature doesn't want to give this to you.
注目の1番人気3番ウォッカ
人気と実力を兼ね備えた私一押しの馬娘ですね。
Yes, well,
トリプルティアラの
we'll try to take advantage of the late surge here.
先スタート各馬
Especially,
揃って
our
き
wit
た
is
スタートを切
technically
りま
not
した
super
みんな
amazing
集中
right
してました
now,
ね。
so
好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはミホのブルボン
See if the 5%
6番
bonus will help her position a little bit
1
better.
番人気ウォッカミホのブルボン快調に飛ばして行きます。花を奪っていったのはミホのブルボン続きましたアイネス風神ミホのブルボンとアイネス風神2人とも花は譲りません。
2人がレースを作りそうですね。
ミホのブルボン先頭に立ちました。続いてアイネス風神早くも激しい競り合い1馬身差6番1馬身離れてピシアケボノ差がなく西のフラワーさらに外からエアグルーブ2番続いている1馬身離れてダイワスカーレットまもなく第4コーナーカーブ
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
先頭は見合ったままこれは直線勝負になるか。さあ外から先頭を伺うのはアイネス風神ウォッカまだ抑えたままだウォッカ前を狙っているぞウォッカ外で足を溜めていますまだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えることができるのか。外から上がってきたのはウォッカさあこれから坂2側の舞台はこれから坂があるウォッカ突っ込んでくるウォッカ3段を目指して加速する並びかけてきたのはウォッカ
Ah, she finally remembers that she has cut and dry.
ウォッカ完全に抜け出した食い下がるピシアケボノ先頭は変わらず
See, now if she had done that in the G2, she would have smoked I
見
left.
事な走りで勝利を集中に収めました。勝ったのはウォッカ今年も汚れなき
I guess it's better that she win the G1 because it's worth a lot more fans. Yeah, we really want to win the Derby for the fans. Right, if we have to win out of the Derby and the Shukasha, if we have to win one and place second or whatever in the other one, we want to win the Derby because it's worth twice as much.
トレーニング
Dude, where is Rico? Yeah, she is green, so she's just being obstinate. I guess we'll click stamina. Agnes is lagging a lot. We're almost halfway through Classic here.
任せろ
She needs to up her game. That game really doesn't want us to get the Kita-san Spirit Burst on speed. Alright, whatever, we'll take it as wit. We kinda need the wit anyway. Because that is also lagging. Alright, we do have ads hitting pretty quick here. I'm gonna let those run, refill my water, and then we'll do the last half of this. Say we're back.
よっしゃーブンブンと血がたぎってきたぜ力がみなぎるゴールまで最速アタックかましてくるぜ仕上がり最高 勝利の女神とタンデムしてみせるぜ。よっしゃー、ブオンブオンと血がたぎってきたぜ。最速アタックかましてくるぜ。仕上がり最高。勝利の女神とタンデムしてみせるぜ。よっしゃー、ブオンブオンと血がたぎってきたぜ。力がみなぎる。ゴールまで最速アタックかましてくるぜ。仕上がり最高。勝利の女神とタンデムしてみせるぜ。よっしゃー、ブオンブオンと血がたぎってきたぜ。力がみなぎる。ゴールまで最速アタックかましてくるぜ。仕上がり最高。勝利の女神とタンデムしてみせるぜ。
Alright, we're back. Let's do this.
注目の1番人気12番ウオッカ。
Go forth, vodka. Farm fans.
すべてのスタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはミホノブルボン、アイネス風神、6番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ウオッカ。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。さあ花に立ったのはミホノブルボン。このままリードすることができるか。第1コーナー回って第2コーナー、ミホノブルボン快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭から後方まで縦長の展開だ。
各自自分のペースを保っているようですね。
先頭はミホノブルボン、単身で飛ばしていきます。続いてアイネス風神、早くも激しい競り合い。さらには6番1馬身差、16番2馬身3馬身開いてゴールドシチー。少し後ろから5番そのうち並んで岩早秀。あとは7番1馬身離れて14番17番並んでくる。内からエイシンフラッシュ2馬身離れて
Thanks for the follow, Goth Booty Goblin.
工場面に入った。現
Nice
在
name, by the way.
アイネス風神続きましたミホノブルボン3馬身差、16番そのうち並んで6番、あとは5番1馬身差、7番1馬身離れてゴールドシティ。少し離れて岩早秀。その後14番すぐに続いて17番3馬身差エイシンフラッシュ。その後ろからウォッカ。少し後ろから15番少し離れて成田大臣。1馬身離れて全のロブロイ。残り1000メートルを通過。外を回ります。13番後方2番。
It's hard to tell because the camera keeps like putting vodka off screen, but this is maybe not the best
当たってしま
position.
っているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
大きな木を越え4コーナーへ。互いに足を止めている展開。このまま直線での争いになるのか。ウォッカ。ここから仕掛けどころだ。さあ外から先頭を伺うのはアイネス風神。さあ最終コーナーを
She's cutting through the center as we take the corner.
400を切りました。ウォッカ。ここで上がってきたぞ。一気に上がってくるウォッカ。ウォッカぐんぐんと上がっていくウォッカ。完全に抜け出した。先頭ウォッカ。
Thankfully, no one thought about blocking her. I can't believe Cut and Drive didn't rock there, though.
実力をいかなく発揮しレースを制した。やった見事。
I guess in the end she still won, but it's like, what? It's what? It's just a challenge, right? Position toward the front. What is the actual number on that? So she needs to be... Yeah, she needs to be in the front half. At 200 meters. So I feel like that should be going off way more often than it does. It's so weird. Straight away recovery, nice. So, if we want to go in on Breath of Fresh Air, we could. Although, I don't think we should need to. Our stamina's, I think, in a pretty good spot. At least for now. I guess maybe if we start getting scared of some of the lighter mediums. Alright, this team should be mega overstated for this race. Like, we got 3 C-team racers. Or C-rank racers, I don't know why I said C-team. Actually, this team is probably the most overstated I've ever had a team going into the second Unity race. Because it's rare to see one C-rank runner, never mind 3.
先頭から大きく離されて2番手は10番すぐに続いてライスシャワーその外並んで7番1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきますライスシャワー落ち着かない様子先頭集団を見ていきましょう花を奪っていったのは4番2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは
Usually I'm comfortable just having all 4 other ace slots filled with D-rank runners.
内には動くか外から松金福来たるさらに内から6番その外並んで2番後方2番手に9番最後方ポツンと1人11番4番先頭をキープこれは面白い展開だこのまま進みますか
これは大胆な作戦波乱の展開になりそうです
向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ7馬身涼やかな風を肌に感じる札幌の地集団が一つにまとまって混戦状態です
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね
依然先頭は4番続きましたライスシャワーさらにはウイニングチケット4番手10番差がなく動くか外から松金福来たる3番追走まもなく第4コーナーカーブ
ここからスパート一気にレースが動きます
この直線で勝負が決まるぞまだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えることができるのか400を切りましたじりじり詰めるウイニングチケットウイニングチケット
Are we failing to cut and drive again?
すごい足だ200を通過ウイニングチケットリードは1馬身熾烈なデッドヒート食い下がるウォッカウイニングチケット今ゴールイン第2レースを
Missing the cut and drives are like costing us races here. Well, surely the rest of the team just won. Ooh. Our long team actually lost to Biwa too. That's annoying. That should have been a stomp from our side, but we got RNG'd, I guess. Yeah, Chiku. Otaku God. Thanks for the raid. Where are you up to tonight? Vodka is being abandoned by her friends again. Like, we can't escape just getting single rainbows constantly. Resident Evil 2 and Trails in the Sky. You went pretty hard then. Did you do a pretty long session then to cover both of those? Oh nice, there's on your left. I'll have to consider if I want to pick that up soon, because I don't think we have any slick surge hits from anyone here. So I don't think we'll be getting it more discounted than it already is. So I might want to end up buying that. Because we need something other than the cut and drive that we're not proccing to help us with the races. I might do the power turn here, set Kitaru up. Just 4 hours, ah. So did you do a 2 and 2 hour split? Actually, we're still missing Rico, aren't we? Yeah, she better not show up in late seniors year. Once was enough. I'll be actually mad if she waits that long again. Yeah, I'm gonna grab on your left now. Especially since we made that swap over to light surging. For the most part? Okay. Happened to you multiple times too. Rico can get insanely late. Yeah, it's... I had her show up in like senior year October one run. And it was at a point where it was impossible to do all of her events. So I picked the top option out of spite, and of course it succeeded because the game felt like playing. It was on a run where like that was basically the only high roll that happened the entire run. I can't even remember who I was running at that point. It might have been a nice nature run. This game about anime girl horses definitely took off. Yep. It's like the careers and side story stuff have a crazy amount of effort put into the writing. Like they definitely really wanted people to relate to these girls, so. Well, I mean, it's fine. We won the derby, so we got the bulk of the fans, so we're not, like, having to do extra races. So that's annoying, but it's fine. But yeah, they put a crazy amount of effort into trying to make people relate to these characters.
さっさとやるぞ
So, it's not a huge surprise that they actually endeared themselves to people. That ramp up is good for late surges, but you feel they made the chance to fail higher with the patch. When you tried to hit it, you failed like 5 times in a row. Yeah, it seems extremely unlikely to work out, and I remember, like, the thing that really struck me as a red flag for how unlikely it is, or like, how easy it is to fail that and screw it up, or get screwed, is I was watching someone do
ほっとすんだよな
a run for going for double S,
腹入んね
and he was basically banking on high roll the entire time through the run, and he didn't choose the top option for Rico. So I took that as, if this guy's not gonna take that chance, it's probably a really bad chance to succeed. Because like, this is the same guy who took he basically took I think it was a chance for winning chakra when the acupuncturist showed up, so like, he took a coin flip there, so if he's taking a coin flip there and not taking the Rico chance, how bad is the Rico failure chance? It's gotta be really bad. Well, I think we just skip this one because we know she's just gonna explode. We did not take like any meaningful amount of long sparks to help her with this. Alright. Actually, did we... Man, we didn't pick up any Spirit Bursts, so like this... Well, we do have a lot more Seamakers, so this did technically improve, but is it enough? In theory, these stats should be fine if we want to go head-to-head with the B team, but... I feel a little spooked after we had that low roll against the Unity 2 team. But I think we need the help with the facility, so do we... I think we're chancing it. Where did we... Game fuck. Alright, she's on Mile. Why are we getting a poor assessment on... Well, I guess poor. It's a single circle. Well. You got nothing.
5番人気7番
Uma is an RNG game. Your deck can be perfect, but if Uma's will land with combined friendships, it's over. Yeah, pretty much. Some weird zero friendship trainings have to do multiple times. Yeah, it's why I always joke about Summer actually being useful. Because it usually isn't. It's very It's very rare that I get a summer of either year that I can call like truly good.
意気揚々と先頭を行きます。12番どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが。
第4コーナーカーブ。
ウマ娘たちが
Never mind getting both summers in a single run.
どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのかグラスランダー。まだ抑えたままだ。じりじり詰めるグラスランダー。
You're playing it, but you need some type of zen to not go insane with some RNG. Oh, on your left going off. So we're kind of stuck. Why are we stuck on a generic? Vodka. Please. I don't think we can make up the distance on cut and drive now. We might have to get into this. I would recommend it. It's if you have the time. It has a bit of a time commitment because the stories are so like text dense, but. Ooh, the rest of the team pulled it out for us. So let's see. Wrights lost to Suzuka. Wow, Kita actually beat Rudolph. Now there's actually yeah, Kita beat Rudolph and Halo beat Marazinski. That's definitely a bit unexpected. 'Cause both of them can be a bit inconsistent. Be the otaku god that you are. Like I said, it's quality writing and stuff, so would recommend. Yikes. Speaking of not having training trains line up, though. Wow, just like nothing for a serious progression here. Actually, I probably should have Rico turned there. So we need to dump her turns quickly. Yeah, I guess we'll do it here. This training is really sad. It's kind of on the same level as how that second air groove run went. Alright, bare minimum inspiration too. Yeah, depending on how hard you want to go at the game. Because, like, one career run, if you're skipping everything, is about For Unity Cup, it's about 35 minutes, give or take. If you're doing the scenario from before this, you can get that down to about 20 minutes, but... Man, game really doesn't want to give us anything, huh?
待ちくたびれたぜ。ほら、だ。よっしゃー。ブンブン。
Alright, well, I guess we're taking Pump Iron with barely any discount. See if we can grade the other stuff, but the stats the way they are, it might not matter too much trying to greed for extra SP.
注目の1番人気18番
行くぜ。
女神
Japan's awesome for releasing games like this in our neck of the
綺麗な
woods.
スタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはサイレンス鈴鹿、アイネス・フージ、ツインター、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ウォッカ、サイレンス鈴鹿、快調に飛ばして行きます。
I think they had a pretty good idea of it doing well.
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはツインター。激しい先頭争い。3番手アイネス・フージ、1馬審査石山ぞ。13番並んでくる内で石明
It does. It has a lot of the components that hits well with the mainstream too.
7番外を回って12番そしてそのうち4番それを見るようにエアグルーヴ内で
School setting, deeper character stories, that kind
ま
of
だ1
thing.
馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。この直線で勝負が決まるとウォッカ外で足を溜めています。ウォッカまだ抑えた
And also, I guess it's basically a armchair coach sports simulator too, so it scratches that itch for all the armchair coaches.
基本的な末足残り40一気に上がってくるウォッカ突っ込んでくるウォッカぐんぐんと上がっていく200を通過強い強いウォッカ足色は衰えないサイレンス鈴鹿食らいついていくウォッカリードは3馬身強さを見せつけてウォッカ今勝利です。この子にかなう馬娘はいるのか。
Hey, good night, good night, Otaku. Thanks again for the raid. And have a good sleep.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
ウォッカ現在最高峰失策はたまた狙い通りか。
これはきっと作戦でしょう。彼女には爆発的な末足があります。
サイレンス鈴鹿快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのはサイレンス鈴鹿このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはアイネス・フージ外を回って12番それを見るように3番石焼けボの並びかけてきたそれを見るように7番その後9番それを見るように2番グラスワンダー並んできた。そしてそのうちリコーペガサスその外並んでオグリキャップ少し離れて動くか内を回って8番そして外目を突き出してはキングヘイロー大きな木を越え4コーナーへまだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。ウォッカここから仕掛けどころだ。ウォッカ外で足を溜めています。気持ちよく逃げている。
Oh, wow. I guess we fell back just enough to trigger it.
400を切りました。ウォッカ 足色は衰えない。先頭はウォッカ。リードは
It's not an auto win, but it's definitely a very goofy amount of acceleration when we get it.
見事な勝利です。ウォッカ勝ちました。
ギャララン張り切ってるぞ。
One of the very few double rainbows we've got in this run.
仕上がり
Yeah, we got a few B rankers. Saiyan's looking pretty strong there. Alright, these stats I'm actually reasonably confident about going up against the A team. It's a risk, of course. Well, oof. It is the Riddle team. Are we concerned? I think we do have the stats to take her on. It's just, this is definitely a risk, but like, this run is having problems, so like, if we don't high roll this, then does it matter if we fail anyway? Even if we do high roll this might be too late to make any kind of comeback on stats. Let's see.
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
これから第2コーナーへかかっていきます。先行争いは11番待機シャトル、10番期待通りの結果を出せるか、1番人気ゴールドシチー、11番会長に飛ばしていきます。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。先頭は11番単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは2番待機シャトル、3番手少し離れて5番、1馬身離れて10番、さらにチーキングザパール、さらにはウォッカ少し後ろからゴールドシチー、差がなく6番、そして1番少し離れて9番、それを見るように3番意気揚々と先頭を行きます。11番どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが、
各馬娘一団となって団子状態の大混戦。
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね。
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか、
there's Pump Iron.
まだ先頭は動かない。
And on your left together. How much acceleration? Yes.
中山の直線は短いぞ。後ろの子たちは間に合うか。外から動くか。驚異的な末足。食い下がる動くか。200を通過。先頭はゴールドシティ。
I think we're losing this because we didn't cut and drive again. Vodka, come on. You need to proc your uni.
この俺だ。
Are we rip? We are very rip. We got destroyed. Speaking of being destroyed, our summer turns too.
ギャラランギャ、潮風浴びてくるか。
I think this is actually going to be worse than the second air group run. This is impressively questionable. Sploosh indeed. Sploosh in more ways than one, really. Yeah, this is, like, actually nothing to work with. I don't know what we're even supposed to do here other than cry.
いくぜ仕上がりさ
注目の1番人気12番ウオッカ
いくぜ
ウマムさあゲートが開いた各ウマ娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ウオッカこれから第2コーナーへかかっていきます。ツインターボ快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭はツインターボ単身で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手はダイワスターレット3番手スーパークリーク向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ12馬身。さあ花に立ったのはツインターボこのままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはスーパークリーク3番手にはダイワスターレット外からオグリキャップタガナク11番内を回りますエアグルーブ3番続いているタガナク16番それを見るように9番1馬身離れて14番ウォッカこの位置につけています。その外並んで18番1馬身離れてスペシャルウィーク4番並びかけてきた。その外並んで7番ゼンノロブロイ並びかけてきた。その後ろに8番17番現在しんがりだ。意気揚々と先頭を行きます。スーパークリーク
Kind of like the worst possible position. Because we're too far forward for Pump Iron, but like quite far back in terms of having positioning advantage.
残り200ウォッカ足色は衰えないウォッカリードは2打数先頭は変わらずウォッカ
Again, she just simply doesn't want to proc cut and drive. And sometimes it doesn't matter, but other times we've definitely lost when it would have made the difference. We rest and hope for something a bit better, or we could take. Actually, let's take the wit turn because that pushes Biko up to Spirit Burst. Yeah, we got a little bit of speed high rolling here to help salvage things a little bit. It's definitely not gonna let us get anywhere close to like S. It's probably gonna be a stroll to like get into A+ at this point. It gives Vodka a bit of a better like fighting chance against Zenith, if nothing else. Alright, well. Good luck.
1番人気は7番スタート各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。誰が先頭に抜け出すか。
Doing a run and Rico showed up in classic early October after summer. We're twinsies. That's approximately where Rico showed up for me in this run, too.
その後3、4馬身開いてウォッカ5番手には10番少し後ろから9番1馬身差5番2番追走その内並んで1番3番外から行く8番並びかけてきた 4番現在シンガリラ待機シャトル先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
大欅を越え4コーナーへこの直線で勝負が決まるぞ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。動くか外で足を溜めています。動くか前を狙っているぞ。動くかまだ抑えたままだ。さあ誰が最初に仕掛けるのか。11番2番手につけ様子を見守る。最後のコーナー先陣を切ったのは待機シャトル。4着を切りました。外から飛んできたのは動くか突っ込んでくる。追い上げてくる子はまだ2馬身後ろ。動くか勢いよく上がってくるぞ。残り200。動くか足色は衰えない。9番追い込んでくる。2番手争いは9番10番先頭は依然。動くか
Well, we got one.
1着でゴールイン。実力を遺憾なく発揮しレースを制した。勝ったのは動くか。チームキャロッツ大きな1勝を手にしました。2着には9番3着は
You hit the top option and she didn't fail. So you're trying to make Food King Halo? It's a nice wrap up. As if you're trying to make a legacy. Wow, we got bodied by Rudolph and then just turned around and beat Zenith. Only in this game. Well, I guess we're fighting the Wonder Twins in the finals too. I mean, we do technically have the stats to beat them. It's just does make things more annoying.
綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはサイレンス鈴鹿ツインターボ16番。これから第2コーナーへかかっていきます。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気動くか。サイレンス鈴鹿快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭を行ったのは
I guess we know we're not S ranking here, so
先頭はサイレンス鈴鹿
what we do is we just take the extra SP and use it to get more tier 1s and see if Vodka produces some decent light sparks.
桜爆心王追走そのうち並んで7番。そしてそのうちから行ったのはゴールドシティ。外を回って16番9番並びかけてきた。さらには6番1馬身差動くか。2馬身3馬身開いてエルコンドルパター。そしてその外から行ったのは15番シアマゾン並んでくる。少し離れて8番1馬身離れて12番後方2番手に14番大欅を越え4コーナーへ。まだ先頭は動かない。これは直線勝負。
Probably just grab like curvature as an extra race winning measure.
まだ抑えたままだ。動くか前を狙っているぞ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。さあ最終コーナーを曲がって最後の直線コースに入った。上がってきた動くか。残り400動くか。混んでくる一気に上がってくる動くか。動くかぐんぐんと上がっていく動くか。ここで抜け出した動くか。ここから一気に過ぎるか。残り200動くか。突き放す動くか。リードは3馬身
Making classic sprint late surge of King Halo.
ゴールイン。圧巻の走りでレースを制したボッカ URA ファイナルで
Yeah,
予
although
選を制しました。2着必
she doesn't need to win the Kikuka show, so if you want to ignore that one and just like get stamina for medium. Because that way you don't need to over budget over there.
待ちくたびれたぜ。
She ended second
さっさとや
in
る
the
ぞ。
Kikuka show.
張り切っていこう。よっしゃー。ブンブン。
注目の1番人気4番
いくぜ
上空。今スタートが切られました。 各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
アイネス風神とマヤのトップガン、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。一番人気動くか。さあ花に立ったのはアイネス風神、このままリードすることができるか。マヤのトップガン並んできた。早くも激しい競り合い。3番手には18番、そして内目をつきましては10番、さらにその内からはタマモクロス、そしてその外から行ったのはブラスワンダー。1馬審査6番、その後3、4馬審開いて16番、少し後ろから5番、少し離れて17番、少し後ろからリコーペガサス、外から9番、内を回って動くか。外から行く7番。
I definitely dread getting around to updating
少し離
her.
れて11番、後方2番手に西のフラワー、最後方1番、意気揚々と先頭行きます。マヤのトップガン、どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。
She's technically one of my lower scoring Umas now at this point.
外から来るか。最後の局面です。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。内から仕掛けたのはモッカ。さあこれから坂、2側の舞台はこれから坂がある。モッカすごい足だ。
I'd probably try to update her using
モッカまくって上がってくる。残り200。
the Rico with speed
繰り下がる。
deck setup.
足色は怒らない。後ろを突き放して
We're going at the entire Triple Crown with
これは見事な
is definitely gonna make things a little messed up.
ファイナルズ準決勝を制しました。
You did 4 attempts and she has like 9 late surger sparks across her parents and grandparents and only 3 sparks in medium. You got 3 times in a row at medium and no late surger ever. Yeah, that's... Sometimes the game just be trolling like that. I guess on the upside it helps her... It still helps her win the mediums that are part of her career. Man. The sudden final high rolls, the speed here. These feel so wasted. I wish these speed high rolls were over in the third air groove run or something. Because after floundering through classic and senior on this, it's just like this doesn't get us anywhere, man. I guess we... When did we get 3 corner adaptants? What? Alright, well... I guess that makes me want to pick curvature even more to finish this out. Yeah, also Nimble Navigator. We would for sure be picking that anyway. So take the hint there. Oh, this has certainly been a run. I don't know what to think of it.
勝ちは十分に狙える3番人気3番美しいスタート。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
富士奇跡とビターグラッセ、この2人が競り合っているぞ。これから第2コーナーへかかっていきます。先頭をかけます富士奇跡。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはビターグラッセ。3番手には岩早秀、4番手に16番内を回ります菱明物。ここまでが先頭集団。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。先頭を行ったのは富士奇跡、続いてビターグラッセ、さらには岩早秀、外を通りまして16番菱明物、続いている内を回ってウォッカ。それを見るよう
I'm
に
pretty confident unless Vodka really screws things up
そ
that
れを
she
見るよう
can
に8番
outrun
すぐに続いて
Coca.
15番10番並びかけ
So
て
it's
き
just
た
a matter of
さら
not
に
letting
6番
Glass
それ
get
を見る
too
ように
far ahead.
11番そしてそのうち4番後方2番手にリトルココン、そして最後方13番意気揚々と先頭を行きます富士奇跡。どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが、
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
ウマ娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
中山の直線が短いと後ろの子たちは間に合うか。内から仕掛けたのはウォッカ。ウォッカまくって上がってくる。残り200。ウォッカすごい足だ。ウォッカ完全に抜け出した。ウォッカ足色は衰えない。
Alright, Kokon got wrecked, so I guess we get to have a concert with Glass and Fuji.
勝利ですウォッカ URA ファイ
Where'd Kokon get stuck? All the way down in 7th. Rip Kokon. With all that speed high roll, now I feel obligated to actually pick seriously to see how short we actually fall score-wise. You did so much with the Taiki runs to just blast through those extra rewards at 4 times difficulty. Most easy run. Yeah, I could definitely see why it would be easy for Taiki. It's kind of for a similar reason that when I wanted to do the 5th difficulty at least the one time, so I took Oguri against it, because I was pretty confident I could build an Oguri who could win, even if I had, like, fairly mediocre luck. I otherwise mostly farmed it out, just like doing my normal runs, trying to improve others on the 4 times difficulty. There were a few times where it disrupted like early races, but I don't think it threw me off too much for most of the characters. Yep. And the game gave us the concert burn-in. I guess we would do Russian Gale. No stopping me. We actually cleared 1100 speed and power got over 1000. Oh, that win is so bad though. 546. Like at least the air groove run got win up to like almost 700. Actually not too sold on taking its on here. If we might do like a little bit of a hybrid here, because I usually don't take its on anyway, and these are all like extremely discounted. to 1.5 million cc's with... Oh wait, no, focus is gonna be too expensive now. It's really awkward. You're just a little short. You can grab competitive spirit. It's very filler, but... It's nothing else if we grab focus there. And then if we grab something else, we're generally going to be wasting a bunch of SP. Because if we buy something that's worth like 144, there's definitely not going to be anything we can buy with the leftover. And, I mean, competitive spirit would be a relatively serious pick for a late surger. Wouldn't be completely out of left field. Just because late surger and pace tend to have a ton of runners in it anyway. Alright, well, how'd we score? Barely A+. Yeah, this run did pretty lackluster. Wow, nice 3-star turf though. Alright, well, Tiger. The 1-star guts definitely doesn't encourage me to use this as part of a chain for anything. Well, unfortunately, Vodka did not have better luck than Air Groove. In fact, her worst run was actually worse than Air Groove's worst. You'd have to get rid of the burn in there. I really don't understand what makes the game do that. There's just no rhyme or reason. Did not expect getting triple TRF that to be more challenging than triple crown. Took a few dedicated tries. Yeah, I mean, both of those have some scary runners to go up against. And it's easy to just get sniped. I find the Derby and the Oaks are the ones where it's just super easy to get sniped by someone and lose the crown or the tiara. I have so many carrots. What banner or banners am I gonna pull on? I've got the gauntlet coming up. Christmas Ogre into Tamamo Cross into New Year's Haru. So January is gonna be just me going full ham on spending carrots. Because those banners happen just like basically back to back to back. You wanted to pull for Christmas Ogre, but you only have 30k right now, so you're just gonna use the selector ticket on here. Fair enough. Yeah, I did hear that eventually happens, but I guess we'll see when Global pays it out. So who are you holding the 30k for then, at the moment? You're thinking of skipping Christmas Ogre for is that Valentine's Bourbon? And just get the Xmas Oguri from the voucher.
スイーツの食べ放題に行くんだ。いっぱい食べるぞ。
Yeah, that's a fair enough there. I just happen to like Oguri enough that I want to get her right away.
イベント準備中だって。今からワクワクするね。
But she was the one where if I didn't think I was gonna get 90k, I would have just left until later. Because I like Tamamo Cross and Haru both better, more than her.
どうかな。
Oguri is involved in a funny three-way tie for me in terms of favorite Uma. Between her nice nature and Belno Light.
ねえねえ、雑誌の特集見た？私、勇
Alright
気をもらえる
though.
ウマ娘なんだって。
That is going to have to be it for me for tonight. We did have, we had some pretty good air group runs. The first and the third one were good, just like not S rank material.
どっちにしようかな。
So like the night wasn't a complete failure or anything, even though we weren't able to actually upgrade her.
うららは元気の子だから転んでもへっちゃらだよ。絆創膏だってあるもんね。
But we'll be back tomorrow, and I guess I'll make more air groove attempts, up to 3, and then the rest go to vodka.
せいちゃんは具合が悪いからお休みなんだよ。
If
サボりじゃないことにしといて。だって。
by some miracle we get the S rank for both of them, I guess I'd do like Brine or Super Creek or something. We'll get it sorted out.
トレーナーも羽つきやろ。お顔真っ黒になるの。
Yeah, I guess aside from that, Friday, Sunday, Monday, we're going to be starting the Fire Emblem Engage. The new Fire Emblem Engage run. It's
農家のおじちゃんが
going to be something to do with the food weapons. I'm still confirming the rule set for it. But if you want dumb, wacky runs, we're gonna be doing food weapon stuff.
一緒に一着たくさん取ろうね。
And then I guess Wednesday, Thursday of next week, we should be doing more S rank stuff. I guess who it is will depend on how the runs do tomorrow.
けどね、全部答えて偉い
So I
よ。
guess,
花丸
let's
もら
see,
えた
I'm
の。
going to... Oh, all these are not in English.
ねえねえ、雑誌の特集見た？私、勇気をもらえる
I
馬
want to pass love on to someone else who's doing Uma stuff.
トレーナーも羽つきやろ。お顔真っ黒になるの楽しいよ。
Alright, let's try this Empress Pyra person.
イベント準備中だって。今からワクワクするね。
Anyhow, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow for some more attempts. And have yourselves a good
今日の
night.
テスト